Chapter 461 Inventory of Supplies. After returning, Ran collapsed on the bed and summarized today's battle problems. She almost stopped using weapons in recent battles, and began to use magic more and more, and rarely used spears. That's right, most of the powerful magic was used in the later period, and the attack power of weapons could not keep up. Especially if the defense is too thick, it is basically impossible to break the defense. This time, the Rock Dragon King and the Bone Dragon gave a lot of things. Let's take a look at what they are. Food * 500, clothes * 50, water * 500 bottles, dragon bones * 2, dragon skin * 2, dragon meat * 50 tons. Various herbs * 10,000, advanced blue potion * 50, advanced red potion * 50, demon soul pill * 20, dragon tendon * 2, dragon eye * 4. Card * 2, scroll * 2, drawing * 3, rare ore * 5,000, silver level weapon * 10, wooden house * 1, chip * 1. The card turned out to be a long-lost upgrade card. And Ran didn't need to think about it at all, and gave it to the pendant directly, and the pendant was upgraded again. The invincible golden body time has been increased, and the cooling time has been reduced. Growth type platinum pendant can be used actively, and a protective shield will be formed around the body when activated. And the invincible golden body will last for 50 seconds. Within 50 seconds, even a level 100 monster cannot break through the defense. And the invincible body will last for 50 seconds. The cooling time is 1 day. The pendant can be upgraded later, and the specific details are for players to find out by themselves. The cooling time has been increased from 1 day and 1 night to 1 day. And the night is gone. The scroll is a secondary forging scroll, and it is currently useless. There is another card which is a one-time attack card. Magma Hell. Draw half of the magic power to activate Magma Hell. Magma will turn the location you specify into Magma Hell, with great lethality, a group attack magic. The blueprints are all low-level weapon forging blueprints, which Ran can't use, so he plans to put them in the trading area when the time comes. I didn't expect that this Dragon King really gave me a chip, which is probably the biggest gain of this trip. In addition, among the pile of dragon meat, Ran found a few pieces of special dragon meat, which, after cooking and eating, can increase the body's magic value and partial magic immunity. Let Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei process them into food. And she went into the bathroom. After 2 rounds of fighting, she was covered in dust and dirt, not to mention sweat. She should take a shower. After taking a shower, she went out to eat. To be honest, dragon meat is not delicious, but at least it has high nutritional value, and is good for replenishing physical strength. And the most important thing is that it increases magic power and health, and also increases magic immunity. It increases earth magic immunity by 5%. Magic power increased by 150 points. Health increased by 200 points. And the other values also increased by 50 points each. The experience points have also increased a lot. But it's still too early to upgrade to the next level. After all, that's 2 million experience points. Who knows how long it will take to upgrade to monkey, ox, horse, moon. Player and Ran. Level 91900000/200000 HP. 8790. Come on. You are the indestructible cockroach. You are the most tenacious. Strength 3490 plus 300. You are now the Tyrannosaurus Rex. Although you may not be able to beat the real dragons. Speed 3437 plus 850. Hurry up. You are about to break the speed of sound. Just kidding. Defense 3576 plus 850. Although you don't have the thick skin of a dragon, you can fight with a bear. Magic value 8940 can be used to release subsequent skills. Talent skills S plus level Foresight 4th level evolution can actively predict 30 seconds magic resistance, can be immune to all 60% of magic damage, immune to 65% of earth magic damage. Lucky value 10 territory bonus plus 3, personal luck value upper limit 10. Profession weapon soul master. Light magician, independent of the profession. Secondary profession animal trainer. Professional skills transform pets into tools, use light magic, tame pets. Current pets Chongjun, Qianyu, Xiaoba, Xiuqi, Laolu, Disaster, Jiosha, Wilson's Fire, Flame Ant Queen, Ghost King, Xiaomei, Xiaoshui, Xiaoyan, Xiaojin, etc. Heh, I haven't seen it for a while, and it has changed its words. The system is really boring. It may not be the system that is boring, but the auxiliary system, after all. The system cannot take care of everything. Just change it, it won't lose any meat. Amren stretched. When will this day end? She has had enough of fighting. Without planning to go out and fight again. And Rand turned on the TV for the first time in a long time. Took out the USB drive. Inserted it. And projected it on the screen. She placed snacks and fruits on the table. Opened a bottle of soda. And drank it. Chong Jun and the others came out of the mirror lake after taking a bath. And went home to watch TV together. However, and Rand's movies were usually not to their taste. So they turned on another projector and watched what they liked. Anyway, the house was big enough. And there was enough electricity and other things. Only family members can enter the houses on Yun Island. Luo Luo would come to visit occasionally. But he would not stay for long. After all, he was a mermaid. And he preferred the water. Outside, unknown to Rand, the system was almost overwhelmed by humans. It was unknown when this group of humans began to learn to unite. Although they still had conflicts for interests. They no longer killed each other, but changed to a boxing match to decide the division of interests. If they stopped fighting, what would the system use to feed its giant octopus? It was unknown what was wrong with these people. Didn't they always have a quarrel before? What happened? It was because of the abnormal behavior of the players outside who no longer killed each other in the dungeon. The system focused a lot of attention on them, which made it unable to deal with Rand. But Rand didn't break any rules. He just cleared the dungeon properly. At most, his level increased a little faster, but he didn't pass level 91. So, the system didn't care much. Even if the dragons were killed, the system didn't care much. It's not like it can't create them. Although due to the law of conservation, it can only create a few hundred high-level monsters equivalent to high-level dragons at most, but that's enough to wipe out humans. Even if all the dragons in the dragon domain are killed, and Rand can only level up 2 or 3 times, even if she collects a few more chips. She still lacks most of the chips, and she can't make any waves. The system doesn't believe that Rand can reach level 100, let alone that she can collect all the chips. Because the 9 snake has been performing well during its lurking period, the system has never doubted it, especially because its way of giving chips is so special. And Rand didn't get the chips until she entered the illusion sea, so, the system thought that Rand only had 83 chips. It doesn't even know where the chips are now. After so many games, the chips have long been scattered. Chapter 462. The system is boring and just torments people. It can't find all of them by itself, so why is it afraid that Rand can gather them all? It's a bit far-fetched. Although Rand is very powerful in the eyes of the arrogant system, he is still a jumping, more robust grasshopper. On the 3rd day, Rand had enough rest and planned to go to the dragon tribe again. As a result, as soon as he left the illusion sea, he received a notification from the system. Dear players, I am your lovely system. Since everyone hasn't completed a collective task for a long time, since the system is very boring, let's have some fun this time. It's a long-awaited large-scale mission. Participants, all players, except children and the elderly, must be present. Countries will be divided into different groups, and countries will fight against each other. We will hold rowing competitions, ring competitions, flying competitions, etc. The games are rich and interesting, so you can look forward to it. This system emphasizes that, except for the elderly and children, all people must participate. As long as one person is missing from the country, it will be judged as a loser, and the failed country will have 1/3 of its population wiped out. The age of the population that does not participate is from 13 to 60 years old. And all those whose birthdays are before June 30th in this age group must participate. The system finished its promotion happily, and got the middle finger from everyone. And Rand sneered, the system is getting more and more rampant now, it has even gone to the point of annihilation. It didn't dare to annihilate the Earthlings so blatantly before. It can be seen that the consciousness of the Earth is so weak that it can't stop the system from jumping. Of course, the winner still has a reward. The country that wins first, each citizen will increase by 3 levels, add 10 gold level weapons, and 500 magic soul pills, and top level red potions. The second place country, each person will be upgraded by 2 levels, and 10 silver level weapons, and 100 magic soul pills, and top level red potions will be added. The third place country, each citizen will be upgraded by 1 level, and 10 bronze level weapons, 50 magic soul pills, and 50 bottles of top level red potions will be added. The remaining contestants, each person will have half the experience points increased. In other words, as long as you participate in the competition, you will get rewards, regardless of whether you are ranked in the end. You can get half the experience points of the current level. Now that everyone has difficulty in upgrading, this reward is tempting enough. It also stated that all people from the country must participate. And it was just short of pointing at Rand's nose and naming her. She thought that the trouble she had caused in Dragon Domain would have no impact on the system. After a long time, it was also anxious. But Rand did not violate the rules. So it could not throw her out openly. It could only secretly get rid of Rand. Because if Rand did not leave, Dragon Domain would be destroyed by her. As soon as the system finished speaking, her private message started to ring, which made her head buzz and dizzy. After opening the private messages, she found that no matter whether she knew them or not, they all asked her to go back to participate in the competition. She had no choice but to participate in such a large-scale national competition. If she really didn't go, the system would have an excuse to wipe out humans. Although Rand was reluctant, she still packed up and set off to go back. Now everyone is united and no longer kills each other. The major territories are not far apart. Just like on Earth. Like small cities distributed in the sky. Their Huaxia gathering place is the largest one. With perfect defense, excellent equipment, and has established its own army. Everything is no different from Earth. Except that they still have to continue to listen to the system. In fact, if the system is not so bad, they can develop this place into a second Huaxia country. Develop here wholeheartedly, and gradually become a second Earth. But unfortunately, the system is too bad. Especially what it is not as human lives. And Rand usually strolls outside, and has not been to the Chinese gathering place. The person who sent the message this time also sent a map. The map has its own coordinates. And Rand can get there by following the arrows. And Rand looked at the distance, and it would take about 10 days or half a month to fly. After all, the Dragon Domain is already the most remote area on the game map. The system stipulates that everyone must return to their home base within half a month. Otherwise it will be directly considered a failure for the country they belong to. There is no way. And Rand has to go back even if he doesn't want to. As for whether he can participate in the competition after returning, it is another matter. On the way back, and Rand met many players, who also rushed back to their respective countries to participate in the competition. Although everyone has reached a consensus and no longer kills each other, they are still wary of each other, and will not get close to people from other countries. The players from China followed and ran not far away, thinking of using her identity to keep her safe, since they did not come to disturb her. And Rand did not care. She let them follow her because of Rand's existence. Other countries only dared to follow from a distance, and did not dare to get close. Some even went around in a big circle, far away from Rand. They were afraid that Rand would go crazy and kill them in advance. For example, a certain island country was far away from Rand. After almost half a month of flying, Rand finally returned to the Chinese gathering place. As soon as she arrived at the station, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. The architectural design here is ingenious, fully integrating the traditional Chinese cultural elements. And it looks both magnificent and beautiful. The players live in an orderly manner here, and there is no trace of the tense atmosphere before. What does this mean? It means that this group of people has a leader. This leader manages well, and suppresses everyone's different thoughts. And Rand did not enter the territory, but stopped at the edge. However, her arrival still attracted the attention of the upper level, and Rand was not happy just to see her. She still remembered the unpleasantness that happened when she met the group of people last time. She only needed to wait quietly for the game to start, and strive for the first place. After all, she also wanted the third level. After knowing that she did not want to contact the people above, she did not force her. The people above are all politicians, and they naturally know the pros and cons. Although Rand is not on the list, she is the real number one. Such a powerful person, even if they cannot use him, cannot be pushed to other countries. Especially, no matter what. She is a Chinese, and it is impossible for her to be oriented to outsiders or other countries. In order to make sure that she will not participate in the competition for other countries, they still sent someone to ask. The person came with a gift and asked politely, seeing that he had no ill intentions. And Rand answered truthfully. Besides, if she doesn't compete for China, who else would she compete for? Although she has been cheated a lot in the past, she still has principles in the face of such major issues. Hearing that she is still from China, the visitor was relieved. said a lot of good things, and left. After all, there is no nationality restriction in the game. If she becomes a walking 500 million, so powerful, their country will definitely be finished. Chapter 463, Crappy Rules. Because of the system's cheating nature, all the people who went out all rushed to their country's base before the deadline. When all the people arrived, the system confirmed that there were no people left outside, and nodded with satisfaction. Are they still very obedient? There are only a few rebellious ones. Some players who had difficulty getting out of the dungeon all had black faces. Some people were not worried that 1/3 of their country's population would be wiped out, but they were afraid that they would be among those who were wiped out. And Rand slept peacefully. For her, participating in this kind of competition was a rare relaxation. After all, this kind of competition was no more difficult than the dragon race. The next morning, in the center of several countries, a huge competition platform appeared out of thin air. The competition was held in a huge building called Galaxy Arena, which could accommodate players from hundreds of countries, and the scale was unprecedented. The competition venue could accommodate some players, but a large number of players could not enter to watch. The system still adopted the live broadcast mode, ensuring that everyone can see it. However, before the game started, the system played tricks again. It announced Rand's current level, and also announced her physical value. And Rand watched her ranking jump to the top of the list. Even her level far exceeded Zhang Yuan, who ranked second. Zhang Yuan is now level 82, while Rand is level 90. The later the game progresses, the difference in level by 1 level, which means a huge difference in strength. Especially for players who have leveled up normally, at around level 80, the physical value is only over 2,000, even at level 90, it is only over 3,000. Compared to Rand's value of nearly 4,000, they are one level higher than the other. When Rand's value was announced, his eyes were gloomy and cold. If he could not reach the system, he would probably be. He could not reach it, and could not beat it, and his arms could not twist his thighs. And Rand could only curse at the system for a long time, and gave it dozens of middle fingers. But that was the only way, it was flattened, it had been announced anyway, he could not beat it, and could not kill it, so what was he doing? Anyway, she was strong enough. And she was not afraid of others' attention. No one cared about her. But she attracted protests from many people. The people of her country cheered in unison. Within Rand, the great god, their winning rate was higher. Moreover, the top 5 were almost all in their country. So their winning rate was very high. Now within Rand, they seemed to have seen the first place waving at them. However, Rand's exaggerated data caused dissatisfaction in other countries. And they all went to protest to the system. Andre, isn't this a clear trick to trick us? With Rand here, there's no need for us to play this game. George, that's right, the system should just say that this is a game specially held for Huaxia. Mayada Yoko, I should have known I wouldn't have come back to participate in the game. Are you looking for trouble? Yumeko and Naiku, now, what's the point of this game? Isn't this Rand's individual game? Park Mime, it's better to just announce that Huaxia is the champion. We're not competing for shit. Park Jiachuan, that's right. What's the need for the game? Renikyo, that's right. Isn't this bullying? Parky Piao, what are we competing for? Is there any comparison? Just announce that Huaxia is the champion. It saves time and effort. Page, this Rand's value is so high, it really is because she used the backdoor of the system. Unfair, cheating. A group of people are arguing, complaining non-stop. So many people are against it. The system will also take it seriously. And indeed, as they said, once Rand joins the battle, the balance will inevitably be broken. She is so powerful, she doesn't even need to compete. The system considered it and cancelled Rand's qualification for the early stage. She will still be needed in the later stage of the ring competition. If she doesn't go, it won't be lively and boring. In view of the protests of the crowd, the system is a good and considerate system, and will listen to the opinions seriously. Here is the result of the careful consideration of this system. And Rand is also a player, she also has the right to compete, and no one has the right to deprive her of it. But considering Rand's strength, in order to ensure fairness, Rand is allowed to participate in the competition alone, not to mention other people in the country. When this news came out, not to mention others, and Rand himself was stunned for a moment, the dog system really does what it wants. I don't know what it thinks all day long. But the system obviously hasn't finished speaking. But in order to ensure fairness, player Rand is not allowed to take the initiative to kill people in the game, but can fight back. Please be cautious. What an annoying system. The rules of the competition are as follows. Preliminary round, Sea of Sky rowing competition, 1 boat for every 100 people, rowing from the Sea of Sky to the finish line. There are various traps and monsters in the sea, and the participating players need to overcome them one by one. Of course, the other players are also your obstacles, you need to defeat them to move forward. There is no limit to the means, no limit to the method, as long as you can get the first place. Killing is allowed in the competition, and destroying the boat is allowed. With these conditions, isn't it obvious to you, players? Kill quickly, kill all the opponents. There are referees in the competition. But under this kind of rules, what is the point of a referee? See which country has more deaths. After the rules were announced, there was a lot of discussion, saying all kinds of things. But the objection was ineffective. The system has restricted and ran. If he still makes trouble, the system will probably not tolerate it. The competition adopts a points system. After all the competitions are over, the country with the most points will be the final champion. The first place in the competition will get 5 points. The second place in the competition will get 3 points. And the third place in the competition will get 2 points. The rest of the rankings will each receive 1 point. And the rankings will only be counted up to the top 100. After the rules were announced, the system officially launched the first competition. A huge and wide sea spanned the gap between several countries. That was a sea that appeared out of thin air, without the support of the Cloud Island, appearing out of thin air. The empty sea is very deep, about 100 meters, but because there is nothing to support it underneath, once the boat is gone, it will still fall directly from the water. Falling directly from the water to the air, if there is a flying tool or it can fly, it's okay, but if it can't fly and has no tools, it will fall into the abyss. There is a high probability that the system means that the participants will fall into the water and feed the giant octopus. There are also a large number of monsters in the sea, which are floating in the sea and occasionally revealing their heads. They can't fall into the sea. And there are a large number of them. Hundreds of thousands of them. After all, the number of participants is too large. The boat has been put on the beach. It is a long boat. The boat is very large and translucent. It looks like a plastic boat. Chapter 464. The competition begins. It was just a small broken boat that you row in an amusement park. You don't know if it will fall apart halfway through the swim. There were oars on the boat, but no seats. You just sat in it and rowed. But it was obvious that this kind of competition relied on various means and didn't require oars. After the rules were announced, the competition officially began, and Ran fell into the boat. She was alone, and the 150-meter-long boat made her look particularly petite. And Ran led Chongjun and Jiushi out to help her row the boat. These two are in human form, and the beast form cannot lift the oars. Seeing that Ran has landed, the other players, who have been waiting for a long time, also landed and flew to the boat. The players of Huaxia country subconsciously gathered around Ran. For a while, Ran was surrounded by players, especially the leaders above, who were all around her. There was nothing else. And in the absence of conflicts of interest, it was indeed safest to be around Ran. The game will not let you off just because you are a leader, and you must participate in the competition equally. Therefore, it is safest to be with Ran. Seeing that Ran did not react, but did not drive people away, obviously acquiesced, a group of people breathed a sigh of relief. Ran looked at the players around her. Her eyes became deep. She knew that these people chose to stay with her, not only for safety, but also for other purposes. But Ran didn't care. Anyway, now they are all for their country to win first place. They have the same goal. So let them come together. At this moment, unity is the most important thing. Only when everyone unites can we overcome the upcoming challenges. The race started, and the boats began to enter the track. Chongjun and Jiushi paddled silently at the stern, and the water was stirred by their paddles, hitting the boat from time to time. The place where the race started was getting farther and farther away from the boat, and the surrounding scenery gradually became unfamiliar. At this moment, the wind suddenly blew on the sea. The wind was howling. The waves were rolling, and the boat began to shake. Chongjun and Jiushi tried to stabilize the boat, but the wind and waves were getting stronger and stronger, and the boat began to deviate from the direction, and it seemed that it would be swallowed by the waves. I knew the system wouldn't let them reach the end so easily. The wind and waves on the sea started to rise, and they were getting bigger and bigger. The boat was swaying in the waves. The waves were so big that they almost overturned the boat. There were short screams from the crowd around. In fact, They had seen all kinds of wind and waves since they were alive. It was just too sudden, so they were caught off guard. Since there were wind and waves, and the wind and waves were obviously trying to overturn their boat, they just had to calm the wind and waves. Chong Jun waved his hand, and the icy air spread from him to his fingertips, and quickly froze the seawater, and froze the boat firmly on the ice. The ice froze more than a dozen nearby ships, forming a large piece of ice. No matter how strong the wind and waves were, they could not be overturned. However, although it was solid, it could not speed up. This was a rowing competition, and they needed to compete for the first place. How could they move forward if they were frozen here? However, it was obvious that this was not difficult for Ran at all. Chong Jun waved his hand, and the unfrozen seawater behind him turned into a huge wave and rushed to the stern. The huge ice block moved at a high speed in the waves and rushed far away at once. Chong Jun controls water and ice. It's just a daily routine. Competing in the water, isn't this his forte? Obviously. Some other players also thought of this method. Some of them can use water magic, and they also began to manipulate the waves to hit the boats to move forward. The ships of various countries are like leaves in the vast ocean, small and numerous. They rush forward by various means, and at the beginning, they planned to distance themselves from other countries. Players from other countries also quickly realized Ran's purpose, and began to use magic or skills, trying to speed up the boats forward, wanting to surpass them. All of a sudden, the sea was full of various magic, the light of skills, and the sound of waves. And Ran used the waves to control her ship to move forward. And the speed was very fast. But the ships of other countries were also accelerating, trying to catch up with him. In the process, and Ran's ship would also be impacted by the waves and needed to constantly adjust the direction. The ships were too dense, and if they were not careful, they would hit the ship in front. So they had to control the direction at all times. Seeing that the game was on track, the system showed its power at this time. Countless sea beasts and sea monsters emerged from the water, attacking the players' ships, trying to slow them down. Various magics rained down on the ships, like colorful fireworks. They looked good, but they were so powerful that they were hard to defend against. Some players' ships were smashed on the spot and began to leak. The players had to deal with the leaking ships, repair the ships, and deal with the monsters. So they were a bit flustered. The whole scene was in chaos, and Ran's ship was also attacked. But Ran was not panicked. The sea beasts had just emerged from the seabed, and had not yet launched an attack on the ship, but were frozen by Chong Jun. And Ran and Jiosha, they were also helping to resist the monsters' attacks. Jiosha opened his mouth and spit out venom, which quickly dyed the sea water dark green. Some monsters close to the ship were immediately poisoned to death, turned into a pile of bones, and sank to the bottom of the sea. And Ran casually opened a space crack, and took in the monsters' attacks. Although the attacks were dense, they did not cause any damage to Ran's ship. And Ran and her friends were responsible for protecting the ship, not the monsters' attacks. They were not babysitters, and they did not need to be responsible for the safety of all the ships. Other players also took action, using magic and skills to attack the monsters. For a while, the light of magic and skills flickered on the sea, and the sound of waves and the monsters' cries intertwined, which was very lively. However, this group of monsters seemed to be endless. And one batch came out, and the next batch came out, endlessly, which made people irritated. And Ran dealt with it very easily. But some players were not used to cooperating with each other. As a result, the boat was broken and fell into the sea. As long as the boat was broken and fell into the sea, these people would lose their qualifications. Fortunately, the players who fell into the sea would not be attacked by sea monsters anymore, and they could just take their own flying tools to leave the sea. This monster attack eliminated nearly 1/3 of the contestants. Some contestants rushed left and right, taking this opportunity to distance themselves from others. It is not known whether they colluded with the sea monsters. The sea monsters seemed not to notice them, and let them leave and rush forward at an accelerated speed. It is very likely that these people have special props. This group of people took this opportunity to quickly distance themselves from other players. However, among this group of people, there are people from China and other countries. They are all competing for the first place, and naturally they cannot watch the other party surpass themselves. Chapter 465, Mutual Trap. Several countries that escaped early discovered each other, and there was strong hostility between them. They looked at each other with dislike, and their magic and skills were already gathered between their fingers, ready to explode, and they were just about to throw them at each other's heads. Suddenly, no one knew who started the fight first, and a magic was thrown at the other side, followed by more magic. Those in the same camp had no conflict of interest, so they cooperated to deal with each other. Although the system said that they could kill people, in this case, they could not fight. The target was also the other ship. For a moment, it was a mess. Magic skills were flying everywhere, and all kinds of explosions were heard around me, making my ears buzz. There were 100 people on each ship. Some were auxiliary, some were combat, and some were controlling the oars. Although the oars didn't play a big role in this game, it also meant that they were useless. Some people quickly put up a magic shield to protect the ship, some people launched a counterattack, and some people activated magic to speed up the ship's departure. In a scene where countless magic and skills intertwined, each ship began to speed up, and the distance between the ships gradually widened. The ship that attacked first was obviously attacked more, and its hull was damaged faster. As time went on, the distance between the ships became farther and farther, and the situation of those ships gradually became clearer. The ship that attacked first was obviously at a disadvantage. The hull had been damaged by the attacks of other ships, and became dilapidated. The team members on the ship had to concentrate. While defending against the enemy's attacks, they tried their best to repair the damaged hull. However, there are several strong combat and auxiliary players in this team. While they try their best to protect the ship, they can also fight back against the enemy. Thanks to their efforts, although the ship is seriously damaged, it can still continue to sail and keep a certain distance from other ships. At the same time, the fight between other ships has also entered a white-hot stage. Some ships attack each other, and even sink each other's ships directly, while other ships of the same country cooperate with each other to fight against other ships together. However, as time went by, the situation of the fight gradually changed. Some ships that were originally strong were surrounded and beaten by all members, and had to fight back desperately. Instead, they consumed too much magic and skills, causing serious damage to the ship and eventually sinking. Fortunately, after falling into the sea, they returned to their own ship and left with regret. But it's okay. They were just eliminated from the boat race, and they can still participate in the rest of the races. And some ships that were originally at a disadvantage gradually gained the upper hand because of the tacit cooperation and excellent tactics between the team members. At this time, the ships that were originally high-spirited were few and far between, and the ships that were originally at a disadvantage gradually emerged. After a chaotic battle, they not only protected their own ships, but also successfully sank other ships. The melee lasted for several hours, and finally the dust settled. There were not many ships left, and most of them were originally strong ships. However, these ships were also exhausted, and the hulls were severely damaged. After this melee, the players on each ship were exhausted. After such a fight, it was a bit of a loss. Although they won, their ship was damaged, leaking, and gradually began to sink. Even if such a ship accelerated, it couldn't go much faster, which made it easier for the ships that came later. The farce of these ships that ran away early ended, and the ships behind began to catch up. They eliminated a wave of sea monsters, solved the waves, and began to accelerate. The latecomers came out on top, but soon, they also encountered the problem of the previous ships. While competing for points, they began to attack other ships. As long as they were not their own ships, they were all targets of attack. As for how to distinguish their own ships, the system had already prepared them considerately. Their own ships were the flags of their countries, so they would never attack the wrong ones. In response to their attacks, the team members on each ship immediately launched a counterattack. They were not vegetarians either. They were able to hold on until now, which showed that they had certain strength. After being attacked, some ships chose to stop attacking, retreated bravely, began to repair the ships, and remained vigilant to prevent being attacked again. However, more ships chose to fight back and engaged in fierce battles with the attacking ships. For a while, the sea was once again in chaos. Various magic skills were flying in the sky. Explosions continued, and huge waves were raised on the sea. Among them, there was a strong team. After the initial melee, they began to unite and resist the attack together. They achieved good results in this melee, sunk many enemy ships. This team has as many as 100 ships, and they have a good understanding of each other. While they work together to fight the enemy, they could also replenish magic and skills for teammates in time. With their efforts, this team gradually gained the upper hand in the melee. As time went by, the melee gradually came to an end. Originally, there were thousands of ships, but after a melee, there were less than 1,000 ships left. These ships were exhausted. Their hulls were damaged to varying degrees, and their speed slowed down a lot. The largest number of ships left were indeed from China, and they were united. All ships from other countries were targets of attack. When there were enemies, they were united against the enemy, and when there were no enemies, they could fight with great joy. Now, they were united, turned their guns around, and released magic for free. As long as people from other countries saw their national flags, they knew they were going to be in trouble. Other countries were forced to retreat under their attacks, but they did not dare to give up easily. After all, they had hundreds of ships, while other countries only had dozens of ships. Moreover, these countries were not united. They united with each other, but would not unite with other countries. In particular, these countries, in addition to dealing with the indiscriminate bombing of China, were also attacking all countries except their own. That was like hitting a rock with an egg, with one against many, and it would be strange if they were not chased and beaten. At this time, all the ships lit up their defense shields. On the ships that were frightened, everyone worked together to build a huge protective shield that covered the entire ship. Under the protection of this huge protective shield, the ship began to speed up. If they couldn't beat them, they could still run away. There was no need to stay where they were and get beaten. Let them fight each other. They took this opportunity to surpass other countries and grab the first place. Chapter 466 Big Whale. After several hours of fighting, it was almost evening, the sun was setting, dyeing the entire sea red. The afterglow of the setting sun fell on the sea, giving the entire sea a golden edge. Under the setting sun, these ships also looked more beautiful, like a beautiful painting. But at this moment, this painting was polluted by war and gunpowder, full of blood and explosions. The ship shuttled quickly on the sea. Some of the crew on the ships were exhausted, some were even so scared that their legs were weak, and their bodies were limp. But they couldn't stop, because they still had a mission to accomplish. And they had to reach the finish line to complete the race. Therefore, even though they were exhausted, they still persisted, paddling hard to prevent the boats from stopping. Some boats accidentally collided with each other during the chase, and some even sank directly. But they still didn't give up. They struggled on the sea, paddling hard, trying to stand up again. Some boats were hit by attacks from other boats during the chase because they couldn't dodge in time, and their hulls were damaged, and their speed slowed down. At this moment, a loud noise suddenly came from the sea, and a huge whirlpool appeared on the way forward. Then, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky and struck a ship that had just sunk. The ship was instantly broken into pieces, and the crew members on the ship were reduced to ashes. The crew members of other ships were frightened by this sudden change, and they all stopped what they were doing, looked up at the sea, and then looked at the sky. In the sky, there were dark clouds, lightning and thunder, as if it was the end of the world. Then, a huge lightning bolt fell from the sky and struck a ship. Before the crew members of the ship could react, they were struck by the lightning bolt. The ship collapsed instantly, and the crew members on the ship turned into ashes. Then, a figure emerged from the vortex and appeared on the sea. It was a huge whale. Its body was pitch black. Its back was covered with sharp thorns, and its tail was also covered with sharp barbs. It swam on the sea, creating huge waves, and the surrounding ships were shaken by the waves. At this moment, the whale suddenly opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar. They knew that the system would not allow them to reach the end so easily. The previous sea monster was just a minor fight, and Ran, who had always been away from all the battles, was moving at a constant speed with others on the edge, away from the center of the battle. They moved forward slowly, and did not participate in the battle. After all, her side was full of big shots, and it was impossible for them to participate in the fight like others. What if these people got hurt? People from other countries were not stupid either. They would not approach and ran, although she looked harmless, and did not seem to have any desire to compete. But everyone knew that she was not easy to mess with. But now, she obviously could not stay out of it, because the whale was too big and blocked all the ways forward. And Ran had to fight it. And it was obvious that the whale had deep hostility towards her. It stared at her with a covetous look, and its huge body blocked everyone's way. But its head was facing her. This big whale was at level 90. Except for Ran. No one else could really deal with it. Although the big whale was hostile to her. It treated everyone equally when attacking. It howled to the sky. And dark clouds rolled in the sky. With thunder rolling in it. As if countless thunder dragons were swimming in the clouds. The next second, countless lightning bolts fell from the sky and exploded on the sea surface. For a moment, the sea surface seemed to be sparked with electric sparks. Lightning bolts formed flashing light beams on the sea surface. Like a huge spider web. Covering the entire sea surface. Some ships were unfortunately struck by lightning. And the hulls were instantly blown into pieces by the lightning. And the crew on the ships were also burned to charcoal by the lightning. Seeing this, the crews of other ships took out their weapons to fight back. Trying to defeat the big whale. The situation on Ran's side was much better. She and the group of leaders around her were all accompanied by guards, with extremely high defense and combat power. And they were also protected by various high-level magic shields and barriers. The lightning struck. And it hardly caused much damage. Seeing that his attack was ineffective, the whale roared, opened his mouth again, and spewed out a black water column, heading straight for Ran and the others. This black water column was extremely corrosive. Once hit, it would be corroded instantly, leaving no bones. The guards around the leaders were well prepared. They all used their most powerful defensive magic to form layers of magic shields to block the attack of the black beam. And Ran, on his side, directly tore open a space crack and threw the attack directly into it. The black water column hit the magic shield, making a series of violent explosions, making the surrounding seawater boil, and stirring up countless water columns. The big whale saw that its attack was ineffective, and became even more angry. It swung its tail violently, raising a huge wave, and rushed towards Ran and others. This wave was like a huge monster, opening its mouth, as if to swallow Ran and others in one gulp. The guards around the leader changed their expressions, and cast various defensive magics, forming layers of magic shields, blocking them in front of them. The waves hit the magic shield, making a series of dull crashing sounds, making the magic shield shaky, as if it would collapse at any time. And Ran saw this and said, "You guys go first, I'll take care of this." Everyone was stunned, and then realized that Ran was left alone to deal with the big whale. "You're not going to compete?" And Ran glanced at him. "This is a group competition, and the country wins, and individual wins and losses are not important, as long as the country wins. It doesn't matter whether I get first place or not." This man suddenly realized that's right. "But do you really have to leave Ran to deal with this monster alone?" And Ran obviously saw Tion's hesitation. "You will be a burden if you stay. It is better to take this opportunity to compete for the first place. I will contain it. And it will also block other countries at the same time. As for those who have slipped through the net, if you can't kill it, then don't fight, just lie down and accept your fate. Let's go, now is not the time to hesitate. Let Ran deal with it. We will rush to the finish line first." The leader said in a deep voice. He believed in Ran's strength and her decision. Among the people present, Ran couldn't deal with the big whale, and no one could deal with it. The others hesitated for a moment, but finally chose to believe in Ran, and they all accelerated and sprinted towards the finish line. Chapter 467-9 Snakes transformed into weapons. And Ran watched everyone leave, turned to look at the big whale, and a smile appeared on her lips. "Have you had enough of the trouble?" The big whale seemed to understand her words, roared even more angrily, and rushed towards her again. And Ran unscrupulously led the big whale to rush towards the players from other countries, and used the big whale's huge body to block the others, who took the opportunity to leave together. And Ran let the people from her own country pass, but the people from other countries were not within her protection. The big whale rushed towards Ran. Wherever its huge body passed, huge waves arose on the sea surface, and overturned other ships. And Ran smiled slightly, and rushed towards the contestants from other countries with the big whale. The contestants from other countries watched in horror as the huge whale rushed towards them, and they abandoned their boats and fled, or tried to resist the whale with magic and attacks. However, all this was in vain. And Ran released a giant magic barrier, which enveloped the whale and the contestants from other countries. The big whale roared angrily. Its attacks kept falling on the barrier, but it couldn't break through the barrier's defense. But it bounced back because of the barrier, and hit the teams of other countries. The players from other countries watched all this in horror. They knew that they had been completely dragged down by Ran. They tried to attack Ran, but Ran didn't give them any chance. She shuttled across the sea with the big whale chasing her, constantly dragging the players from other countries into it. In the end, most of the players from different countries were caught in the attack range of the whale. They were forced to fight the whale, while trying to find a chance to escape. This was originally a monster that all the players had to face together. Now Ayn Rand just gave it back to them. Otherwise, she would have to fight on her own. Thank goodness, this whale kept chasing her and all the firepower was focused on her. How unfair. She just brought the whale to them. The whale's attacks became more and more fierce, and its body became larger and larger. Every attack made the sea surface shake, putting the players from other countries in a desperate situation. Fortunately, Ayn Rand knew that they couldn't let too many people die, and the attack was deviated from the original direction. It would only sink the ship, not attack people. In the end, almost all the players from other countries were wiped out, and only a few escaped the attack of the whale and fled back to the shore in a panic. After the escaped players returned, they cursed Ayn Rand, accusing her of cheating and accusing her of being unethical. It was not until there were no more players around, and the players from their country also stayed away from the whale and ran all the way to the finish line, that Ayn Rand ended her unethical operation of dribbling the ball to deceive people. As for the other obstacles encountered by the players who have left, and the attacks from other countries, they will have to rely on themselves. The biggest security risk has been intercepted by Ayn Rand, and they still can't win, so they are useless. Ayn Rand's ship is still there, and Chong Jun has been controlling it to stay away from the big whale, because once the ship is destroyed, she will lose the qualification to compete, and will not be qualified to deal with the big whale, not to mention taking it to cheat people. So, after cleaning up almost everything, you can start cleaning up the big whale. The big whale was still chasing her in anger, not knowing the danger was coming. 9 Snakes, Transformer. This was her first time using 9 Snakes Transformer, and she didn't know what it looked like. 9 snakes rose from the boat, transformed into a stream of light, and landed in Ayn Rand's hands. It was a black magic cannon with 9 firing ports. Ayn Rand blinked her eyes. She didn't expect 9 Snakes Transformer to be a hot weapon, a magic cannon, or a magic cannon containing 9 kinds of magic. This magic cannon is very heavy and tall, probably reaching Ayn Rand's waist, so it is impossible to lift it. However, it has a pair of retractable wings on the cannon, which can help it fly. It can fly to the level of Ayn Rand's chest. Ayn Rand inputs magic power into the magic cannon, and the 9 firing ports of the magic cannon flash with magic light, and begin to accumulate power. As time goes by, the light of the magic cannon becomes more and more dazzling. The big whale seems to sense the crisis, roars, and rushes towards Ayn Rand. However, Ayn Rand had no time to dodge. She raised the magic cannon and aimed at the whale. Fire! With Ayn Rand's order, the magic cannon made a deafening roar, and 9 colorful magic beams were shot out from 9 launch ports at the same time. The 9 magic beams gathered together to form a brilliant magic beam, which blasted towards the whale. Although the whale was huge, it looked insignificant in front of the magic beam. The huge magic beam hit the whale's body, making a deafening roar. The big whale was hit by the magic beam and wailed in pain. This blow directly took away half of its health bar and caused a huge through wound on its huge body. The big hole was so big that you could see the sea water on the other side. The big whale screamed in pain, and its tail slapped the water, splashing huge waves. Ayn Rand looked at the big whale in pain and smiled. The big whale looked at her arrogant appearance. His eyes full of anger, opened his mouth, and a thick lightning wrapped in a water column sprayed towards Ayn Rand. The power was so great that the surrounding space was distorted. The people watching exclaimed, but Ayn Rand remained calm. After all, she had encountered this kind of powerful attack many times, and was used to it. She teleported, avoiding the attack. The attack of the whale missed, but it caused huge waves on the sea. Fortunately, the ships had left here, and the beauty was swept in. Ayn Rand flew into the air, avoiding the attack of the huge waves, and aimed the magic cannon at the whale, and fired another magic beam of light. The big whale was hit again, and wailed in pain. This time, its health bar was completely emptied, and it could no longer pose a threat to Ayn Rand. The big whale widened its eyes, as if to say that you are a bad person. Ayn Rand smiled sweetly at it. If you hadn't chased her and attacked her, you wouldn't be in such a miserable situation now. The big whale was dying, and his eyes were full of resentment as he looked at her. She released the 9 snakes weaponization, and although the magic cannon was powerful, it consumed too much magic power. These 2 attacks almost drained most of her magic power. It consumed too much. and Ran took out her long sword and swung it down. The sword energy turned into a huge glow and swept across the whale's head. The whale dissipated into a pile of fragments, with a heart full of resentment. Not long after Ran dealt with the whale, the ships that had left earlier also arrived at the finish line. As expected, the Chinese ship won the first place and took the top 3 places. Chapter 468 Sneak Attack. The rowing competition officially ended. Huaxia scored 58 points, Bear scored 35 points, Beautiful scored 7 points, Kimchi scored 5 points, East Island scored 2 points. A group of players who had a good life, and players whose faces turned green from eating too much kimchi madly cursed and Ran, accusing her of cheating, accusing her of colluding with the system to cheat people. Struck by a lightning bolt from the 9 snakes, she was twitching on the ground constantly, and white smoke came out of her mouth. She lay on the ground half dead with her eyes rolled up, exhaling more than inhaling. She was not dead, but she was not far from death. And Ren walked past them with a sneer. The group of people were like ducks with their tongues plucked out, not daring to fart. How could they forget that? This was an evil star, and they scolded her. Wasn't that just asking for death? The system announced the points ranking, ignoring everyone's protests, and happily preparing for the next event. Because it was already evening when the rowing competition ended, there was no way to start the second competition, so they all went to rest. And Ran still lived at the outermost edge. Unbeknownst to her, people from the beautiful country, the Kimchi country, and the East Island country got together. They were secretly discussing to attack and Ran at night. No need to kill her, just make her incapable of moving for a few days. Otherwise, looking at today's situation, it was impossible for them to be the first. Although they were in their own country's territory, and Ran did not relax her vigilance, left Lao Lu guarding outside the door, and went into the house herself. She was too eye-catching today. The group of people who were Xiang Dai would definitely make a move. It was better to be careful. Washed and went to bed, as she expected. At midnight, when people fell into the deepest sleep, a group of figures quietly surrounded Yundao. But Anren's territory is an independent one. If they want to enter, they must first break through the territory's defense shield. Otherwise, they can't enter at all. A group of people looked at each other, and one of the players took out a strange device from his backpack, which looked like a lighter. The light blue flame opened a hole in the defense shield that was large enough for one person to enter and exit. A group of people walked in quietly. At the first moment, Lao Lu noticed the presence of this group of people. Countless dark shadows spread and climbed on the ground. Surrounding this group of people, Lao Lu's true form was a shadow, lying in the darkness, without any breath. This group of people had no idea that they had been surrounded by Lao Lu. Lao Lu launched an attack from the darkness, with countless black tentacles turning into long whips, crackling and lashing. The player from the beautiful country slashed at the shadow in the darkness, but there was no reaction at all, and he cursed in anger. The player from the Korean country pointed his weapon at the shadow and began to attack frantically. This time, there was finally a reaction, and the shadow was repelled by him. The player from the East Island country took a knife and kept chopping at the shadow, trying to find Lao Lu's body, and then directly chop it to death. A group of people fought in the dark, but they could never deal with Lao Lu. They could only use weapons to repel Lao Lu's attacks, but they could never hurt it. And Ren heard a voice in her sleep, and Lao Lu told her directly, asking her to continue sleeping, and it would handle it itself. And Ran turned over and closed her eyes again. Although Lao Lu didn't attack very often, his fighting power was never low. Lao Lu surrounded several people, playing them around, making them mad and cursing, making and Ran plug 2 earplugs in her ears. Lao Lu turned into countless long whips, whipping several people like a spinning top. A group of people fought in the dark, but they had no way to deal with Lao Lu. They could only use weapons to repel Lao Lu's attacks, but they had no way to hurt him. Although Ran plugged her earplugs, she could still hear the noise outside, which made her a little irritated, or she could go out and solve it herself. At this moment, Lao Lu suddenly accelerated his attack, and the shadows instantly became denser, like a big net, tightly wrapping several people inside. The weapon of the player from the beautiful country was entangled by the shadow, unable to move, and could only watch himself being dragged into the darkness by the shadow. The player from the Kimchi country struggled frantically, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not break free from the shackles of the shadow, and was eventually solved by Lao Lu. The player from the East Island country clenched the knife in his hand, knowing that he had no way out and could only fight to the death. Lao Lu snorted in the darkness, and his shadow instantly turned into countless sharp blades, rushing towards the East Island player. The East Island player fought back desperately, but his resistance seemed so weak in front of the shadow, and he was finally torn into pieces by the shadow. He was thrown into the abyss by the system. This group of people came to attack, and Enran thought they were here to kill her, so she naturally did not hold back. You know, being kind to the enemy is being cruel to yourself. They came over aggressively, full of murderous intent, and anyone could see that they were here to kill people. Then it was normal for Enran to kill them. After the battle, Lao Lu turned into a shadow again and returned to Enran's side, as if nothing had happened. Enran turned over and continued to sleep. Tomorrow she still had to deal with the system's problems, so she should go to bed early. The countries that sent people to assassinate Enran waited and waited, but those people never came back, so they knew that they were doomed. They were angry and wanted to cause trouble for Enran. They were slapped down by the United States. Are you stupid? If you go to Enran, Huaxiao will know that we sent people to assassinate Enran. Idiot, we have just signed a peace treaty, and there will be no war or fighting between us. If you go to Enran now, aren't you telling them that we are going to cause trouble for Enran in order to win? Are you going to kill us? The lackeys of the East Island country claimed yes, but the people of the Kimchi country were not convinced and clamored to cause trouble for Enran. They were suppressed by the United States and the lackeys. The player from the beautiful country stared at the lackey from the host country. Let Enran go this time. In the next game, you keep an eye on Enran. If you have a chance, you can attack her directly. It would be best if she is seriously injured. If she is killed accidentally, it will be my fault. Do you understand? Yes. The player from the East Island country nodded in agreement. The player from the beautiful country snorted coldly and turned away. The player from the East Island country wiped the cold sweat off his face and did not dare to say anything more. He quickly followed. Enran didn't know all this. She slept very comfortably and woke up naturally. The system has not announced this competition yet, no rush. Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei have already prepared breakfast, and Ran just needs to get up and eat. After eating, the system announced today's competition items: rock climbing. No auxiliary tools are allowed, no flying props are allowed, no magic rock climbing is allowed, but magic can be used during combat. It can be seen that this rock climbing is not easy. Chapter 469 Rock Climbing Competition. The competition venue, this time, is a rolling mountain range. The contestants need to climb the highest peak within the specified time, and get the flag on the top of the peak. Whoever gets the flag first will be the first. The mountains are floating in the air, and below is the dark bottomless abyss. The blood-red giant octopus, waving its tentacles, seems to be welcoming the arrival of food. In this rock climbing competition, you can only climb by relying on your body and your own reaction, and you don't even have an auxiliary rope on you. You can't use magic to climb the mountain. You can only rely on physical strength. The game started, and Ran and the players from Huaxia headed towards the mountain. The terrain of the mountain is very steep, with various cliffs, and there is no place to stand in some places. The players from Huaxia looked solemn, climbing carefully, fearing that something would go wrong and they would fall into the abyss. Moreover, there are restrictions on this mountain, not only suppressing everyone's speed to the same as ordinary people, but also every step forward. There is a huge resistance. Every step up is extremely difficult. Just like an ordinary person climbing a cliff, it is extremely difficult to climb, and all the strength is suppressed. There is no place to use the strength, and there is a lot of ability, but it can't be used. The start of each country is similar, but the players of China are still in the lead, and Ran rushed to the front with a very fast speed, far ahead of other players. Even if suppressed, his physique and ability are there, and he can't be weaker than ordinary players. Players from other countries are not to be outdone, and they are desperately chasing. However, climbing in such a steep terrain is not an easy task. Some contestants suddenly slipped during the climbing process and fell directly into the cliff. They spread their wings in the air and flew up, but were eliminated at the same time and could not continue to participate in the next rock climbing. Some contestants suddenly encountered a steep rock wall during the climbing process and slid down directly, falling all over. They were not injured, because they could not break the defense, but they rolled down from the cliff, which was a bit embarrassing. After all, not everyone is a rock climbing expert. If you can still use magic and skills, this kind of cliff is not a problem. But now you can't use anything. It's no different from ordinary people climbing a vertical cliff. Some players, during the climbing process, suddenly encountered an attack from the monster inside the cliff and were swallowed directly. Although some players unfortunately lost their lives for various reasons, there are still more players who are still climbing hard. And Rand's hands tightly grasped the rock. His feet moved alternately, and he climbed up step by step. Although her movements were a bit clumsy, it was very rare to be able to climb steadily in such a steep terrain. After all, she had never really climbed a rock before, and she relied on her physical strength and strength to hold on. This was not a battle, and there was no place to take shortcuts. She could only climb up step by step. At the same time, other players from Huaxiao were also trying to climb. Although their speed was a little slower than in Ran, they were also climbing up. Players from other countries were not to be outdone, and they desperately chased after them. Some players fell off the cliff, but more players persevered and continued to climb up. In this game, there is no shortcut. Each player must rely on his own strength and perseverance to climb up step by step. Only the players who persevere to the end can win the final victory. The game continues, and the players continue to climb in a difficult environment. The mountains are very high. Looking up, the top of the mountain is surrounded by white clouds, like a fairyland. But it is difficult and dangerous to reach the top of the mountain. When Enran climbed about 1/3 of the way up, the rock under her hand softened, and Ran could not hold on any longer. One hand fell off, and her body sank down. And Ran did not hesitate, and directly drew her sword and stabbed it into the mountain peak. The hard rock wall of the mountain peak was like tofu, and it was inserted into it. The long sword was firmly hung on the mountain wall, and Ran grabbed the handle and hung on the long sword. The place where she was originally holding had now turned into a soft snake, spitting out its tongue and staring at her with a covetous look. And Ran threw a light ball over with one hand, and the exploding light blades flew out and all hit the snake. The snake was directly broken into pieces. With the appearance of the snake, more and more monsters appeared from between the mountain walls and attacked the players. And Ran repelled the monsters that attacked him with a sword and continued to climb to the top of the mountain. Halfway up, and Ran took out the spear, stabbed into the mountain wall, sat on the spear, took out warm water, and drank a few sips to replenish his physical strength. Without the ability to use magic power and the huge pressure of climbing, his physical strength and water were lost too quickly. It is not possible without replenishment. Other players also took out their own water and food, and hung on the hillside to replenish their physical strength. Although they had no magic power, they still had weapons, which were enough to support their bodies. They recovered their physical strength, and climbed to the top of the mountain again. Many monsters appeared again on the originally crowded mountain wall, and various attack methods emerged one after another. Some players were attacked by monsters, and were caught off guard. Some players were entangled by monsters, and could only deal with them while climbing. Although some players were beaten by monsters and fell off the cliff. Many players relied on their own strength to successfully defeat the monsters, and continue to climb up. As time went by, more and more monsters appeared, covering the entire mountain wall in front. To move forward, they could only kill the monsters that blocked the way. And Ran also encountered several waves of monsters. But fortunately, she relied on her own strength and the long sword in her hand to defeat these monsters one by one. Other players also took out their weapons and started a fierce battle with the monsters. For a moment, the battle on the mountain wall became extremely intense, with various lights flashing, explosions coming one after another, and the entire mountain wall seemed to be shaking. However, no matter how fierce the battle was, no player retreated. Every player was climbing with all their strength, moving towards the top of the mountain step by step. The game continued, and as time went by, there were more and more monsters on the mountain wall, and the battle became more and more intense. In terms of monsters, and Ran actually had the most, since it was not said that pets could not be summoned. And Ran summoned Chongjun and Qianyu, one person and two pets, cooperated very well, and blasted a huge hole in the monsters blocking the way ahead. And Ran kicked his feet, exerted force on his hands, and his body was like a dragon, rushing out of the monsters. He plunged into the monster pile. Chapter 470 Monsters on the Mountain Wall. Qianyu and Chongjun were on both sides of Anran. They were like two magic launchers, casting one magic after another, blasting the monsters back continuously. The monsters were blasted into pieces. The two almost blasted the area around Anran into a vacuum zone. They rushed forward to protect Anran all the way. Anran stood firmly on the protruding rocks with 2 feet, holding a sword in one hand. The sword energy scattered everywhere, cutting the monsters that came to attack, howling and turning into pieces. The 3 of them broke through the monster group in one breath, and reached the top of the monster pile. The other people from Huaxia followed and ran, and successfully rushed through the monsters, and reached the halfway point of the mountain. At this point, they had already climbed half of the mountain. The first half was relatively easy, but the second half was probably the hard part. There were too many monsters, which covered the mountain wall in front. Without Anran and Chongjun to lead the way, the other countries moved forward with difficulty, and people were knocked down by monsters from time to time. Because the monsters were too ferocious, some people were torn to pieces without even screaming after being knocked down. Faced with this situation, the people from Huaxia did not dare to be careless, and looked around vigilantly all the way. They spent the whole morning climbing this half of the mountain, and they consumed too much physical strength and magic power, and they couldn't use the rest of the things. They began to feel tired when they reached the middle of the mountain, and Ran took out a few metal sticks, and with a force, inserted the metal sticks into the mountain wall. A horizontal bar the size of a bed was built halfway up the mountain, and a wooden board was placed on it, and she sat on it. Chongjun and Qianyu also sat on it, because the wind below blew upwards, and Ren also built a shed to block the wind. This cool operation made everyone dumbfounded. I just think Ran is here for vacation, not for climbing. After putting food and water on the wooden board, the 3 of them started eating and drinking, not caring about other people's reactions. After climbing for so long, they were already hungry. Why not eat? To be honest, the competition would not put much pressure on Anran. Compared with those dragons, her coming back to participate in the competition is really no different from a vacation. If the system hadn't been so tricky, saying that if one person didn't participate, 1/3 of the country's population would be wiped out, and Ran would not have come back to play with the system. And Ran stopped moving forward, but the people behind her still needed to move forward. So they all bypassed and ran and continued to climb. And Ran didn't really want to compete for first place. It wasn't an individual competition. So why was she so active? She just had to make sure that China got first place. As for where she ranked, it didn't matter. After eating and drinking, and Ran didn't leave the resting place. She rested for half an hour before continuing to climb. A few minutes later, something went wrong with the cliff. How could the system competition be so simple? The cliff was not only smooth and vertical, there was no place to grab or step on, and the wall was soft. If you grab it, you will fall directly from midair. If you want to grab a stone on the wall, you will be trapped by the smooth stone wall. There is nothing to grab. In this level, countless people fell directly off the cliff because of stepping on or grabbing nothing. Falling down with screams, this level eliminated many people. And Ran drew out his long sword, but the long sword stabbed directly to the bottom. The wall was soft, and the long sword was crooked when inserted. And Ran grabbed it, and fell down. Seeing this, Chongjun froze a platform under Ran's feet, and fixed it firmly on the mountain wall. After Chongjun was frozen, he realized, shouldn't magic be used? What's going on? Could it be because Chongjun is a pet? If so, it would be easy to deal with. Chongjun waved his hand, and the whole mountain wall was frozen, and the place where he touched was not soft and sank. Chongjun froze a row of ice ladders on the mountain wall, and there were handrails. There were also patterns on the ladder's surface, so that your feet would not slip when you stepped on it. And Ran took the lead and climbed up at a very fast speed. Chongjun drank a bottle of blue potion and used a large-scale magic at once, which consumed some of his magic power. He should replenish it first. And Ran did not stop others from taking the ice ladder. It was just there, and it would be a waste if it was not used. It would be convenient for everyone. And Ran went up first, and everyone from China also climbed up the ladder. The ice ladder connected to the end. But before they could climb to the end, a huge claw stretched out from the mountain wall and smashed the ice ladder with a slap. Here it comes, System Entertainment Program, Large Monster. It is a thing covered with white hair, like a snow monster. Its 4 paws are on the mountain wall, hanging horizontally on the mountain wall. Its head is facing down, its big mouth is open, and a violent storm is spurted out of its mouth full of fangs, blowing towards the players below. This is on the cliff, or on the bare cliff, with only a frozen ladder. If it brings such a storm again, you can imagine what the consequences will be. The strong wind mixed with blizzard, smashed on the head. The violent wind blew wildly, swaying the players on the ladder constantly. Even the ice ladder was shaky in the air, and it seemed that it would fall off the mountain wall in the next second. At the critical moment, Chong-jun used the freezing technique to freeze the surrounding air. The freezing technique condensed a huge ice wall in front of him, isolating the storm from outside. And Ran continued to rush forward with the sword, and rushed to the monster in 2 steps. He flew up, waving the long sword in his hand, and chopped at the snow monster's head. The snow monster seemed to sense the danger, and immediately jumped down from the mountain wall, landing behind Ran, avoiding Ran's attack. And Ran did not pause, and immediately turned around and swung her sword. The long sword directly aimed at the 2 copper bell eyes of the snow monster. The snow monster screamed and jumped onto the mountain wall. This monster could move freely on the smooth mountain wall, which was very difficult to deal with. And Ran jumped over directly, and Chong-jun built a ladder under her feet, which moved with her. The ice ladders crisscrossed, and built a foothold for Ran, allowing her to fight with all her heart and soul without distraction. And Ran swung the long sword in her hand faster and faster, and sharp sword energy flew out, slashing at the snow monster. Although the snow monster was huge, its reaction speed was not slow at all. It immediately waved its claws to block Ran's attack. Bang! 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 And Ran and the snow monster started a fierce battle on the mountain wall. The 2 sides fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who was the winner. Seeing this, the others also joined the battle and attacked the snow monster. They could not run on the mountain wall like Ran, so they used long-range magic to support. For a while, the whole mountain wall was filled with a fierce fighting atmosphere. Various skills and magic flew out, blasting the surrounding mountain walls into pieces. Under the joint attack of everyone, the snow monster finally couldn't hold on, and was stabbed in the heart by Ran's sword, and fell down with a wail. The body of the snow monster fell from the mountain wall, directly falling from the air, and halfway down, it broke into pieces. Chapter 471. The rock climbing competition is over. At this time, there were only players from China left on the entire mountain wall. They successfully defeated the snow monster and continued to move forward. People from other countries also encountered this huge snow monster, but they did not have such convenient ladders, nor did they have powerful magic like Chong-jun, and were trapped halfway up the mountain, unable to move forward or retreat. They also did not have someone as powerful as Ran from China, who could be a pioneer for them and block everything in front. There was no one as powerful as Chong-jun in ice ability. They also had ice magicians, and it took several people to build an ice ladder. It was not built very well, and some places in the middle were broken. There was no way to let Ran jump around on the mountain wall without any worries, like Chong-jun, and there was still magic to follow up. They could only bear the storm head-on, and the violent wind made people shaky, and they had to climb the mountain, and they didn't wear much, and they were all shivering from the cold. There was no other way, so they had to attack together. But the snow monster was so angry that it broke the ice ladder. A bunch of people screamed and fell down, but fortunately no one died. They stopped halfway, using a flying device, without looking at the others, and Ran and the others continued to climb up. Seeing that they were about to reach the top, a short man in the team came to Ran's side in a few steps. Before Ran could react, the man stabbed Ran in the chest with a knife. The short man suddenly attacked, and Ran's face turned cold. She slightly turned sideways and easily dodged the knife. Then she did a roundhouse kick and kicked the short man away. The short man cursed. Damn it! He rolled in the air and stabbed Ran with his knife again. His knife was blue and poisonous. If he stabbed him, he would die. But before he could get close, Chong-jun rolled him up with a tornado and slammed him hard against the mountain wall. The short man spurted out a mouthful of blood, and then Chong-jun cut off his head. Although they signed a peace treaty, you want to die yourself, so don't blame them for breaking the contract. And Ran put the little episode aside and continued to lead people to climb up. They were only one step away from the top of the mountain, but there was a loud boom at the top of the mountain. The heavy snow accumulated on the top of the mountain pressed down on them. When they took the last step, the system actually played an avalanche. The climbing journey, which was originally smooth, encountered an unprecedented crisis at this moment, with the occurrence of the avalanche. And Ran and Chong-jun had to stop moving forward. The avalanche was overwhelming, burying the road ahead. If they were not careful, they would be directly pressed back by the avalanche. After climbing here with great difficulty, it would be a shame to be pushed back by an avalanche. However, there was an avalanche in front of them. The pressure was too great, and the snow was too thick. They could not penetrate the avalanche and reach the top of the mountain directly. Moreover, the speed of the avalanche was far beyond their expectations, and Ran and others were soon forced down. Fortunately, this was judged as an attack by the system, and magic could be used. During this process, Ran and Chongjun kept using magic to try to stop the avalanche from advancing. But the effect was not obvious. The power of the avalanche was too strong. There was no way to push them back, let alone dig a big hole in the middle to pass through. In the avalanche, Ran and Chongjun had to try their best. Their magic power was rapidly depleted. But the effect was not obvious. They had to find a safe place as soon as possible. At this critical moment, while Ran and the others were supporting the avalanche, the Earth Magician dug a huge cave in the mountain wall. He invited Ran and everyone else to hide in it. The avalanche had no resistance anymore, and it roared and rushed down the mountain. Inside the cave, everyone was drinking blue potions. Their magic power was almost exhausted and needed to be restored as soon as possible. On the other side, other players were also in trouble. Their situation was worse than Ran and Chongjun, because they did not have the strong strength of Ran and Chongjun to support them. And they did not have enough magic resources to resist the avalanche. They could only climb down desperately, trying to get out of danger as soon as possible. But the power of the avalanche was too strong, and their speed could not keep up with the advancement of the avalanche. In the end, most of the players were washed down by the avalanche, and only a few thousand people escaped by chance, and followed the example of the people from China, and went into the cave. After the avalanche completely disappeared, there was no other danger in the mountain, and Ran and his group all climbed to the top of the mountain. They lay flat on the top of the mountain. People from other countries also reached the top of the mountain one after another, but the majority of the points were still taken by China. The rest of the countries just drank a little soup. This result made other countries curse again, and they kept cursing the system, saying that the game was open for Ran and China. As a result, they were warned by the system. Several lightning bolts struck the group of talkative people, making them tremble all over. No one dared to protest to the system anymore. They even dared to question the system, but it was like courting death. Ran and the others watched the system strike people with gloating, and sat peacefully on the top of the mountain to rest. The game was over, and the system just announced their scores, and they were still the winners. Now Huaxia scored 128 points, which was the first point. Even if they fell behind in the rest of the games, they would probably still achieve a good result. Their scores have been announced, so there is no need to wait here to watch other countries continue climbing. The scores of other countries are not worth looking at, and they will not be too high, unless the system overturns their scores and re-ranks them, or the rules are suddenly changed. They will definitely be the first this time. It is winter, and they are not wearing thick clothes. They only wear light clothes for climbing. Now they can put on their clothes and go back. After climbing for so long, their faces and hands are hurt by the wind. They should go back and take care of themselves. Players from China boarded flying vehicles and left the top of the mountain. There were still many countries that had climbed halfway and were still trying. It was not that he had won the first place, so the countries below did not need to compete. With the system's evil taste, it would watch people from all countries climb to the top of the mountain. Even if there was no ranking, it had to stick to it to the end. Of course, if you were willing to give up and fall halfway, no one would care. The system was basically unconstrained now. So of course, it had to vent its anger on the Earth consciousness. The target of this anger, of course, was the Earthlings. Even if you were the first in the game, you had to accompany it, which greatly satisfied its vanity. At present, the Earth still had a weak consciousness left. As long as this last bit of consciousness disappeared completely, it could take drastic measures against the Earthlings. Chapter 472 Labyrinth. Rowing, mountain climbing, what else? Everyone knew on the third day, labyrinth. And this time not all people of the right age had to enter the maze. Instead, each country selected 100 people to enter, including Ran. Even if there were big objections, after being hit by the system once, no one dared to have any objections. For this competition, the system specially created a huge labyrinth in the sky. Above the labyrinth was the mountain they climbed. The mountains firmly pressed down on the top of the labyrinth, making the inside of the labyrinth dark. Everyone gathered at dozens of entrances, talking and complaining happily. They were not worried about what would happen after entering. They were used to it. It was useless to worry about this and that. And Rand stood at the front of the crowd and felt the gazes from all over the world. After all, she was the focus of the crowd. The third game started, and it was still the same old rules. Whoever reached the finish line first would get the most points. And so on. Any means can be used in the competition. Means are unlimited. Now, the competition begins. As the system's voice sounded, and Rand walked into the maze without hesitation. The others followed her in, but as soon as they entered the door, the space inside the door twisted, the group of people were scattered, and they didn't know where they were teleported to. And Rand stumbled for a long time in dizziness, and was thrown out by the system. The inside of the maze was pitch black, and Rand took out a flashlight directly, turned it on, and the path of the maze was clear. The roads in this maze are crisscrossed, making people dizzy. She could only rely on her intuition, and move forward step by step. The maze was built of sandstone and wood, and there were various patterns on the walls, some of which were so complicated that people could not understand what they meant. And Rand walked along a straight road, and she didn't know how long she walked, but she came to a corner. She turned around directly, and what else could it be? It was either a trap or a monster. She had seen it so many times, and it was nothing new. At the corner, she saw 3 dark holes. There was a stone tablet at each hole. There were 3 big characters on the tablet, entrance. And Rand did not hesitate at all. She chose a hole and went in. She relied on her intuition. As soon as she entered the hole, a strong smell of blood hit her nose, which made her sick. And Rand frowned and walked towards the source of the bloody smell. After walking for a distance, and Rand stopped, she saw a dismembered animal. The body was divided into several pieces and scattered on the ground. The flesh and blood were still steaming. Obviously it had just died not long ago. And Rand was a little confused. The monsters killed by the player would be directly broken into pieces. This one didn't break into pieces, so it wasn't done by the player. She squatted down and checked it carefully. She found that there were no scars on the animal's body. Moreover, its bones were very hard. It should be a very powerful creature. Could it be because of the mechanism in the maze, or there were more powerful monsters in the maze, which were eating the monsters? And Rand guessed, but she was not too worried and continued to move forward. After a while, she finally walked out of the cave and came to a new place. It was a barren plain, with dead branches and leaves all over the ground, and a rotten smell in the air that made people want to vomit. And Rand frowned and continued to move forward. Suddenly, she felt a violent vibration under her feet. She stopped and took a few steps back. Then, she felt the ground under her feet slowly collapse, and she fell into a deep pit. Then the hole above her head disappeared quickly, and she arrived at a new maze. This maze was much more difficult than the previous one she had walked through. It was simply a layer upon layer, and she could not find the real exit. The place where she fell was a huge deep pit. There were 7 or 8 doors on the wall of the cave, all of which were locked. She didn't know which one to enter, and Rand narrowed her eyes slightly, and realized that here, she had lost her telepathy and her ability to predict. Sure enough, the abilities given by the system could be taken back at any time, and it was still better to use one's own abilities. After using the magic power for a while, it was still there, which was good, without the ability to predict. And Rand could only rely on her own intuition. The walls in the maze were made of wood, and there was a stone door at a certain distance. And Rand walked to one of the doors and wanted to go in, but found that the door could not be pushed open. And Rand got angry and kicked the door open, ignoring the big lock on it. Behind this door was a long corridor, and there were many murals carved on the walls on both sides of the corridor, which were all some strange patterns. There was nothing strange about it, but I felt a little dizzy after looking at it for a long time. And Rand shook her head to get rid of the dizziness in her head, and continued to walk forward. It was very quiet around her, and it seemed that she was the only one thrown into this place. And Rand continued to walk forward. And suddenly, she felt something moving in front of her. She stopped and listened carefully to the movement in front of her. It seemed that there were a lot of things moving. When she walked to a wide open space, she saw a group of strange creatures. These creatures look like humans, but have pointed ears and sharp teeth, and exude a strong dark aura. They are ugly, squatting on the ground, tearing the body of an animal. The animal looks like a monkey, and it is deader than dead. Abyss Black Elf in the maze, level 20. Attack 200, defense 250. Speed 200. HP 500. A monster living in the dark abyss. Likes to eat flesh and blood. And likes to lurk in the dark to attack the enemy. Good at dark magic. It's been a long time since I saw an abyss creature. I didn't expect the system to put it as a gatekeeper monster. But is this monster too weak? And Rand moved forward. The monsters probably heard her footsteps. They stopped gnawing and rushed over with weapons. And Rand avoided the attacks of those monsters directly. For these monsters, she didn't even need to use magic. She just chopped them like cutting melons and vegetables. It didn't even take a few minutes to deal with these monsters. She stood up and continued to move forward. On the way, she encountered several more waves of monsters, but she defeated them all easily. It was so easy. It didn't seem like a system at all, which made it Rand more and more suspicious of its purpose. Finally, after a long journey, Rand came to a wide hall. There was a huge stone door here, with exquisite patterns carved on it, which seemed to be the same as the strange carvings on the wall. And Rand walked forward and carefully observed the stone door. Chapter 473 Hallucination. After watching for a while, I started to feel dizzy again. And Rand suddenly came back to his senses. This thing is very dangerous. I am afraid it will disturb my mental power. I can't continue watching. And Rand stepped forward and kicked the door open. There was a dazzling light inside the door. Although Rand didn't feel the danger, he still subconsciously dodged to the side. Countless arrows flew out from the door, covering the hall like a rainstorm, but Rand had dodged in advance and was not hit by the arrows. After all the arrows were shot, Rand walked into the hall carefully. This was a wide open space, surrounded by many stone pillars, which were engraved with strange symbols. There were countless chains on the stone pillars, which extended inside. There was something in the darkness, and Rand did not rush over, but turned on the flashlight and shone it inside. The layers of chains blocked a huge beehive, and the door was behind the beehive, and Rand's eyes were dead, and it seemed that she could not get out unless she dealt with this beehive. But she didn't plan to move forward, but turned around to see if there was a place to leave. Unfortunately, there was none. She just thought. Otherwise she could destroy the wall of the maze, but was told that the wall could not be destroyed. That forced her to go through the main entrance. And Rand directly released the ghost fire that had not been seen for a long time, and directed it to manipulate the alien space, wrapping the honeycomb in it first. And then she cut the chain. The more she was asked to unlock it, the more she refused to do it. And she was mainly a rebel. And Rand continued to charge forward, with extraordinary destructive power. Although she didn't know where she fell. She couldn't be trapped anywhere. However, she encountered creatures from the abyss along the way. The magic of abyss creatures was either dark or poisonous, and all other kinds of magic were corrosive. This corrosive effect could even corrode magic, armor, and weapons. Therefore, Rand didn't charge forward without hesitation. And she was a little stumbling. And Rand continued to move forward in the maze. There were too many creatures from the abyss, one after another. And Rand fought almost all the way until night. She encountered many strange creatures along the way. Some looked like giant spiders. Some were winged snakes. And some were winged monkeys. They were all creatures of the abyss. And their attack methods were different. Some used fire. And some used poison. But more used dark magic. And there were all kinds of strange patterns on the stone walls along the way. After a long time, it had a great impact on the spirit. Dizziness, nausea, weakness, and hallucinations began to appear in front of her eyes. It has already begun to affect Rand's attack and fighting. If she doesn't go out, it's easy to die here. It also forced Rand to be careful. Even if it is a low-level monster, it is easy to get hurt in this situation. Fortunately, she has Qin Xiaoba by her side, who can pull her back from the negative state at a critical moment. Xianyu is not very useful in this situation. It can remove the negative effects brought by skills or magic, but it cannot remove the negative effects on the spiritual level. This is not a good thing. If you don't get out, the impact will become more and more serious. And Rand kicked open another iron door and came to a huge space. There was a high dome, countless pillars, and all kinds of eyes crawling around and on the pillars. Caught off guard, and Rand looked into countless eyes, and all kinds of chaotic images rushed into her mind. And Rand began to have hallucinations. She saw all kinds of twisted creatures crawling on the surrounding stone walls, and they were approaching her. Various strange sounds rang in her ears. They sounded like singing and like crying, making her feel creepy. Countless twisted monsters came out of the darkness, stretching their arms to reach and ran. And Ran subconsciously drew her sword and chopped, and these twisted monsters, like mist, quickly dissipated in front of her eyes. Bursts of footsteps came from both sides, as if something was approaching in the darkness. And Ran swung her sword again, and the opponent still dissipated as quickly as mist. If you don't know that this is an illusion, you are stupid. The illusion was obviously caused by the eyes in front of her. And Ran held her breath, and gently stroked the sword with her fingers. Her mental power and strength were instantly concentrated on the tip of the sword, and the light on the tip of the sword was bright. And Ran swung the sword violently, and the sword light streaked across the sky like a meteor, cutting off all the surrounding pillars, and countless eyes were instantly pierced by the sword light, and turned into a mass of black air, and dissipated in the air. After cutting off all the eyes, and Ran took a deep breath, and she walked forward again, and this time she decided not to worry about any danger, and went out directly. And Ran kept moving forward. Her sword flashed like lightning, killing all the abyss creatures that stood in front of her. The longer she delayed, the more dangerous it would be. She originally suspected that the system was trying to amuse them, but she didn't know that it was actually trying to kill them. However, there were too many abyss creatures, and they kept rushing forward fearlessly. Chong Jun and the others also came out to help, except for Xiao Jin and the others who were too big. Half of Ran's pets were there. During the battle, and Ran felt that her mental strength was constantly being consumed. Her vision began to blur. The picture in front of her began to become distorted, and her body began to become tired. Even Chong Jun and the others began to be affected by the pictures and texts, and their minds began to become confused. And Ran knew that they could not go on like this, and they had to find the exit as soon as possible and leave the maze. So, and Ran began to try various methods to find the exit. She tried to find clues on the wall, but there was nothing else on the wall except the strange patterns. The maze was surrounded by various patterns, covering the ceiling, walls, and even the floor. It was impossible not to look at them, even if she closed her eyes. The effect was everywhere. The effect was too deep. She tried to chop the stone wall with her sword, but the stone wall was very hard, and her sword could not cut it. Even when several people worked together and cast a fusion magic, they still could not blast the wall open. You know, their fusion magic was so powerful that it could even kill a dragon, but could not break a stone wall. And Ran felt that her mental strength was getting weaker and weaker. The picture in front of her was completely distorted. She felt that her body was about to collapse. "Master, don't sleep, get up." Xiao Ba's crisp voice rang in his mind. And Ran was startled and got out of trouble. When he looked again, he was surrounded by the creatures of the abyss. And Ran wrapped himself and Chong Jun in the ball of light. The huge ball of light emitted a dazzling light, forcing the creatures of the abyss to retreat. Sure enough, these monsters born in the dark are afraid of light. And Ran hit people with the ball, and rushed forward with the ball of light. Chapter 474 Home. Rush out a long way in one breath, and come to an open cave again. The eyes in this cave are densely packed, and they can even move strangely. After Ran came in, the eyeballs all moved here, and Ran subconsciously closed her eyes. Closing her eyes would be a little better, but the influence of mental power is not just based on vision. It is an all-round influence. In the cave here, all you can see are eyes of various shapes and forms. Some eyes flash with evil light, and some eyes are empty and lifeless, which makes people shudder. And Ran did not stay here. She closed her eyes, and rushed forward by feeling. After a few steps, she heard whispers in her ears, noisy and disturbing. Various sounds filled her ears, and there were even people calling in Ran's name constantly. Men and women, old people and children. They laughed and made a lot of noise. After a while, the noisy sound faded away. Car horns, and various voices gradually sounded around and Ran suddenly opened her eyes, but found herself in a downtown area. Her eyes unconsciously widened for a moment. Just now she was in the maze. Why did she return to Earth in the blink of an eye? Or, this place is also an illusion. Just thinking about it, someone suddenly patted her on the back. "Ran, what are you doing here? Are you not going home? Are you lost?" This voice is familiar and strange. Ran turned around suddenly. It turned out to be Anne's father. At this moment, he was looking at her with a smile on his face, and his eyes were full of pampering and tolerance for his daughter. Except when she was a child, when her mother was still alive, she had not seen her father's expression like this for a long time. Subconsciously, she answered, "No, Dad. I was just about to go back. Dad smiled. Then let's go. Your mom knows you're home. And bought a lot of delicious food. And Ran followed Dad home in a daze. When she opened the door, and Ran's biological mother smiled. Ran, baby. You're back. And Ran's tears fell. And she hugged her mother and cried loudly. Mom, I miss you so much. Mom hugged her in a panic, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Haven't I always been here? And Ran looked at her mother in front of her, and then looked at Dad and she suddenly felt a little dazed, seeing Ran crying so sadly. Her mother said distressedly, Okay, Ran, don't cry. You have grown up. You should learn to be strong. And Ran's father also comforted her. Your mother is right. Ran, you have been wronged in these years. We will take good care of you in the future, and never let you suffer again. And Ran wiped away her tears, looked at Anne's father and mother. Mom, I am really happy. It is really good to see you again. And Ran's mother touched her head and laughed. Is this child stupid? Haven't I been here all the time? And Ran nodded and smiled. She finally returned to her real home and reunited with her parents. In this warm home, and Ran spent a happy time. She no longer felt lonely, nor worried about the future. Accompanied by her parents, and Ran spent a happy weekend. She went to the amusement park with her parents, ate delicious food together, and watched a movie together. However, and Ran's uneasiness still did not disappear. She always felt that there was something deep in her heart, making her feel uneasy and afraid. She always felt that this place was not real. Although she was very happy, there was always something inharmonious. But she couldn't tell what was wrong. Aaron was in a low mood. She felt uneasy and restless inside, which made her very uncomfortable. Anne's mother noticed her mood and asked with concern, Ran, what's wrong with you? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Anne shook her head and forced a smile. Nothing. Mom, I'm just a little tired. Anne's father also noticed her mood change. He patted her shoulder gently and said softly, Ran, if you have any worries, tell us and we will help you solve it. Anne nodded, but subconsciously avoided Anne's father's touch, because in her vague feeling, Anne's father should not be so kind. Instead, he was indifferent, impatient, and bored. He looked at her as if she were an extra person. His eyes were full of disgust and indifference. Father Anne was avoided by her. He looked at her strangely, puzzled. Ran, what's wrong with you? And Ran subconsciously put on a hypocritical smile. Dad, I'm fine. What can happen to me? Maybe I'm tired recently. Although Father Anne was skeptical, he still believed it. He no longer insisted on asking and Ran why, but went to lie on the sofa and turned on the TV to watch the show. Seeing that he stopped asking questions, and Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She didn't know why she had such a strange feeling, but she just felt that Anne's father's attitude was wrong. Moreover, she knew in her heart that her parents couldn't understand these things, and it would be useless to tell them. But she was still grateful to them, grateful for everything they did for her, and grateful for their love and support for her. And Ran lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling, trying to calm herself down. But she couldn't calm down. She always felt that something was wrong, but she couldn't say it. She tossed and turned, and she was always uneasy. Finally, she couldn't bear it anymore. She got up from the bed, walked out of the bedroom, and came to the living room. Father Anne was lying on the sofa, drinking tea and watching TV. When he saw Ran come out, he asked with concern, Ran, what's wrong with you? Aren't you going to bed yet? And Ran shook her head and forced a smile. Nothing. I can't sleep. I want to come out for some fresh air. Father Anne put down the teacup in his hand, got up and walked to her side, and asked with concern, Are you worried about something? And Ran shook her head. No. I just feel a little tired. Father Anne patted her shoulder and comforted her. Ran. If there is anything, be sure to tell us. We will help you. And Ran nodded. Thank you, Dad. Father Anne looked at her expression, which seemed a little tired, and said, Ran, I will cook some supper for you. You eat it and have a good rest. Everything will be fine after a good sleep. And Ran was not touched, but felt very strange. This should not be her father's attitude. But she didn't want her father to get suspicious. So she said, Dad, no need. I'll just go to sleep for a while. Seeing this, Anne's father no longer insisted. Okay. Then, you go to sleep. And call me if you need anything. And Rand nodded, turned back to the bedroom, lay on the bed, but couldn't fall asleep. Chapter 475 Mother's Love Hallucination. She closed her eyes, and her mind was filled with what had happened before, and those strange feelings. She suddenly felt that everything seemed so unreal. Especially Anne's father's attitude towards her, it was so strange. She didn't remember her father being so good when she was a child. Although he would hug her when she was a child, he was definitely not so good. Anne's father was not very involved in Rand's growth. Even when Anne's mother was not dead, his involvement was not high. And Rand was brought up by her mother, and when had her father ever been so patient with her? She even suspected that she was dreaming. Or sleepwalking. But when she opened her eyes and looked at the familiar layout in the room, she knew that all this was not a dream. She was in her bedroom, lying on her bed. But her heart was filled with uneasiness. She always felt that something was going to happen. Just then, Rand suddenly heard a slight sound. She immediately sat up alertly, listening with her ears erect. She vaguely heard footsteps, as if someone was walking towards her bedroom. And Rand subconsciously closed her eyes and lay down. Anne's father walked in quietly, holding a knife in his hand, and walked to the side of her bed. He looked at Rand with a ferocious face, and stabbed her with the knife in his hand without hesitation. "Dad." And Rand almost instinctively shouted these two words. Anne's father stopped moving at once, and his ferocious expression began to become weird. Rand, you shouldn't have come back." His voice became strange, completely different from the kind voice before. He held Rand, and Rand suddenly widened her eyes, looking at father in front of her in horror. She found that father in front of her had changed. It was a hideous and terrifying face, blood-red eyes staring at her, full of malice. "And Rand, you shouldn't have come back?" His voice became gloomy, and the malice in his eyes became stronger. And Rand shook her head in horror, kicking and hitting Anne's father frantically, trying to get rid of his control. Rand, you shouldn't have come back. You should have died outside. Coming back will only make this family unhappy. You should have died. Go to hell. Go to hell. Go to hell." Anne's father's eyes became crazier, and the knife in his hand began to slowly approach her. And Rand looked at Anne's father in horror, feeling her heartbeat getting faster and faster. She wanted to run away, but her body couldn't move. At this moment, a figure flashed by, and Anne's father's knife was blocked. She stood firmly in front of Rand, looking at Anne's father with an indifferent expression. That person was Anne's mother. "Mr. Anne, you bastard." Anne's mother's voice was full of anger and hatred. Anne's father looked at Anne's mother, and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes, but more of madness. Rand, run. Get out of here." Anne's mother shouted at Rand. But how could she leave? If she left, wouldn't her mother be in danger? She couldn't leave her mother alone, under the protection of Anne's mother. And Rand went to find a weapon, took out a knife, and chopped at Anne's father's head. After 2 hits, blood flowed all over the ground, and Anne's father fell to the ground and did not move. And Rand was so scared that she sat on the ground. She killed someone. She killed someone. And the one she killed was her father. Anne's mother looked strangely calm, and suddenly said, Rand, you can't stay here. Go quickly." And Rand was stunned. "Mom, what about you?" Anne's mother smiled dotingly, and hugged and ran into her arms. "Silly child. Mom is dead. You should leave here. Open your eyes and look. You should go back. There are people waiting for you." "Huh?" And Rand did not react for a while. And suddenly, a weak voice suddenly sounded in her mind. "Master, wake up. You are hallucinating. Wake up quickly. Master, wake up quickly." And Rand pursed her lips, and mother and held her in her arms again. Rand, there are still many people waiting for you. Go back. Don't indulge in a false dream. You actually always know that everything in front of you is not real. You just don't want to wake up. Rand, go back. Go back to the people who need you. You just need to remember that your mother loves you. No matter in which world. No matter where you are. Your mother loves you. That's enough." And Rand hugged Mother and cried. And Mother and kept patting her back and comforting her softly. The voice in her head was getting more and more urgent. And Rand hugged her mother tightly. Reluctantly. When she opened her eyes again, she was back in the maze. In front of her was a huge eye. In front of the eye stood the players who came to participate in the game. They stood there with dull expressions, as if their souls had been captured. and Ran drew her sword and chopped the huge eye into pieces. The people who were hit woke up from the illusion one after another. They all looked at each other stupidly. And it seemed that they had not figured out the situation yet. In fact, there was no so-called maze. As soon as everyone entered the maze, they were all hallucinated. The maze they entered was simply an illusion from beginning to end. Now Ran pierced the illusion with a sword, and everyone came out of the illusion. And Ran did not wait for the system to announce the points, and turned around and left. When she left, there were tears in her eyes. This illusion was based on the deepest memory in people's minds. She could see her mother in the illusion, which was the longing and memory that had been hidden deep in her heart. In reality, her mother has passed away. But in her memory, her mother is still the gentle mother who loves her. In the hallucination, she can see her mother, feel her mother's embrace and warmth. And she is already very satisfied. She actually always knew that all this was an illusion. But she didn't want to wake up. Only in the hallucination can she experience the long-lost maternal love and the long-lost warmth. However, she finally woke up. Because she knew that the illusion was just an illusion after all. It would not exist forever. And it could not replace the reality. Because the mother in her memory was beautiful and gentle, she was the one who always put herself first and protected herself everywhere. Therefore, in the system's illusion, in her subconscious, her mother still protected herself and let herself leave the illusion. In fact, in this regard, she was grateful to the system for allowing her to see her mother again and enjoy her mother's love and warmth for a while. Even if Anne's father wanted to kill her in the illusion, she was still grateful to the system. Because the original purpose of arranging this illusion was to let them die in the illusion, but it was a pity that it did not succeed. Although the system allowed her to see the person she wanted to see, she was grateful, but she still had to kill him when it was time. No discussion. Chapter 476 Obstacle Race. Because of the hallucination, Ran was in no mood that night. After dinner, she collapsed on the bed in a daze. Seeing Chong Jun come in, her eyes lit up, and asked him, "If I become a god, can I save my mother?" Chong Jun's answer was sonorous and powerful. "I don't know, because I haven't reached the level of a god yet. As for what it will be like after becoming a god, I don't know either." And Ran flattened it out again. There was a lot of noise outside and in the chat area, and it was a mess. And Ran didn't react much, and didn't want to get involved. After watching TV for a while, I fell asleep. The next day, the system announced today's competition, the obstacle race. Players still rely on physical strength and endurance to run, and can only use skills and magic when they encounter danger. Everyone knows the nature of the system, so it's not surprising. And Ran got up from the bed depressed, washed up, and prepared to go to the competition. And Ran arrived at the competition site, where many players had gathered and were preparing nervously. The system has set up a track on the large cloud island. How can the system's competition be so simple? Even if it looks no different from ordinary competitions, it is estimated that it will not be easy. The competition officially started, and the contestants rushed to the track. There were a bunch of railings on the track, which looked like normal road-blocking railings. When Ran raised her foot to step over, she saw that the railing suddenly rose up, and lifted and ran up with it. And Ran's face was dark. Luckily, she was not a man otherwise. This suddenly rising railing would have risen up in a flash, and she would have been in trouble. I didn't hear many men screaming, that was so shrill. The defense couldn't be broken, but it still hurt. It wouldn't be like Ran thought, that nothing would happen, at most it would hurt. And Ran's face was dark, he turned his legs around, jumped off the ground, and continued to run forward. The second railing suddenly softened and deformed, turned into a pitch-black venomous snake, biting towards the man's lower body. And Ran kicked the venomous snake away. I used to think that the system was just immoral, but now I just think it is obscene and disgusting. Cutting it with a beam of light. And Ran continued to run forward. As a result, her feet softened, and a large crack suddenly appeared on the soles of her feet, swallowing Ran and the others. The cave was very long, and Ran and the others felt that they had been descending for a long time before reaching the bottom. Turning on the flashlight, they saw that the cave entrance was too far from the ground. This was not an obstacle race, but a pitfall. The obstacle course was on the ground, so they had to climb up. But this was not a dangerous situation, and their magic and skills could not be used, which was a pitfall. The bottom of the pit is about several dozen meters above the top. How can they climb up from such a height? The stone wall at the bottom of the pit is straight up and down. There is no place to grab with hands. How can they climb up like this? The bottom of the pit is wide, the stone wall of the pit is curved, like an inverted bowl, converging at the entrance where they fell, like the bottom of a bowl. And Rand didn't think much about it, directly called Chong-jun out, and asked him to make an ice ladder. After she went out, she also took the people from China out with her. As for the people from other countries, they just stayed inside. Other countries protested, but Rand pretended not to hear them. On the track, a group of people continued to run forward, but Rand didn't want to play the clown with the system, so she ran very passively. If the system hadn't forced her, she would probably lie on the track. And Rand's passive attitude made people feel itchy, seeing people overtaking her and running to the front one after another, and even reaching out to provoke her. She began to run hard, but she didn't run fast, and could still be said to be slow. Seeing her passiveness and delaying work, a group of people sped up, trying to catch up with their own progress. After all, there are not many opportunities to surpass Rand. Although Rand let her go, it is also a good opportunity to surpass her, isn't it? But at this moment, a broken bridge suddenly appeared on the track ahead. This broken bridge spans the track, and the gap in the middle is about a few hundred meters from the ground. If you want to pass this broken bridge, you must jump over it. Seeing the appearance of the broken bridge, everyone stopped. This is really an obstacle race, although it is not a normal obstacle race. And Rand looked at the broken bridge, frowned, and stopped. Others also stopped, looking at the broken bridge. In this case, how to get across? Can they use skills? Suddenly, in the abyss under the broken bridge, there were strange noises. Everyone was startled by the laughter and turned to look at the abyss under the broken bridge. In the abyss, dark tentacles were twisting constantly, as if they wanted to rush out of the abyss and drag everyone into it. I knew the system wouldn't let us swim across. There's nothing wrong with it. This competition is so boring. Can we stop competing and let me kill monsters to level up? Looks like we can only fly across. A group of people took out flying equipment from their backpacks, sat on it, and tried to fly across the broken bridge. Countless tentacles in the water poked out of the water, forming countless black nets in the air, trying to block the aircraft. And Rand didn't need an aircraft. She just needed to spread her wings and fly over. But not long after she took off, she found that the net formed by these black tentacles was not so easy to deal with. This tentacle net was highly corrosive and could corrode aircraft and armor. Even in Rand's armor, which had high attribute values, could be corroded. And Rand quickly retreated away from the tentacles. She still couldn't use magic herself, so she asked Chong-jun to help her again. In this case, the freezing skill didn't seem to work well. She had just frozen the tentacles, but they were corroded by the unknown substance on them. Chong-jun increased his strength, and the frost elements condensed huge pieces of ice in the air, freezing the tentacles into ice sculptures. However, these thick ice blocks soon began to melt, because the unknown substance on the tentacles was too corrosive. It seems that freezing the bridge surface is not a good idea. And Rand changed people, and directly said Disaster out. Disaster was still sleeping, and was still dizzy after coming out. But Rand asked it to attack, and it directly sprayed a stream of soul fire. The dark flame, with strong stickiness, stuck to the tentacles and could not fall off. Even when the tentacles cut off their own tentacles and fell into the water, they could still continue to burn. The tentacles waved everywhere, and the flames on them ignited other tentacles. The dark tentacles were quickly wrapped in the dark flames and burned. Everyone stepped back in unison to avoid being affected by the flying tentacles and being swept in and burned together. Chapter 477 Tunnel. The soul fire burned too slowly, but it was very persistent, because these tentacles blocked the way, so everyone had to stop and wait. Knowing that the soul fire would probably burn until the afternoon, and Rand let it out of the house and crawled out, and sent Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai to wash fruit for her. She didn't want to participate in the first place, and you can't blame her for participating passively. The others looked at each other, wondering what this was. It wasn't until the dark soul fire, in an extremely firm, but also extremely slow, continued to burn, that they knew why Rand let everyone out of the house. The slow soul fire burned for several hours before gradually burning the tentacles. The time was enough for them to have a good sleep. During this time, Rand stayed in the house enjoying the service of Xiao Mei and Xiao Shuai. She ate fruit, drank tea, and occasionally picked up a grape and put it in her mouth, looking relaxed and contented. Her leisurely and contented attitude, of course, made a lot of people dissatisfied, especially the foreigners who had been deprived of the championship 3 times. They looked at Ran's pretentious look, and they were so angry that they wanted to kill Ran right now. And Ran's existence was the biggest cheat. With her, they could not win. Now, although a peace agreement had been signed, this group of foreigners suddenly reached an agreement. They could not continue like this. They could not kill her, but made her unable to move. As long as they did not kill anyone, the people above would have nothing to say. So, they were still discussing how to win 1 second ago, and suddenly attacked and ran the next second. They first sent a few people to attack and ran, making a feint to the east and attacking in the west, and then, when she wasn't paying attention, organized more people to attack. However, Ran wasn't so easy to deal with. She didn't even need to do anything to beat the foreigners to a pulp. What's more, later on, people from China joined the battle. Originally, the attack was only aimed at Ran, but soon it developed into a multinational melee. The system was hoping that they would kill each other, so it naturally wouldn't prohibit it, but on the contrary, it opened up their magic and skills, and let them fight. I was just holding a melon seed and watching the fun. It was hoping for more deaths. This later development was beyond Ran's expectations. She didn't expect that people from her country would help. After all, according to her previous experience, she had been cheated many times, and she always thought that they were the kind who would not do anything without profit. So, even after returning, she stayed away from the group residence, and didn't expect this group of people to help her. The battle lasted for nearly 3 hours, so long that the soul fire burned out. Although this group of people fought, they didn't kill anyone. They tacitly managed to only hurt people but not kill people. The most serious ones were those who lost arms and legs. They were seriously injured. But it wasn't a big deal if they used medicine. Now there are medicines for regenerating broken limbs in the trading area, but they are a bit expensive. The obstacle race didn't eliminate anyone, but they fought among themselves, eliminating most of the players. And Ran stared at the Chinese players cleaning the battlefield in amazement, not knowing how to react. Lin Feng, who led the resistance and helped, saw Ran's silly face and couldn't help laughing. Don't say how many times you have helped us. Just say that you are also a member of our country. We can't let these guys bully you. We will also participate in this battle. And Ran thanked him. And the obstacle race continued. Without the tentacles blocking the way, everyone crossed the broken bridge by aircraft. As soon as they landed, there was a sudden collapse behind them. And the collapse continued to spread, with a huge momentum, and kept spreading forward. And Ran ran forward. And seeing the collapse speed getting faster and faster, everyone had no choice but to run desperately. At this moment, Ran suddenly saw a huge cave in front of her. And there was a sign at the entrance, underground tunnel. Please proceed carefully. In this situation where the collapse behind them kept chasing them, an underground tunnel actually appeared, which was ridiculous. Isn't this just letting them go in and break through? And Ran jumped down without hesitation, and the players behind her followed suit. The tunnel was very dark, and countless lights lit up, illuminating the entire tunnel. The air in the tunnel was very humid, and some places were even dripping with water. A group of people ran forward at a rapid pace, and the collapse behind them caught up, and the tunnel behind them kept collapsing. Countless gravel and sharp stones fell from the sky, and smashed towards them, and the suffocating sense of oppression forced everyone to speed up again. The cave was very long, as if it had no end, and the speed of collapse was very fast, as if it was constantly chasing them. The players ran desperately, like a group of lambs being chased by wolves, with anger and speechlessness in their hearts. Dead system, don't let them catch you, or they will definitely kill you. How can you play with people like this? The tunnel seemed to have no end, and after running for so long, there was no light. Just then, a fork in the road appeared in front of them, with a tunnel on each side, leading to different directions. The players stopped, looking at each other, not knowing what to choose. And Ran looked at the 2 tunnels, turned on the precognition directly, and pointed to the tunnel on the right, this way. Everyone did not hesitate, and immediately followed and ran to the tunnel on the right. The tunnel was still damp, with the sound of dripping water, and they stepped on the water marks on the ground, moving forward step by step. The heartbeats of the players echoed in the silent tunnel, and no one spoke, only the breathing and footsteps could be heard from a long distance, and could be heard very clearly. The speed of the collapse in the back increased again, and it was behind the last person. The man cursed, and quickly quickened his pace, squeezing into the crowd. It was not a good idea to keep running like this, and they had to find a way out. But they were being chased from behind, so they couldn't stop to think of a solution. and Rand directly summoned the 9 snakes, which could perform multi-type magic and earth-type magic. Although the collapse of the system could not be stopped, it was enough to open a big hole in the tunnel. The 9 snakes directly opened a huge cave on the side. But the place where this cave connected was not the track but the sky. Obviously, we would be off the track if we walked here. Jiosha simply swam out, opened a hole at the top of the tunnel, and thoughtfully made a ladder. Eren sped up again, climbed the ladder in a few steps, and crawled out of the hole, and reached the top of the tunnel. Then she continued to run along the top of the tunnel. Although it was inevitable that there would be collapse here, she would not be buried after all. She ran first, and the people behind her also followed to the top of the tunnel, and continued to run forward. But as they ran, some people began to fall behind. After all, their speeds were not the same, and it was normal to fall behind. Chapter 478 Climbing the Boulder. The entire tunnel collapsed rapidly. When they ran down, the entire tunnel had collapsed completely. The collapse finally stopped. But before everyone could catch their breath, various traps came one after another. Countless sword rains fell from the sky, heading straight for the players. This was a dangerous attack, so they could use magic and skills. Everyone used various skills, resisting the sword rain from the sky, and the sword shadows in the sky made a sharp whistling sound. And Ran quickly released a defensive magic, covering herself in it, resisting the attack from the sky. With a swing of the long sword, countless sword chi was released from the tip of the sword, sweeping across a large area of sword rain. The sword rain in the sky was shattered by various attacks, but it turned into countless fragments and fell down, making people very annoyed. Everyone rushed forward while fighting back, trying to get rid of the sword rain attack with speed. As long as they reached a place without sword rain, they would not be attacked. The sword rain lasted for a while, and was finally dispersed. Before the players had time to breathe a sigh of relief, the ground suddenly shook violently. "Everyone be careful!" someone shouted. Everyone immediately scattered, alert to any abnormalities on the ground. At this moment, a huge crack suddenly appeared on the ground, and countless huge stone men emerged from the ground, waving their huge stone fists and smashing towards the players. And Rand picked up the long sword and rushed towards the stone men. She was not used to commanding others to attack together, so she went up first. In this situation, she didn't need to call, and others would attack together. The rest of the players also took action, showing their skills and attacking the stone man. Although the stone man was huge, he moved slowly. Under the joint attack of the players, he was gradually defeated. Just when the players thought victory was in sight, the ground shook again, and a huge magma giant crawled out of the crack. "Damn! Here they come again!" The players cursed. They raised their huge weapons and swung them heavily at the players. The players had just consumed too much energy on the stone man. Facing the huge weapons, they could only choose to dodge. And Rand was the first to act. He held his sword across his chest and rolled backwards, dodging the attack of the weapon. Other players also retreated, avoiding being hit by the weapon. The stone men and lava giants refused to let the players go and continued to chase them. There were too many of them. Too many players had already fallen behind, and there were less than 1,000 left in the game. There were tens of thousands of stone men and lava giants, chasing after a group of people and smashing them crazily. And Ram was really tired of being chased, and he used his long spear to sweep across. The storm came from the tip of the spear and turned into a tornado that swept away. Several tornadoes that stretched from sky to earth roared away, sweeping all the stone men in. In the tornado, the stone men were constantly torn apart, gradually shrinking in size, and finally turning into ordinary stones, falling down. Seeing this, the other players followed suit, launching various attacks, and also eliminated the lava giants that were chasing them. After a fierce battle, the players finally eliminated all the stone men and lava giants, and continued to move forward. However, the road ahead was not smooth. Without the stone men, there are other monsters, one after another. This is not an obstacle course at all, but a monster relay race. After finally getting rid of this group of stone men, a steep uphill slope is coming. The top of the uphill slope is not yet visible, but it is almost a straight line. The arc is not big, and it is almost a 90-degree right angle. A group of people reached the bottom of the slope, looked up, and could not see the end. But they still had to climb up. Unfortunately, it was too slippery, and the players walking in front fell down from time to time. And Rand seemed to have expected this situation a long time ago. He changed the spear back to a long sword, and climbed up little by little with the hilt of the sword. In fact, she can use magic now. Even if the system prohibits one-button activation, she can still use it. But she can't use it because she has to save it as a trump card. Besides, she comes to the competition just for fun. There is no big challenge. In fact, this is similar to other people. If the system didn't want to eliminate the players, they wouldn't be so bored to satisfy the system's evil taste. Suddenly, there was a loud boom from above. Looking up, she saw countless huge stones rolling down the slope. They were extremely fast, crushing the players hanging on the slope with a devastating attitude. The boulder weighed several thousand pounds, moved fast, and was so huge that it almost covered all the space above. It roared down at everyone. The stones were too dense, blocking all their escape routes, and they couldn't even dodge to the sides. Everyone cast magic together, hoping to temporarily slow down the speed of the stone's fall. However, the magic hit the stone, temporarily slowing the stone's fall. But it couldn't break the boulder. Everyone was furious. The system was getting more and more despicable. The boulder was immune to magic. It was impossible to climb up. Everyone descended, but found that at the bottom of the slope, there was a huge monster with its mouth wide open to swallow them. The monster's mouth was full of circles of sharp and fine teeth, just like a meat grinder. The level was even 95, which forced them to go up. At the current level of everyone, if they fell down, they would only be eaten. They had no choice but to go up. Everyone gritted their teeth and drew their weapons to fight against the boulder. When Enran cast magic before, it did not cause any damage to the boulder. She guessed that only cold weapons could cause damage to it. Enran waved her sword, and her breath became colder and colder. She suddenly jumped up and jumped directly onto a huge stone. She stood on the stone, looking down at the boulders rolling down, her eyes full of coldness. She held the sword in both hands and swung it violently. A huge sword energy shot out from the tip of the sword and instantly hit a boulder. The boulder exploded instantly, turning into countless tiny pieces of rubble, falling down one after another. And Ran succeeded in one strike, and continued to swing her long sword. Every time she swung her sword, a boulder would be blown apart, turning into rubble all over the sky. In the blink of an eye, she had broken hundreds of boulders in a row. The boulders that rolled down exploded one after another, turning into countless tiny stones, falling on the ground. The players who were hit by the stones also recovered one after another, and their weapons were all out. Various swords and shadows gathered in the air and chopped them over. Although it was difficult to attack while hanging in the air, they were all used to fighting. So how could they be hit by stones because of this little difficulty? Some jumped directly into the air, swung their swords, and when they landed, they used their long swords to firmly insert into the slope. Chapter 479 Dark Realm. The boulder was cut into pieces by the crowd and fell on his head. It was just some broken stones, and it didn't matter much if it fell on his body, and he didn't even need to defend himself. However, the boulder that fell was not one batch, but several batches, rolling down endlessly. And Ran got tired of chopping, and when the big stone fell again, he jumped directly and climbed onto the boulder. He jumped one after another, accurately stepped on the falling boulders, and jumped onto the slope. She was light and agile, jumping between the boulders, and Ran found that although the slope was steep, it was not completely impossible to walk. As long as she found a suitable foothold, it was not difficult. So, she began to try to move on the boulders. Every time she jumped, she could land accurately on another boulder. Although the process was thrilling, the result was good, and Ran climbed up quickly, and soon distanced herself from the others. When other players saw Ran jump on the boulder, they followed suit. At this moment, everyone was climbing towards the finish line. As time passed, the players reached the top of the slope one after another. They looked at the scene in front of them, and opened their mouths in surprise. The sky ahead was filled with dense arrows. These arrows were made of fine iron, and were extremely sharp. If you were hit, you would definitely get hurt. Moreover, the number of these arrows was so large that it could almost be said to be overwhelming. The players looked at each other. How could they move forward? However, the arrows did not give them much time to think. There was a sound of swoosh, 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 and dense arrows shot at the players. The players could only dodge and avoid the arrows. Although they were good at fighting, many of them were hit by arrows without warning. Although they were not in danger of life, they were still injured and their movements were affected. And Ran stood on the boulder, looking at the rain of arrows below, frowning. She put a protective shield on herself and ran forward under the rain of arrows. Her magic power was strong, and the protective shield was extremely strong. When arrows shot on it, it would only cause a faint ripple, and it could not be broken at all. And Ran rushed forward quickly under the rain of arrows. The other players saw this scene, and each showed their magical powers, and rushed forward under the rain of arrows. Arrows kept shooting at the players, but the players' defenses were like a solid wall, and were not affected at all. With the efforts of everyone, they finally rushed out of the range of the rain of arrows. At this moment, they were not far from the finish line. However, the road ahead was even more difficult. The ground ahead was full of dense traps, and countless barbs and weapons protruded from the ground. If you were not careful, you would be stabbed, and injured or even killed. There are always more solutions than problems. Everyone rushed forward with various methods. Although some people kept falling behind during this period, there were still more people who passed than those who fell behind. After finally reaching the finish line, before everyone had time to celebrate, a group of monsters suddenly rushed out in front of them. These monsters are of various types. Some are tall, and some are small and exquisite. When the monsters saw the players, they immediately pounced on them, and started a fierce battle. Although the players were a little tired, they still showed their full spirit in the face of these monsters. And Ran held a long sword in her hand, and slashed it out, with sword energy running rampant, and instantly cut a monster in half. She moved like lightning, and shuttled between the monsters, and swung her long sword, and one monster after another fell under her sword. The other players were not to be outdone, and they all took out their weapons, and started a fierce battle with the monsters. As time went by, the monsters gradually lost the upper hand, and were killed one by the players. At this moment, the last monster suddenly roared, with bloodshot eyes, and its body suddenly expanded, and instantly turned into a huge monster. This monster was 5 meters tall, covered with black scales, and its eyes were like copper bells, flashing a terrifying red light. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a powerful aura, which made people feel terrified. The players retreated one after another. This monster came from the abyss, and its dark magic was about to overflow. It had reached level 94, and was a strong opponent for others. And Ran changed his strategy, and replaced the long sword with light magic. In the next moment, this monster opened the dark field. Endless darkness spread towards the group of people, and directly enveloped them all. In an instant, everyone fell into a state of blindness. And Ran had fought against dark monsters before, so she was not too panicked. She threw a ball of light directly, and enveloped herself. The darkness receded, and she could see the surroundings clearly. If there is any difficult domain, it is still the dark domain, because there is no light, no sight, and you don't even know where the attack comes from. But strangely, this monster did not take advantage of the darkness to launch an attack. And Ran's light only covered herself, not the rest of her body. In the darkness, a huge figure suddenly fell from the sky, and directly crushed several players into meat patties. Everyone was startled, and turned their heads to look. But they found that it was still pitch black in front of them, and they could not see anything. And Ran and Qian Yu joined forces, and countless fist-sized balls of light floated above their heads, dispelling the darkness. Everyone regained their vision, but then they became alert. They saw that the huge monster was standing in front of them, staring at them with a pair of scarlet eyes, revealing a strong murderous aura. Its body had expanded several times more than before, and its black scales were shining. Looking very strong, the monster let out a roar, and a strong pressure came over it, making people feel afraid. The players looked at it nervously, and did not dare to act rashly for a while. This monster was obviously not something they could deal with easily. Everyone's weapons turned around and pointed at the monster. The monster seemed to sense their hostility, and suddenly pounced on him. And Ran was quick-witted and slashed at the monster's front paw with a sword. However, the monster's armor was too strong, and the sword only left a shallow mark on it. The monster roared, and slapped and ran with one claw, and Ran teleported away, and with a flick of the sword in his hand, he cut the monster's flesh. However, the monster's recovery ability was amazing, and the wound healed quickly, and Ran frowned. And this was most likely one of the abilities of the domain. Damage recovery. Other players also took action, and various weapons attacked the monster. However, the monster's armor was too strong, and their attacks could not hurt it at all. The monster attacked the players frantically, claw by claw, mercilessly. The players dodged while looking for the monster's weakness, and Ren discovered that the ability of this dark realm was more of an auxiliary role than an attack. Chapter 480. The obstacle course is over. Specifically, it has not launched an attack yet. Instead, it used darkness to block their vision from the beginning, repaired itself after being injured, and covered itself with scales. The monster was covered with heavy scales, and the long sword stabbed it. There was not even a trace. And Ran decisively let Chong Jun transform the weapon, and the beautiful long spear with golden light appeared, very attractive. However, this time, the monster was actually a mistake. If it was really powerful, it would be fine. The domain could trap so many people. But it was forced to rise, not to mention trapping so many people. Even Ran herself couldn't be trapped. When the monster saw the darkness was dispelled, it opened its big mouth full of sharp teeth and roared at them, and countless dark magic balls spewed out of its mouth and hit the crowd. The crowd scattered, and countless magic balls fell and hit the monster one after another. Although the monster was high level, it was hit by the continuous attacks and screamed. The monster waved its claws and rushed into the crowd, disrupting their formation. And Ran took advantage of this opportunity, teleported, held a long spear, and stabbed the monster's abdomen. With a puff, and Ran's spear pierced the monster's abdomen accurately, piercing it through. The monster screamed and retreated quickly, and Ran rushed forward and chased after it. He swept the spear and forced the monster back. As a result, the monster retreated and fell into the trap set by everyone. The monster was trapped in the trap, and everyone reacted quickly, and countless attack magics hit the monster. And Ran was standing in the distance, guessing that this monster didn't need her to attack again. Sure enough, the monster began to struggle desperately, trying to escape the trap. But countless black vines emerged from the trap, trapping it tightly. The monster roared angrily, spewing dark magic from its mouth, trying to destroy the trap, but was blocked by everyone. The monster roared, and black light flashed all over its body. Its scales became stronger, trying to resist the attacks of everyone. But the attacks were too intensive, and the monster was beaten directly by the group. The attack directly penetrated the monster's head, and then pulled out from the neck. Blood gushed out, and the monster wailed in pain. The monster's breath gradually weakened, and everyone stopped attacking and stopped causing damage to the monster. They thought it was going to die, but they didn't expect it to fight back before dying. At this moment, the monster suddenly raised its head, and its blood-red eyes flashed with crazy light, as if it wanted to devour everything around it. Not good. And Ran thought to herself. She felt a strong breath of danger, and she immediately waved her spear, wanting to completely destroy the monster. But it was too late. The monster roared, and a powerful black energy suddenly burst out, directly blasting all the people around it away. And Ran was also blown away by this powerful energy and fell heavily to the ground. However, she was not injured, but just a little dizzy. She immediately stood up and looked at the monster. The monster's body was swelled wildly, and it seemed to be about to explode. And Ran's spear exploded from head to tail, and the air flow was ejected. She threw it directly, and the spear turned into a meteor and shot straight at the monster's head. At this critical moment, with a bang, the spear penetrated the monster's head and nailed it to the ground. The monster's body twitched a few times, and then it was motionless. The swollen body also died with it, completely dissipated in the air, turned into materials. With its death, the domain was automatically lifted. This boring obstacle race also came to an end, as expected, and Ran ranked first. So far, the Chinese team has nearly 150 points. The second place is the United States, with 131 points, only less than 20 points behind. Even if there are some levels to come, at this point, China's first place is almost certain. After the system announced the points, it was already evening. Because the competition has not stopped in the past few days, in order to prevent everyone from being too tired, no one is playing with it, the system generously announced that it will take a day off tomorrow. And Ran plans to go back and have a good rest. Otherwise, she has nothing to do. There are markets and shops in the recent territory, and Ran rarely returns to the gathering place and wants to take a look. She has lived in seclusion for many years, and it has been a long time since she has seen the hustle and bustle. I just don't know if they will open after all. There is a competition recently, and almost everyone has participated, so she doesn't know if the shops will open. Now the territory is open to the public, and there is a special access card, which costs crystals to buy. And Ran's own territory does not have this service, but other territories do. after a peaceful night's rest. No one came to make trouble or start a war. And Ran slept until she woke up naturally. After getting up, she ate something casually and entered the territory. The big territory is more lively than her lonely territory. As long as people are alive, they need to eat and spend money. So there are people setting up stalls on the roadside, and some shops are still open. And Ran walked through the busy streets, and came to a shop called Xinguang Food and stood in front of the door. She sighed a little, because she hadn't eaten in a shop for a long time. And Ran pushed the door and walked into the shop, and found that there were many customers in the shop. And there were all kinds of food on each table. There were also some special drinks in the corner of the shop, which attracted many customers to stop. She looked around and saw some familiar faces. When everyone saw her come in, they were still for a moment, and then greeted her. And Ran replied one by one. And Ran walked to an empty seat and sat down. The waiter came up to her enthusiastically and asked her what she wanted to order. And Ran looked at the menu, hesitated for a moment, and finally chose braised pork, boiled pork slices, stir-fried shrimps, and a portion of green vegetables, plus a portion of rice. The waiter smiled and wrote down her order, and then turned to prepare it. And Ran looked around, and found that the people in the restaurant were not eating but looking at her, which made her a little bit amused. She couldn't help but regret that she shouldn't have come to the restaurant to eat. Now she seemed to have become an animal being visited, and everyone looked at her curiously. But fortunately, no one came to talk to her or chat with her. Half a minute later, seeing that Ran's face was not too good, everyone turned their heads and focused on the food in front of them. And Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She was really not used to eating under the gaze of others. That would make her feel like a thorn in her back and feel that she couldn't eat. This store served the food very quickly. After the food came, and Ran changed her seat and turned her back to everyone, blocking everyone's sight. Without their eyes looking at her from time to time, it was a little better. She picked up a piece of braised pork and put it in her mouth. To be honest, it was not as delicious as the one made by Xiao Shui at home. But after eating too much of his food, it was not bad to change the taste occasionally. Chapter 481: A Day of Leisure. After finally finishing a meal, in order to go shopping, and no longer be seen as a strange animal, and Ran found a corner, put on a mask, and changed her face to an ordinary person, and started shopping. She walked on the busy streets, where people were bustling, and various shops were dazzling. And Ran shuttled among the crowds, and was in a very happy mood. She hadn't been shopping so freely for a long time. In the endless dangers, she had forgotten the joy of this ordinary life. Now all regions are developing very well, and are relatively prosperous. If they really want to give up everything they built here, they are still a little reluctant. And Ran walked into a clothing store. Looking at the dazzling array of clothes, she was a little hesitant. She didn't know what kind of clothes she should choose. After all, she hadn't worn skirts for a long time. Most of the clothes given by the system were casual clothes that were convenient for action, or clothes with good defense. Skirts were rare, and she rarely wore them. It was rare for her to return to the human world. She wanted to spend money, and put everything aside to have some fun. However, when she hesitated, a salesperson in a black dress came over and asked kindly, "Miss, do you need any help?" And Ran looked at her, smiled awkwardly, and said, "I want to pick out some clothes and skirts, but I don't know what to choose." The woman smiled and nodded, saying, "It's okay. I can recommend something for you." After that, she began to choose clothes for Ran. Finally, under the woman's suggestion, Ran chose a simple white shirt and a pair of black casual pants, a floral dress, an ordinary shirt and shorts, different from the clothes given by the system. There are no styles and patterns. The clothes made by players themselves are more focused on good looks and matching. Because this is an ordinary clothing store, there are special stores for adding defense and other things. She walked into the fitting room, put on her clothes, and when she walked out, the woman looked at her and smiled with satisfaction. "This dress suits you very well, and looks very beautiful," the woman said with a smile. And Ran looked at herself in the mirror and felt that this dress really suited her. She paid, walked out of the clothing store, and continued to wander the streets. The shops here pay with potions or minerals, and the price is estimated in equal amounts, which is fine. She walked into a cafe, ordered a latte, sat by the window, and enjoyed the warmth of the sun. She looked out the window. The sun was shining on the street. Pedestrians were hurrying, and everyone was running for life. She casually took out a comic book from her backpack, and began to read it slowly under the sun. She had never expected that there was a coffee shop here. She had never expected that after she had been away from the human settlement for so long, they had already developed so well. For a moment, and Ran had the idea of settling down in the territory. After all, it looked really good here. It was much more lively than her lonely territory. After all, humans are social animals. If they are away from the crowd for a long time, they will inevitably feel lonely. But she shuddered as she thought of the people watching her before. Forget it. She didn't want to be watched by people when she went out, or of people squatting at the door waiting for her when she had nothing to do. If that were the case, it would be scary to think about it. Forget it. She would just live alone. At most, she could go into the territory to play when she was bored. And Ran walked around the territory for a day, and found that the construction of the territory was no different from that of China on Earth. Pedestrian streets, commercial streets, vegetable markets, various shopping malls, and even factories and workshops. There are even weapon shops and armor shops. Except for the lack of exhaust fumes and horn sounds, everything is no different from Earth. After all, human creativity is unlimited. Especially China, which is known as the infrastructure maniac. Because I originally planned to live here. So, everything is built towards that side. Ran played for a day, eating snacks, shopping, drinking milk tea, and bought a few cups for Shioba. Even dinner was eaten in a restaurant, and a private room was opened. And Chan Jun and the others came out. 3 silver-level weapons were consumed in one meal. Luckily, Ran had money. The sun gradually sank to the west, and the sky gradually darkened. Ran walked out of the restaurant and stretched. She looked up and saw that the clouds in the sky had been dyed golden. She looked at the sky in the distance, thinking about the happy time she had spent here today, and couldn't help laughing. Ran walked alone on the street, surrounded by the bustling crowd. She felt a little comfortable. As she walked, she admired the beautiful scenery here. Suddenly, she stopped and looked up at a building next to her. It was a tall building, with a magnificent exterior. She looked at the building, and was curious, so she walked over. When she got closer, she found that the building was a movie theater. She looked at the sign of the movie theater, and recalled her experience of watching movies before. How long had she not been to the movie theater? She herself could not remember clearly. Since she came to this world, she has been busy surviving. An idea suddenly occurred to her. She wanted to go to a movie, to enjoy the long-lost leisure time. So, she walked into the cinema and bought a movie ticket. She chose a light-hearted comedy, ready to relax herself. The movie started, and the cinema was dark. Sitting in her seat, watching the movie on the big screen, she felt relaxed. She was completely immersed in the plot of the movie, forgetting the passage of time. After the movie ended, Ran walked out of the cinema, feeling extremely happy. She felt as if she had returned to the carefree world before. She took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. Night had fallen. The stars were twinkling in the sky, and the moon was rarely hanging in the sky, emitting a soft light. She looked at the beautiful night scene, and a warm feeling surged in her heart. On this day, she had a pleasant day. The bustling crowd began to decrease, and warm yellow lights were lit in every household, and shops began to be set up on the street to open night markets. As long as you are alive, you can't do without buying and selling. After all, you still have to live. The system's mischief did not affect people's normal lives. Ran bought a few strings of duck intestines, ate snacks, and followed the crowd out of the territory. After relaxing, she will continue to work hard tomorrow. Life can only continue if there is a balance between tension and relaxation. Otherwise, the string will be too tight, and it will break easily. Ran flew back to her territory, washed up in a good mood, read comics for a while, and got into bed with a smile. The next morning, before she woke up, she heard the annoying voice of the system. Chapter 482, Flying Competition. Dear players, good morning. Did you have a good rest yesterday? Then let's start today's competition right away. Today's competition is flying. But it's not a simple flight, but an obstacle flight. You will encounter various obstacles during the flight. Please overcome the obstacles and cheer for the system. You can attack the opponent during the competition, kill the opponent, and use any method to bring down your opponent. Each country will send 100 people to this flying competition, which will start in half an hour, so stay tuned. Ran opened her dead eyes, and reluctantly got up, washed and dressed, Xiao Shui and Xiao Mei had not had time to prepare food. And Ran didn't ask for anything complicated. She cooked a big pot of instant noodles. After the family finished eating, they rushed to the competition venue. And Ran also received the competition notification. It was on the panel. She had to go. After they went there, a group of people arrived at the competition venue. Almost all of them had wings and could fly freely in the air. This was the system selection standard. Before the competition started, the contestants from various countries were scattered in various corners of the venue. Some were resting, some were warming up, and some were chatting. Half an hour later, the competition officially began. All the players entered a huge aerial arena at the same time. In the sky, countless clouds sparkled brightly under the sunlight. Below was the green land, and in the distance was the blue ocean. This is a vast and beautiful aerial world, and also a cruel arena. In the competition field, countless obstacles floated in the air. No monsters were seen blocking the way yet, but judging from other games, there would be no few monsters. As the competition began, the players spread their wings and flew into the sky. Countless wings of various colors stretched in the air, rushing towards the finish line. Just halfway through the flight, a wave of arrows came towards them. The sharp arrows flashed cold light and were dark purple. The arrows were poisonous. According to the survival illustration, this thing has a 50% armor-breaking effect. In other words, some of it can penetrate armor, and some cannot. And Ran paused and quickly spread his wings. The sharp wings drew a perfect arc in the air, and he steadily avoided this wave of arrows. At this time, the oncoming rain of arrows became more and more dense, and more, almost occupying the entire sky. If you are not careful, you will be shot into a sieve and become a victim of this game. And Ran's pupil shrank. Her wings flapped vigorously, and her body moved quickly to avoid the dense rain of arrows. She kept adjusting her direction, trying her best to hide her body in the gaps of the rain of arrows, so that her body would not be shot. Occasionally, she would teleport, but the rain of arrows was too dense, and she did not dare to use her armor to block it. Her armor is immune to 70% armor-piercing arrows, but she doesn't want to bet on whether the armor will be penetrated. If you can avoid it, try to avoid it. And Ran can dodge easily. After all, she has teleportation and foresight. It's easy to dodge. But other players are not as good as her. Especially this wave of arrows has armor-piercing properties. And Ran keeps dodging in midair. Her flexible figure shuttles in the rain of arrows effortlessly, while dodging the rain of arrows. And Ran observes the surrounding situation. She saw many players struggling in the rain of arrows. Some were shot and fell from the sky. Some were pierced through the armor by armor-piercing arrows and suffered serious injuries. With the addition of armor-piercing and poison attributes, this wave of competition was simply about taking lives, not a game. Seeing this scene, and Ran sighed in her heart, saying that the death system was really a pitfall. After finally passing the rain of arrows, everyone encountered a bigger obstacle. It was countless huge pendulums. Forming an obstacle, players had to pass through countless swings and collisions into the pendulums. If you are not careful, you will be hit by the pendulum, squeezed in the middle, and seriously injured. Flying past the side is not allowed in the flying competition. You can only fly through the middle of the big pendulum. This big pendulum has no rules and swings randomly. And Ran speeds up, passes through several big pendulums, and then hits a big pendulum several tens of meters wide. And Ran retreats, and a huge pendulum also comes from behind. The two pendulums are one in front and one behind, trying to hit and Ran to death in the middle. The huge pendulum blocks the sunlight, and then Ran's vision suddenly becomes dim. She can clearly hear the whistling sound of the pendulum cutting through the air. And Ran looked calm, raised her right hand, flicked her finger lightly, and a dazzling light broke through the air and shot towards the pendulum in front. With the impact of the light, the pendulum in front instantly cracked, turned into countless fragments, and scattered in the air. And Ran flapped her wings, quickly passed through the middle, and rushed towards the finish line. The road ahead was still long, and there were more and more big pendulums. It was simply a big fight. And Ran had a bow and arrow in her hand, and the bow and arrow flashed with cold light. It was her previous bow and arrow, and she had never used it before. She pulled the bowstring, put the arrow on it, aimed at the pendulum in front of her, and shot an arrow quickly. The arrow pierced the sky like lightning, instantly penetrated one of the handles of the pendulum, shattered it, and the pendulum fell directly from the sky. And Rand took the opportunity to pass through the pendulum and continued to fly forward. Her archery skills were very superb, and she almost never missed a single shot. This big fight lasted for a long time, and Rand smashed countless pendulums and passed through this pile of big pendulums. And Rand's operation also benefited the people behind her, and they followed and ran through. And Rand glanced at it, ignoring it, and continued to fly forward. Soon, a large obstacle appeared in front of her again. It was a thunderstorm area, and the space ahead was filled with dense lightning. It blocked everyone's way forward. To get through, they could only pass through this thunderstorm area. This thunderstorm area was not a big problem for Rand. She increased her speed to the limit, and directly activated her invincible golden body, and her body turned into a sharp arrow, and plunged into the thunderstorm. The crazy thunderstorm hit the golden protective shield, and the thick lightning formed a lightning column, and hit Rand. But this invincible golden body was powerful enough. The lightning struck it, only making the outer golden shell vibrate continuously, but did not cause any harm to Rand. And Rand, holding the invincible golden body, rushed forward at high speed without any hesitation. Although she tried to avoid lightning strikes along the way, she still tried to speed up. This lightning area was too wide. She was afraid that the invincible golden body would not reach the end. She accelerated again, and her wings flapped out after images, driving her body to speed up further. Finally, when the invincible golden body was about to end, she rushed out of the thunderstorm area. And Rand breathed out. The invincible golden body time ended. She did not rush forward for the time being, but stopped in midair to catch her breath, and by the way, to see what others would do. Chapter 483 Thunderstorm Area. This is a carefully designed obstacle. And Rand looked solemn. She made it through, but what about the others? She herself had an invincible golden body, and she almost didn't make it through before the golden body disappeared. She was already fast enough, the fastest among all the people present, but at her speed, it was still a little dangerous. This kind of lightning has extremely strong penetrating power. Even if you wear the hardest armor, it is difficult to resist. After being hit, you will be seriously injured at best, or die directly at worst. She was not worried about other people, but she was still worried about the people in her country. Everyone stared at the thunderstorm area in front of them. If they didn't go in, they couldn't give up, so they had to rush forward. Suddenly, everyone was ready and rushed towards the thunderstorm area. At this moment, their speed soared to the extreme, like a flash of lightning, cutting through the sky. They quickly passed through the thunderstorm area. During this process, everyone kept adjusting their angles to avoid the attack of lightning. However, there were too many lightnings, and they couldn't dodge them at all, and were still hit by lightning. Their bodies felt numb. But fortunately, they were not seriously injured, only trembling from the lightning. The energy of the lightning was so violent that even if they tried their best to move forward, they could not avoid being hit. Every sprint, every dodge, consumed their physical and mental strength. Suddenly, someone slowed down. Her physical strength was almost exhausted. Her eyes began to blur, and her mind began to be in a trance. Others were still desperately sprinting forward, avoiding the continuous lightning. But soon, the players were no longer able to survive. They were struck by lightning and froze in midair. The people who were struck fell to the ground one after another, and fell into the depths of the abyss. And Rand had now passed the thunderstorm area. She went back from under the lightning area and quickly retrieved the fallen people. Now it didn't matter which country they were from. As long as they could be saved, they were saved. Other people who did not participate in the competition could not enter the track. If they entered, they would be considered as participating. The rescued people were thrown directly to the cloud island next to them, and they lay down. And Rand didn't know how many times she had flown. Her movements were so fast, like a white dragon dancing in the air, picking up contestants one by one from the air, and then quickly throwing them to the cloud island beside. At first, she just passed under the thunderstorm area, but as time went on, more and more contestants were shot down, and she had to speed up again. She would not enter the thunderstorm area, because as long as she entered, the lightning would also attack her. The system didn't care whether she had passed this level or not, as long as she entered, she would be attacked. Besides, the person who was electrocuted had already fallen from the thunderstorm area, so she didn't need to go in. Just as she was flying faster and faster, rescuing more and more people, suddenly, a weak voice came from her ear, and ran. "I have another person here. Please help me save her. I can't hold her anymore." And Rand turned her head, and saw that the person who spoke was a thin man. His body was floating in the air, with electric light all over his body, and he looked like he was about to collapse. In his hand, he was holding a person who had lost consciousness. Although the man had left the thunderstorm area, he was severely electrocuted, and Ran did not think much, and immediately flew over, picked up the unconscious man, and quickly put him on the cloud island nearby. After she did all this, the thin man looked at her gratefully and said, "Thank you." And Ran, "Can you still hold on? Otherwise, you can also go to the cloud island to rest." The man looked at the few dozen players left in the thunderstorm area. Except for Ran, most of the other contestants were eliminated. The remaining ones were some protective gear and the like. The man shook his head, thanked and ran again, and then flew back to the thunderstorm area. There were not many contestants left from their Chinese country, and they had to get enough points, or they would be caught up by the United States. You know, the difference between the first and second place prizes was too big. That was 10 gold level weapons. Not to mention the 3 level upgrade for all citizens, as well as 500 magic soul pills and top level red potions. The magic soul pills were potions that directly restored half of your magic power regardless of your magic power. Even if they reach a peace treaty with other countries, they have to keep things in their own hands. Moreover, they cannot put all the burden on Anren. They also have to win. Anren did not delay, and continued to fly towards other contestants, saving them one by one, and throwing them on the cloud island. In this way, Anren continued to shuttle in the thunderstorm area, saving contestants one after another, and before she knew it, she had saved most of the contestants. The rescued people were directly disqualified and could not participate in the next flying obstacle race. While Anren was rescuing people, the remaining dozens of people finally passed through the thunderstorm area by various methods. There was constant cheering at the other end. Hundreds of people from China were eliminated, and only 3 people were left besides Anren. However, more than 20 people from the United States were left. If they persisted to the end of the next game, the score would be reversed. The United States would surpass China in one fell swoop and become the first. Then in the end, who would get the reward? The thunderstorm area dissipated in the air, and everyone continued to move forward, and a large number of poisonous bees flew towards them. Each one was more than half a person tall, with a blue-purple poison needle on its tail, which looked like it was not easy to mess with. And Ran smiled, and as everyone rushed forward, she released the 9 snakes, directly sending a wave of electricity to the contestants from other countries. She had not retaliated against the group of people who besieged her before, and had been waiting for this group of people here for a long time. The group of people was struck by lightning, and shivered and stopped in midair. The poisonous bees swarmed up, and stung them fiercely. They did not dare to confront the group of poisonous bees, and dived down one after another, trying to escape from the bee swarm. And Ran quickly followed, with a mocking smile on his face, and with a wave of his arm. The 9 snakes struck down with several lightning bolts, knocking them down again. These players were beaten to pieces, and were in a miserable state. But Ran had no intention of letting them go. The 9 snakes released lightning again and again, and each time they could accurately strike a player. Once hit, they would enter a paralyzed state and be unable to move. Under Ran's control, these players quickly lost their ability to resist and were stung by poisonous bees. They fell directly into the water, fell off the track, and were picked up by people from their countries who did not participate in the competition. Fortunately, the detoxification was timely, and no casualties were caused. And Ran took the 9 snakes with him. Chapter 484 Rest the ring match begins. And Ran continued to move forward, without stopping at all. This scene made the players who were rescued by Ran all gasp in surprise. How could she forget that? She was never a good-tempered person, and was besieged by others before. How could she not retaliate? It was just a matter of time for revenge, and now she was taking action to deal with the players from other countries. The timing was just right. The players who were rescued by Ran secretly felt lucky that they had not offended Ran before. On the other side, the players who were beaten to pieces by Ran gnashed their teeth and wished to tear Ran into pieces. However, they knew that they were no match for Ran, and could only swallow their anger and temporarily avoid Ran. Ran kept moving forward, constantly killing the poisonous bees that blocked his way. They were poisonous, but definitely not as poisonous as the 9 snakes. After the 9 snakes sprayed a few venomous sprays, the poisonous bees had no time to resist, and were directly poisoned into a pool of black water and disappeared. She killed her way through, leaving behind a pile of corpses, which soon disappeared and became part of her supplies. However, those players who were dealt with by Ayn Rand felt very aggrieved. They could only watch their country's people being forced to withdraw from the competition. But they could do nothing. In the end, China still won. Although the points did not increase much. It just reached 152 points. But other countries did not increase a single point. China still ranked first. After the system announced the points, today's flight competition officially ended. The system announced that the highlight of the competition would begin tomorrow. The arena tournament. At least this arena tournament was not about fighting against players, but fighting against monsters. The rules of the arena tournament are as follows. Each country selects the top 100 players to participate in the competition, fighting against 500 monsters above level 75. Each kill counts as 1 point. And the more kills, the more points. There are no rules, no time limit, and each country fights separately. This is quite good. It can prevent everyone from pitting each other during the competition. But today is over. Everyone was struck by lightning today, except Ayn Rand. I guess no one can experience the battle again. All contestants need to go back and rest. Ayn Rand was fine. But she would not want the competition to start early. She had just returned to her own cloud island and received a bunch of private messages. Ayn Rand took a general look, and it was the lords of the major territories who wanted her to go to their territories to rest. After all, tomorrow's competition is special. Ayn Rand is the key to whether their country can win, and they are afraid that other countries will deal with Ayn Rand. Although they will not kill people, they can still seriously injure Ayn Rand, or lock her up, and prevent her from participating in the competition. Ayn Rand thought about it. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, and not wanting to fight with people in the middle of the night every day, she decisively accepted their kindness. She went to a nearby territory. The territory was completely closed at night, and there was no function to open and close it during the day. If you want to get in, you have to break through the most powerful defense shield outside. Not to mention the trouble, it is not certain whether you can break in, and even if you get in, the territory is so big, how can you accurately locate Ayn Rand? You take people to break the defense shield. Are you going to go to war with Huaxia? Any smart person would not think of looking for trouble with Ayn Rand at this time. That would be courting death. There is actually no hotel in the territory. After all, everyone has a room, and they can take it with them. After Ayn Rand arrived, she was invited to the Lord's mansion, where she was served with delicious food and drinks, and was given the best guest room. The service was so thoughtful, and Rand did not refuse, knowing that this was probably the intention of the higher-ups. And she had a big meal with peace of mind. After dinner, she went to the guest room to rest, but she had to be on guard against others. So Ayn Rand still asked Lao Lu to guard outside in the shadows. As expected, the group of foreigners did not come to cause trouble, and everything seemed stable on the surface. But that did not mean they would not sneak in secretly. Someone was able to sneak into the territory quietly, without triggering the ban and letting the Lord know. About dozens of people arrived at the territory, but they were caught by the patrol before they found Ayn Rand. The two sides started a big melee. Magic and skills flew all over the sky, lighting up half of the sky. The loud noise woke up half of the people in the territory, and also woke up Ayn Rand. But the person who came told Ayn Rand that everything was normal and nothing happened, and asked her to continue to rest. Ayn Rand didn't care and went back to sleep. With so many people in a territory, if they can't deal with a few scum who sneaked in, then this lord doesn't need to be a lord anymore. The battle lasted until midnight, and it didn't stop until the second half of the night. All the invaders were killed. Since they could sneak attack, don't blame them for being ruthless. Especially since some of them were carrying poison, which made people even more disgusted. They wanted to knock Ayn Rand down with poison, which might not kill her, but it would be okay to make her unable to get up. Ayn Rand slept until dawn, slept comfortably, and was not disturbed by the battle in the middle of the night. After breakfast with the Lord, Ayn Rand went to the competition venue. There were countless huge arenas floating in the air. There were stands around the arenas, which could accommodate about 100,000 people watching at the same time. There were floating screens for live broadcasts around, for players who couldn't see, and on the panel, so if you didn't want to enter the arena, you could watch it at home. In the arena competition, not everyone came in together, but one person was sent in to fight the monster. After this person failed, the next person would fight. It was more like a round-robin battle, with all countries participating together. Before the game started, Ayn Rand was called away by the Lord. He conveyed the above meaning. hoping that Ran would be the last to appear, because the later the game went, the stronger the monsters would be. Monsters above level 85 might reach level 90, or even 95. After all, the system did not clearly state the highest level, and Ran did not refuse and agree directly. Low-level monsters were not good enough in front of her, so it would be better to let everyone practice. Moreover, the selected players might not be able to persist to any level. The system only said to fight 500 monsters, but did not say how many monsters should be killed. Otherwise, the selection would not be based on points. It should be one person against 5 monsters. But the player level is too low. It is hard to know what will happen if they really fight against monsters above level 90. Moreover, Ran has just reached level 90. She can fight against level 95 only because of her many pets and weapons. Ran just hopes that the system will not be too extreme and make half of the monsters above level 90. Then you will not win many, especially when the player fights alone. It will increase the difficulty of winning. Fortunately, venom and pets are not prohibited from participating in the battle. Otherwise it will be more difficult. The first person to go on the field on the Chinese side is a young child, who looks just over 15 years old and has a very young face. Chapter 485, Arena Match. Ran was here anyway, so she didn't think about going back, so she sat in the stands, watching the others fight. The kid was holding a long machete, using wind magic, and faced a level 80 water monster. The kid was level 81, one level higher than the monster. The kid gritted his teeth, and chopped the water monster with a long machete, one cut after another. His movements were coherent but without any rules. This monster was quite balanced in all aspects, whether it was speed, defense or attack, all fluctuated around 1300 points. It's not a boss or a monster over level 90, so the numbers won't be too exaggerated. The kid obviously has some combat experience, but not much. I don't know why the system chose a little guy to play. Judging from his age, he was probably not very old when he first came. After all, the game has been going on for a few years. When this kid came, he was probably not very old. Most of those who can reach this level are those who follow their elders and relatives to gain experience. Although the kid's movements of swinging the long machete are coherent, they lack strategy and tactics. Each of his attacks is a bit monotonous, and he does not have an effective counterattack against the characteristics of water monsters. The water monster was not hurt too much under such continuous attacks, but gradually adapted to the child's attack rhythm. As the battle continued, the child gradually began to feel tired. He panted, and the speed of his attack gradually slowed down. The water monster seemed to have noticed this, and began to take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Ran watched this scene a little nervously, and silently cheered for the child in her heart. Seeing that the little guy was about to lose, it was very likely that he would be eaten by the monster. After all, the system didn't restrict monsters from eating players. Ran called Xiao Ba out, and asked him to help build a spiritual connection with the child, and gave him some pointers. The child immediately became energetic and cheered up again. The child followed Ran's advice, and began to adopt a new strategy. He used wind magic, constantly interfering with the actions of the water monster, slowing it down. At the same time, he accelerated his own speed, relying on speed to win. The wind system was speed-oriented, and he shouldn't give up his advantage. Then, seize the opportunity, use the long machete and magic to attack the monster's weakness fiercely. This tactic really worked. The water monster began to show obvious decline. After a hard fight, the child finally defeated the water monster. He raised the long machete excitedly, celebrating his victory. Ran watched this scene, smiled with relief. But then, the system threw the next monster up, a level 79 earth monster. It raised the mace and smashed it down. The child retreated urgently, but failed to completely avoid it. The mace hit his leg directly. The child could not help but cry out in pain. One leg was seriously injured and could not stand normally. Ran watched this scene nervously, and silently prayed for the child in her heart. Ran decided to guide the child herself. She directly guided the child to fight in her sea of consciousness. Under Ran's guidance, the child gradually adapted to this way of fighting earth monsters. Drink potion to recover injuries and magic power first, and then fight this monster, which was lower than his level. He just didn't react for a while, and he was not familiar with fighting, and he had just experienced a battle. He used wind magic to create a whirlwind, forcing the earth monster into it, limiting its speed and attack power. Then, the child saw the opportunity, quickly went behind the earth monster, and used the long machete to attack the weak point of its tail. After a fierce battle, the child finally found the flaw of the earth monster and defeated it with one move. The child propped the machete on the ground tiredly, but there was a gleam of joy in his eyes. But he admitted defeat the next moment. If there was another monster, he would not be able to deal with it. After all, he is very self-aware. The monster was teleported to the stage before the player. After knowing the monster's attributes and level, the player sent the challenger up. Knowing the opponent's information, you can send people up in a targeted manner, which is beneficial to the player. The monster that came up was a powerful monster with heavy scales and metal all over. The level was 85, and the value fluctuated around 1700. Therefore, the player sent up was also a powerful player. She was at level 87, and was a thunder type. Completely restrain this monster. This lightning player is a beauty. She wields a lightning spear and attacks the metal monster. The metal monster shines with metallic light, forming countless shields, trying to resist Reina's attack. But Reina's attack is too swift. With an unstoppable attitude, the metal monster gradually falls into a disadvantage. The beauty seizes the opportunity, and ruthlessly pierces the lightning spear into the metal monster's chest, breaking its defense in one fell swoop. The metal monster wailed in pain, and instantly collapsed to the ground. The beauty jumped up, pulled out the lightning spear, and then took advantage of the situation to hit the metal monster's head heavily. This powerful lightning player obviously knew the characteristics of monsters very well. She adopted a quick attack strategy, approached the enemy quickly, and used lightning magic to cause continuous damage to the monster. In the intervals between lightning attacks, she also cleverly used lightning magic to weaken the monster's defense. Her magic power can last infinitely, and has the characteristics of high burst and high attack power, which is even more restraining for metal monsters. In addition, the level was higher than it, and it was almost impossible to hit the monster. The monster tried to fight back, but its speed was slow, and the beautiful player kept creating paralysis effects on it, which greatly restricted the monster's movements. After a fierce battle, the beautiful player finally defeated the metal monster. Thunderous applause broke out in the audience, and everyone was amazed at the outstanding performance of this thunder player. The beautiful woman panted heavily, and drank potions in big gulps, red and blue potions at the same time. Although the battle ended quickly, it was not easy for her to fight. She had just drunk the potion, and her magic and physical strength had not yet recovered. The evil system sent a second monster. It was a monster with flames all over its body. A three-headed dog. Its level was the same as the beauty. Like the beauty, it had high attack power and average defense. But its three heads could launch magic attacks. And they were three different magic attacks. Just like a magic mobile launch turret, the beauty was forced to dodge constantly. In such a fierce battle, the beautiful player did not give up. She dodged the attack of the three-headed fire dog while looking for opportunities to counterattack. She knew that only by grasping the weakness of this monster could she win. After some observation, the beautiful player found that the attack rhythms of the three heads of the three-headed fire dog were not completely consistent, which gave her an opportunity to defeat them one by one. Chapter 486. She first targeted one of the heads, using a series of powerful lightning attacks. Under a series of lightning strikes, one of the heads of the flame Cerberus was successfully shattered, and it howled in pain. The beautiful player seized this opportunity and attacked the other two heads. She used the paralysis effect to restrict the movement of one of the heads, and then concentrated her firepower on the other head. After a fierce battle, the other head of the flame Cerberus was also successfully defeated. Finally, the beautiful player only had one head left to defeat. However, the three-headed fire dog showed great perseverance and fighting ability at the last moment. It fought back hard and continuously attacked the beautiful player. The beautiful player not only had to dodge its fire attack, but also had to resist its physical attack. In this life and death struggle, the beautiful player's physical strength and magic power were gradually exhausted. The audience watched this scene nervously, and they were worried about the players on the stage. However, the beautiful player did not give up. She tried her best and finally defeated the last head of the three-headed fire dog. The audience burst into thunderous applause again. In their opinion, anyone who fought for the country and won glory for the country was a hero. The beautiful woman drank potion again to recover. But this was a continuous battle, and the system would not let the player rest. The beautiful woman did not plan to go down for the time being. She wanted to kill a few more and win more points for her country. The higher the points, the greater the chance of winning first place in the end. We can't put all the burden on Ran, even though she is strong. The next moment, the system sent a low-level dragon up. It was the Stegosaurus that Ran had fought before. It was not easy to deal with, but fortunately, they came up one by one. You have to know that Ran had to deal with a group of them. Their levels were higher than this one. This one was only level 84. Not as high as the beauty's level. The beauty was relieved when she saw the level of this monster. But she became cautious again. They all came from fighting. And they knew never to underestimate any enemy. The Stegosaurus has high attack and defense, but is relatively slow. The beauty has lightning under her feet, as if she is stepping on two wind and fire wheels. Just based on this, the beauty will not lose. The beautiful player immediately went up to it. Before the dragon launched an attack, she used long-range magic to bombard it. She fired several lightning balls, hitting the Stegosaurus' body. Although the Stegosaurus has high defense, it was also shocked and trembled under the powerful magic attack of the beautiful player. And its health value also dropped a lot. The beautiful female player quickly closed the distance and engaged in close combat with the Stegosaurus. She swung her two swords, and one of them slashed the Stegosaurus' head, sparking a burst of sparks. The big metal head was too hard, and the two swords did not leave much marks on it. However, it angered the Stegosaurus, and it roared and fought back at the beautiful woman. The Stegosaurus was not to be outdone, and it hit the beautiful female player with its tail. The beautiful female player reacted quickly and dodged the attack with a backflip. However, the Stegosaurus did not intend to miss this opportunity. It opened its mouth and emitted a strong metallic dragon breath. The beautiful player hurriedly stepped on the lightning, made a big turn, avoided the attack. Although she successfully avoided the attack, her magic power was also consumed a lot. Facing this powerful enemy, the beautiful player had to change her strategy. She began to wander around the Stegosaurus, looking for its flaws. The Stegosaurus was relatively slow, which allowed the beautiful player to easily avoid its attack. Countless metal weapons kept bombarding the beautiful woman, but they just couldn't hit her, which almost angered the Stegosaurus to death. After a beautiful dodge, the beautiful player found an opportunity. She aimed at the relatively soft belly of the Stegosaurus and stabbed it with a sword. This attack caused the Stegosaurus's health to drop sharply. However, the Stegosaurus did not give up. It began to fight back frantically, trying to force the beautiful player back. The beautiful player knew that the battle had reached a critical moment. She increased the intensity of the attack again, alternating between magic and physical attacks to hit the Stegosaurus. The Stegosaurus's health continued to drop, and finally fell under the last blow of the beautiful player. However, the battle is not over yet. The system continues to arrange new enemies for her, and the beautiful player needs to continue fighting. This time, a poisonous snake came up. The beautiful woman did not have time to drink the potion, and the snake bit the beautiful woman's leg. The beautiful woman gave up and left the ring. She drank the potion to detoxify before leaving the ring. While the players were fighting in the ring, Huaxia urgently set up a medical team. Some of them could use healing magic. Some could make antidotes. Some could treat broken bones and regenerate them. And some were doctors on Earth. As soon as the beauty got off the stage, she was taken to the medical team, who confirmed that she had been detoxified and that there was no problem at all, and then let her go. However, she gave up and was no longer eligible to compete. But she also won by 3 points, which was already very impressive. The next person to go up was a strong man, with muscles all over his body, like a bodybuilder. The official prepared a bunch of antidotes and serums for him in advance for the venomous snake. He went up without hesitation. This man did not know magic, but he carried a huge mace, with strong attack power, and looked very scary. The strong man walked up to the venomous snake without hesitation, swung his mace, and hit the venomous snake hard. The venomous snake was shocked by the strong man's powerful force, and took a few steps back. It hissed and spit out its tongue, trying to fight back. The strong man did not give the venomous snake a chance to breathe. He swung his mace, and attacked the venomous snake again and again. Every attack made the venomous snake twist its body in pain. Although the venomous snake also tried to fight back, its speed was far less than that of the strong man's attack, and it was soon beaten into a mess by the strong man. Moreover, this guy was not afraid of the snake venom. Even if he sprayed it all over his body, he had a way to detoxify it. After detoxifying, he continued to attack. Fight, unable to fight, poison, poison, unable to fight, The venomous snake was beaten by the strongman with great frustration, and its health bar dropped straight down. Finally, the venomous snake was hit by the strongman in the 7 inches, and it collapsed on the ground, unable to move. The strongman seized the opportunity, and hit it with a mace, and killed it directly. The venomous snake turned into supplies, and entered the strongman's backpack. After that, the system threw a 9-tailed cat up, which was agile and powerful in attack, just enough to restrain the strongman's recklessness. But who knows, this strongman is not just a reckless man. To be alive today, everyone has survived the battles and the sea of fire. This strongman, with his extraordinary skills and sharp combat awareness, fought with the 9-tailed cat for a long time. Finally, he wore the 9-tailed cat to death. It must be said that this man is also very powerful. It is not easy for him to be selected by the system and sent by Huaxia. Chapter 487. The strongman panted heavily while holding the mace, and swallowed the potion that restored his magic power and physical strength. This time the system directly released a 2-headed wolf. One head could spit fire, and the other head could thunder. This strongman didn't know magic, so it was a bit difficult to fight. The strongman looked at the 2-headed wolf released by the system. His face was solemn. He knew that his opponent this time was much stronger than the previous venomous snake. However, his courage and perseverance did not scare him. He took a deep breath, gripped the mace tightly, and prepared to meet the challenge. The 2-headed wolf roared horribly, and a flame and a lightning bolt spurted out of each of its 2 heads. The strong man immediately jumped away, avoiding the flame and lightning. The 2-headed wolf then pounced on the strong man, trying to tear him to pieces with its sharp claws. The strong man wielded a mace and engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand fight with the 2-headed wolf. He used his strong physique and the power of the mace to repel the 2-headed wolf again and again. However, the 2-headed wolf's power should not be underestimated, and its attacks made the strongman feel more and more exhausted. The strongman knew that he could not delay any longer. He had to come up with a winning strategy as soon as possible. After dodging the 2-headed wolf's fire and lightning attacks again, the strongman quickly approached the 2-headed wolf, leaped suddenly, and jumped onto the 2-headed wolf's back. The 2-headed wolf twisted its body frantically, trying to throw the strongman off. However, the strongman tightly grasped the wolf's hair and attacked the 2-headed wolf's neck violently with the mace. After enduring several heavy blows, the 2-headed wolf finally couldn't hold on and fell to the ground. The strongman jumped off the 2-headed wolf panting. He looked around and announced his withdrawal. After all, he had no strength to continue fighting. The ring competition continued in full swing. During this period, countless monsters came on the field and were killed by the players who came on the field. The battle continued. The battle lasted for so long that almost every player who came on the field held on until the last second. They couldn't hold on any longer and gave up and left the ring. They tried their best to earn more points for the country and for themselves. Fortunately, there are no people who don't know their own strength. As long as they feel that they can't hold on any longer, they just give up directly. It's not a shameful thing. Because everyone gives up quickly, there are basically no deaths, and at most they are seriously injured. There was a girl who gave up slowly, and was slapped by a fire lion, and her ribs were broken. The ribs were stuck in the lungs, but fortunately, this is a game, and after she stepped down, the healing player healed her in no time. After lying down for a day, the player was able to run around happily. In this fierce competition, every player is doing their best in order to win glory for the country, and also for their own glory and points. This battle lasted for half a month, and every player on the field tried their best, and did not admit defeat until the last moment. Although no one was willing to give up, they understood that protecting their own safety was the most important thing. Therefore, when they felt that their physical strength and magic power could no longer support them, they decisively admitted defeat to avoid unnecessary danger. They are doing their best, and the rest of the countries are no exception. They are also madly striving for points. Their scores are already lower than China's. If they don't catch up, the first place will really be taken by others. Therefore, all countries are trying their best to win points. This battle is really crazy. There are 3 to 5 games every day. The monster levels and values are gradually increasing, and everyone is gradually unable to cope with it. Despite this, the enthusiasm of the players is still high. They support each other and face challenges together. After a long battle, the final stage of the ring competition finally arrived. Players from all countries went all out for the final victory. Huaxia has currently eliminated nearly 300 monsters. and the United States has eliminated more than 290. In terms of high-level players, Huaxia, with its large population, is still dominant. In the latest game, the representative player of Huaxia encountered a powerful opponent, a giant dragon with powerful magic attack power. The dragon released its dragon breath, turning the entire ring into a sea of fire. However, the representative player of China was not intimidated by this power. With his wisdom and courage, he cleverly avoided the dragon's attack and looked for opportunities to counterattack. In the fierce battle, the endurance and willpower of the representative player of China were gradually exhausted. But he still persisted. He knew that this was not just a game, but a fight for the country. Although this person had been persisting, he was eventually slapped on the spot by the dragon. He decisively admitted defeat and was teleported away by the system. The system seemed to not want to play with him anymore. Except for the Huaxia arena, all the other arenas sent out dragons. This was the last round. Afterwards, several players went up one after another, but all of them returned empty-handed. Almost all the selected players from Huaxia went up to the arena, except Ran. Because other countries had relatively fewer monsters to fight, there were still players who could take turns. If Ran failed in this battle, it would mean that they would have no players to continue to play. This fire dragon was level 93. When Ran came up, it arrogantly pawed its front hooves and spit out a mouthful of flame. Before Ran could stand still, a mouthful of dragon breath spurted out directly. Ran did not do anything at all. He just teleported away and threw a little gold at it. The little gold stretched out its huge dragon body. Not only was it a circle bigger than the fire dragon, it was also higher in level. When the fire dragon saw the little gold, it instantly wilted. The little gold was made of metal and had strong defense. The fire dragon's flame attack had no effect on it. Ran smiled and said, "You don't seem to be that powerful anymore." The fire dragon's eyes widened, looking unbelievable. It flapped its wings, trying to escape, but Xiao Jin had already flown over its head, opened its huge metal claws, and grabbed the fire dragon. The fire dragon was suppressed and unable to move, letting out bursts of mournful cries. Xiao Jin took the opportunity to beat it up, beating it so hard that it dared not resist at all, and only wanted to escape. But it ran towards Ran, and Ran took the opportunity to launch a series of magic attacks on it. Without even drawing the sword, the fire dragon was knocked to the ground with pure light magic. The fire dragon struggled to get up, but it no longer had the courage to fight, and was finally bitten off the neck by Xiao Jin. Ran already had Xiao Yan, so there was no need for another fire dragon. It was still a fire dragon that was even more cowardly than Xiao Yan, with low attack power and low flame temperature. Although it was higher in level than Xiao Yan, it was too cowardly. No. It should just be turned into supplies. Chapter 488. The whole battle took only 10 minutes. Throughout the game, Ran used crushing attacks. This made the people who had been watching the game silent. Whether it was the Chinese or foreign players, they were greatly shocked at this moment and could not react. They knew Ran was strong, but they never thought she would be so strong. Have you ever seen someone who beat up a dragon? She is one of them. And it looks good. The dragon that came out to fight for her was also a dragon. How many dragons gathered around her? Except for Ran, who solved it easily, the rest of the countries were not so easy to solve. After all, this was a dragon. No matter in the east or west, the dragon race stood at the top of the food chain. Even the East Island countries suffered casualties. A player named Meichuan Nika had his head smashed by a dragon's claw, just like hitting a watermelon. Red and white flowed all over the ground. So, the remaining players of the East Island country, before it even started, abandoned and quit. Their superiors were so angry that they cursed loudly. But they were all broken jars, and they just gave up. They thought it was already like that. They couldn't even get into the top 3 anyway, so why bother trying so hard? It was foolish to try so hard for something that you couldn't get. The United States and the Bear Country ranked 2nd and 3rd at this time, and their individual combat power was still very good. But it took several players to completely destroy the dragon. They adopted the form of a round-robin battle. They thought there was no dragon, and the last player who eliminated the dragon clan with blood all over his body, before he could cheer, the system threw another dragon up. It was an ice dragon, level 95, and it released its domain right away. Before the man could react, he was stabbed by countless ice spikes. The last player from the beautiful country died, and the ice dragon disappeared on the stage, and returned to Ran's side. This silver-white ice dragon is a high-ranking dragon, Although it is not a Dragon King, its combat power is not low. It's just that Enran's side is the original body, and the rest are obviously split bodies. When encountering this kind of thing, Enran had to take it seriously, and the long-term weapon turned into a spear in her hand. The ice field opened the domain, and the endless ice field turned into a small world surrounding Enran. Enran's pets came out. For Western dragons, a two-headed dragon, a huge nine-headed snake, and a peacock. This was a huge scene. The ice and snow field turned into an ice and snow magic launcher, which continuously launched ice balls, ice spikes, and freezing from all directions. The ice and snow field had a deceleration ability, and Enran's originally extremely fast speed was suppressed. Seeing countless ice magics being fired at him, Enran directly let the 9 snakes transform into a magic launcher. Input magic power, 9 series of magic, shoot out as if it's free, break the ice balls, ice spikes and ice one by one. The power is quite terrifying. On the other side, for Western dragons spewed dragon breath, hot flames, metal storms, countless shadows, and ice collided with each other, producing bursts of explosions. Disaster was not to be outdone. A pitch-black flame directly ignited the ice in the field. In order to prevent the field from being burned out, the ice dragon had to cut the ice in the field. Actively gave up most of the ice. The peacock spread its wings, flashing with colorful light. Its feathers turned into countless sharp blades of light, cutting through the ice dragon's territory, winning more space for Enran and other pets. Enran seized the opportunity. The long spear of the Chanjun Huachi swept across, like the wind, stirring up gusts of cold wind. In the ice dragon's territory, Enran's speed gradually recovered. She turned into a flash of lightning, instantly crossed the territory, and came in front of the ice dragon. The ice dragon let out a thunderous roar. The cold air was overflowing, trying to force Enran back. Enran was not afraid at all. The spear in her hand flashed with dazzling light, and pointed directly at the ice dragon's chest. Seeing this, the ice dragon flapped its wings, and instantly turned into countless ice crystals, trying to avoid Enran's attack. However, Enran was prepared. The spear in her hand suddenly turned into a huge ice ball, covering the ice dragon. The ice dragon was trapped in the ice ball, and could not escape, no matter how hard it struggled. Enran controlled the ice ball, slowly tightened it, and gradually compressed the ice dragon's body. It was obviously an ice and snow magic of the same origin, but it could not control it in the opposite direction, which made it very upset. But it still flapped its wings, and forcibly smashed the ice ball. A breath of dragon with a terrifyingly low temperature was spewed out. The dragon breath and the ice field complemented each other, and the temperature dropped again, already close to -80 degrees. Enran saw this, and immediately dodged backwards, but was still brushed by the dragon breath. Her body was frozen stiff, and her speed dropped sharply. However, she did not give up, but gritted her teeth and continued to rush forward. Chong Jun thawed the ice on Enran's body into water vapor in time, freeing Enran's legs. At this moment, the colorful feathers of the peacock flashed again, turning into a shield, blocking Enran. The colorful light shield resisted the coldness of the dragon's breath, allowing Enran to continue moving forward. Enran quickly recovered his strength, wielded the spear in his hand, and launched a fierce attack. Although the ice dragon had an advantage in the field, it could not resist the swift offensive of Enran and other pets. It was constantly repelled by Enran's spear, and the ice crystals on its body gradually shattered. At this moment, the 4 Western dragons suddenly changed their attack method. They no longer spit out dragon breath. Instead, they condensed flames, metal storms, shadows, and ice into one, forming a huge energy beam. The energy beam pointed directly at the ice dragon and instantly penetrated its body. The ice dragon was pierced while screaming, and its angry eyes stared at the people and pets. The ice dragon suddenly roared to the sky, and the whole domain world was shaking. Under its control, countless ice gathered together and stuck together. Countless ice formed a huge iceberg in the air. The iceberg turned upside down, and its sharp barbs faced Enran and his party, pressing down heavily from the air. The huge iceberg came down with a terrifying sonic boom, like the end of the world. Enran showed a look of astonishment on her face, but she did not retreat. She immediately gave instructions to Xiao Jin and other pets to prepare for this sudden attack. Xiao Jin flapped his wings, and the metal light shone again, forming a huge metal shield, layer by layer, protecting Enran and other pets. The iceberg fell down with a bang, and collided violently with the heavy shield. The earth-shattering roar echoed throughout the entire area. The terrifying energy fluctuations made Ran and other pets feel a strong pressure. And Ran and other pets, under the protection of Xiao Jin, began to launch a counterattack. In Ran's dictionary, only attack is the best defense. Light magic, wind and ice dual magic, metal magic, fire magic, 7 or 8 kinds of magic gathered together, and gathered into a giant magic ball. Chapter 489 End of the Game Rewards. The giant magic ball gradually gathered the power of various attributes, flashing with dazzling light. And Ran waved the spear in her hand, and smashed the power of the magic ball towards the iceberg. The ice dragon on the iceberg felt a strong threat. It opened its huge mouth, and spewed out more terrifying ice dragon breath, trying to increase the attack power of the iceberg. However, Ran did not retreat at all. She held the spear tightly, and rushed towards the ice dragon firmly. The giant magic ball shot out instantly, collided with the dragon mountain, causing a huge explosion. Strong energy fluctuations swept the entire field, and countless ice crystals were shattered and scattered. The iceberg was completely shattered, and exploded into a piece of fireworks in the sky. This powerful impact also directly shattered the field. And Ran directly activated the invincible golden body. And the other pets returned to the space to avoid the explosion. The violent explosion rushed out of the ring, and raged throughout the arena. The audience screamed and dodged to avoid being affected. For a while, the arena was in chaos, and there were panic shouts everywhere. The system did not set up a protective shield at all, so the attack rushed directly to the audience seats. And Ran, under the protection of the invincible golden body, survived the explosion unscathed. The staff of the arena quickly organized the evacuation of the audience, and dispatched a rescue team to the scene for rescue. After a period of chaos, the arena finally returned to peace. Fortunately, everyone's combat effectiveness was good, and their defense was not low. In addition, they all had medicines on them, so there were basically no casualties. And Ran led Chong Jun and other pets out of the space. They saw the mess in the arena and felt a little emotional. The ice dragon was lying on the ground dying, with resentment and anger in its eyes. But it was a pity that it had been blown half to death. It was facing the impact directly, and it was the one that was blown the hardest. This dragon was not the Dragon King, and it was very likely that it did not have a chip. So Ran was forced to sign a pet contract. It seemed that to get the last 2 chips, she had to go back to the dragon domain. If the system was not bored and had to pull her out to play boring games with it, she would probably still be fighting in the dragon domain. But it's not bad. Winning can increase 3 levels, which is very good. After defeating this dragon, the competition ends directly. After all, except Ran, there are no players from other countries who can participate. If the competition continues, it will become Ran's personal show. The system doesn't have so many monsters for her to continue to fight. It really wants the monsters to kill Ran, but if they come one by one, then it will be a meal for Ran. The gain is not worth the loss, so forget it. Although the system is extremely reluctant, but this nonsense competition is indeed over. Huaxia deservedly became the first, followed by the United States as the second, and the Bear Country was in the third. The difference between the first and the second was more than 30 points, and more than 50 points more than the third. Kimchi Country and East Island Country did not even make the top 10, although a group of people were muttering there, saying that Huaxia cheated. With Ran there, it was impossible for them not to win. But Huaxia was only concerned with celebrating the victory, and had no time to care about these sour chickens. And they didn't dare to complain to the system. After being struck by lightning once, they would be stupid if they didn't learn their lesson. After the game, the system distributed rewards as promised, and Ran's level was directly upgraded from level 90 to level 93. After reaching level 90, each value doubled again, and each level increased by 150 points. Level 3 is attack, defense and speed each increased by 450 points, including free attribute points, each increased by 480 points. Health and magic, each increased by 900 points. The system is really generous. But the accumulated experience directly exceeded 5 million, which is also ridiculous. The system also issued 10 gold-level weapons. These gold-level weapons include various types: knives, spears, swords, halberds, armor, whips, broadswords, and longbows. The values are very good, and the additional skills are also very good. The players of Huaxia cheered, although these 10 weapons may not fall into their hands, but they also got benefits. Each person increased 3 levels. You know, It is so difficult to increase experience now. Even these 3 levels of experience will take several months. Although they coveted the gold weapons, no one came up to grab them, they just watched eagerly. The official projected the weapon data on the panel, so everyone could see it. Although Ran helped win the first place in the competition, she had no interest in these gold-level weapons. These weapons were also given directly to the official, and they were to distribute them themselves. But Ran was the biggest contributor to this competition after all. She didn't have a gold-level weapon, she didn't care, and the people below probably wouldn't agree. The values of these weapons were pretty much the same, and there was a fluctuation of only a few dozen. Of course, it didn't make much difference whether there were these dozens of values or not. The official asked Ran to choose a weapon. But Ran looked around and didn't see anything she liked. Her sword was indeed gold grade. But compared to the weapons here, it was still stronger. So she didn't change it. The official saw that she was really not interested in these weapons, and was actually relieved. But if he didn't give them to Ran, he was worried that it would disappoint her. So he asked her what she needed and exchanged her for weapons. And Ran really couldn't think of anything that the official would have that she didn't have. She thought about her messy pile of supplies again, and they were almost all complete. And there didn't seem to be anything missing. After thinking for a while, Ran's eyes suddenly lit up. And she thought of something. Do you have weapon upgrade cards? Give me a few. To be honest, the official has nothing else. But this weapon upgrade card is really available. Some weapons are not worth upgrading. So I plan to put them aside and upgrade them when I find a suitable one. Weapon upgrade cards are not easy to get. But after accumulating them for so long, there are still quite a few. I asked Ran how many he needed. And Ran said that they could give as they saw fit. The official was generous, and gave Ran 5 weapon upgrade cards and 50 magic soul pills at one time. And Ran didn't hesitate to accept it. She had a lot of things to upgrade, and 5 cards could upgrade a lot of things. Just as Ran was about to leave, she was stopped by someone, who secretly asked about the system on the paper. But she avoided the word system when asking, and used it instead. And Ran thought about it. And some things couldn't be explained here. With the consent of several leaders, she took them and the bodyguards into the Fantasy Sea. Except for Chong Jun being the creator of the manufacturing system. She didn't keep anything else. And told everything. She also talked about the one-click release of skills by everyone. The leaders were all dizzy after leaving. And as for how they would explain these things to other countries, it was their own business. Chapter 490 Various Upgrades in Progress. After taking the upgrade card back, Ran did not enter the dragon domain for the time being, but planned to upgrade her weapons first. The most important upgrade was the invincible golden body. She relied on this to escape death countless times. Upgrading this was the most useful. Take out the pendant and use both cards together. The pendant was upgraded again, and the level directly broke through to the diamond level, and the cooling time was shortened again. Growth diamond level pendant can be used actively when activated. A protective shield will be formed around the body. The invincible golden body lasts for 120 seconds. Within 120 seconds, even a level 100 monster cannot break through the defense. Invincible within 120 seconds. Cooling time 30 minutes. The pendant can be upgraded later. Please find out the details by yourself. This cooling time is shortened to within 30 minutes. I don't know if it can be further shortened by using the upgrade card. Although it is like this now, if used well, it can also be a life-saving talisman. But the cooling time is still too long. However, her intuition tells her that it has reached a limit for the time being, and it will not be shortened again if it is used again. And Ran had to give up with regret, and use the upgrade card on other weapons. For example, the Spear Storm. Its current attack is too low. Like the long sword, it relies on Ran's own high attack power to fight. And Ran used the upgrade card on both the long sword fish and the storm. The storm did not upgrade to the platinum level, but the value changed. Gold level Spear Storm, attack 2700, speed 2450, defense 2500, durability 10,000. Skill 1, there is a 65% chance to trigger the burst wind blade. The cold wind turns into a sharp blade, triggering a violent wind blade. Hundreds of wind blades are enough to kill a person alive. Each wind blade has 1/3 of the attack power of the spear. Skill 2, there is a 65% chance to trigger the skill, Light Storm. The light blade turns into a blade storm, directly crushing the enemy into meat paste. Skill 3, each ordinary attack carries a corrosive toxin attack. Skill 4, There is a 10% chance of triggering a compound skill for elements mixed attack, which is a one-hit kill skill. Even if the level is too high to trigger this skill, it can still cause huge damage. Note, when the spear launches a skill attack, it will draw the player's own magic power to maintain the attack. If the magic power is too low, the skill cannot exert its maximum power. Weapons above silver level are automatically bound to the player, cannot be dropped, cannot be robbed before the player dies. It can be forged again later. This attribute value is already very good. Her own attack power plus storm can also hit a high attack of 6,000 points. Not to mention other additional things. It's not particularly difficult to deal with, just use storm, or there are Chong Jun and others. Next is Wind Yu. This weapon has not been upgraded for a long time. The value is indeed too low. Because the quality is not high, after using the upgrade card, it did not break through to the platinum level. It just improved the value. Gold level Rapier Shrimp, attack 2200, speed 2300, mainly takes the light route, but the attack power is also not low. There is a 55% chance to trigger the built-in skill, Split Sword, attack 5 swords in an instant. Each sword has 2,200 attack points. And there is a 55% chance to trigger the wind attack, Crescent Slash. The wind magic turns into 2 huge crescent-shaped slashes. Magic immunity is ineffective against it. There is a 7% chance to trigger a special skill, the Sorrow of the Phantom Sea. While the waves are washing, the enemy is chopped into pieces, almost a one-hit kill killer move. Durability 9,500. Note, it can be forged and modified twice later, with no upper limit. Equipment above silver level is automatically bound to the user, and cannot be dropped. After upgrading these two, there is still one card left, and Ran is hesitating who to give it to. Suddenly, she remembered the group hallucination she had in the game. Even if she was wearing something that could prevent hallucinations, it was useless. The illusions directly controlled by the system are hard to resist. Let's see if she has anything that can block mental attacks, and then see if there is anything in the trading area. She also has a gold level bow and armor, which can be used for trading. Usually, such things are used by oneself, and will not be sold in the trading area. And Ran didn't think she could buy it, so she searched her backpack first. She actually found one. A beautiful ring. I don't know which monster gave it to her, anyway. It was mixed in a pile of supplies. A thin line, with scattered 7-color gems on it, looks very beautiful. Platinum Star Ring. Can resist any mental attack launched by enemies 5 levels higher than itself. The greater the level difference, the weaker the effect, with passive skills. With 65% triggering skills, Sea of Consciousness Shield can completely resist mental damage. Mental power forms a shield similar to the invincible golden body in the Sea of Consciousness, which can be completely immune to all mental attacks, regardless of level and attack power. With attack plus 100, speed plus 100, defense plus 100. And Ran decisively used the upgrade card on this ring. Because it is already platinum level, it is not so easy to upgrade, so after using it, the level did not go up, but the value went up. The most important thing is that the triggering probability of the mental shield became 75%, and all the things that increase attack all increased by 50. This wave is not a loss, and Ran also went to the trading area to look for weapon upgrade cards. If there are any, she will continue to upgrade the weapon. But unfortunately, it was gone, and it was not in the supplies she obtained. She opened the panel and took a look at her attribute values. The rest did not change, only her various attributes changed. Player and Ran. Level 93190000/50000000 HP. 9690. Come on, the indestructible cockroach, you are the most tenacious. Strength 4420 plus 300. You are now the Tyrannosaurus Rex, although you may not be able to beat the real dragons. Speed 3917 plus 850. Hurry up. Hurry up, you are about to break the speed of sound. Just kidding. Defense 4096 plus 850. Although you don't have the thick skin of a dragon, you can fight with a bear. Magic value 9840 can be used to release subsequent skills. However, with this magic value and health bar, if you really face the giant octopus, it is estimated that it will not be enough for it to kill instantly. So, before facing it, you must try your best to increase your health and magic value, and also increase your own attributes. The best thing is to double them all. I have never seen such a thick health bar of monsters of the same level as myself. And no matter how high the player level is, the health bar is still very small. And there are not many things that can be increased. It is difficult. Chapter 491 Escape from Dragon Domain. No matter how much she complained, she still returned to Dragon Domain and continued to fight monsters. The monsters she fought now were all above level 90. Most of them were fighting with her for territory. And there were not many dragons in this group. And Ran later subdued 3 monsters below level 95. Now her experience points can't be obtained by fighting monsters at all, there are too many. In the past, she didn't need such an exaggerated experience points. In the past, only the last level required 100 million experience points, but now the system has been revised. The experience points above level 90 are an astronomical figure. Chong Jun's idea was, if this were the case, it would be better to collect all the chips and directly change the level and experience value. However, when the chips reached 95, changing one's own level or even everyone's level would likely lead to a decisive battle in advance. And Ran and the other players needed to face the monsters in the abyss. So Ran was prepared. There was another way. To convert all the magic power in her body into divine power. The divine power she had obtained before had been subtly transforming the magic power in her body. But because it was a passive transformation, the speed was not fast. If Ran took the initiative to transform, the speed would be much faster. But it would also take a long time. And Ran walked halfway to the dragon domain, stopped, and carefully considered the 2 suggestions. To be honest, Ran was not ready to confront the system in advance. Moreover, if she took the chip directly, her magic power and experience points would increase suddenly. And then she would confront the system directly, which would lead to the inability to control the sudden surge in magic power. Then she would be a pure ripoff. After all, the system was going to launch a general attack. Not just against Ran herself, but against everyone. If one of them goes wrong, Ran will be the great sinner who destroyed the human race. So it is better to be safe. If I guess correctly, the last few chips should be in the abyss. And the last one is with the big octopus. In fact, the level has never been that important. But the system has always emphasized it, which makes everyone understand that the level is very important. If we look at what Chong Jun and the others have practiced before, when the magic power increases to a certain extent, the level will also increase accordingly. The system has been shifting the focus, making everyone focus on experience points and levels, rather than magic power. And Ran was puzzled. Then how do our attack power, speed and defense come from? Aren't they naturally achieved after the level goes up? Something that adds value is given. Isn't this just a matter of magic power changes? Otherwise, why would monsters above level 90 tell you that? The current value only represents the general combat power. When have you seen the magic power of a monster? When did it show it to you? So the important thing is not to increase the level and experience value, but to increase your magic power and health bar. As your magic power increases, your physical fitness will also increase. Even if your level remains the same, you are already strong enough and won't care about it. How do you think you managed to defeat monsters above your level in the past? It's not your level. It's your overall strength. Cha Jun flapped his wings and continued to analyze for her the things you eat to increase your attack power. Most of them have transformed your physical fitness, and they complement magic power. Physical fitness improves, and it can accommodate more magic power. Magic power improves, and it can change physical fitness. Ran almost understood. After magic power is converted into divine power, the divine power further changes physical fitness, accommodates more power, and then continues to change physical fitness. Divine power is not bound by the rules of the system, nor does it need to follow the experience points and levels set by it. And Ran nodded, and Chong Jun's explanation made her suddenly enlightened. It turned out that she had been bound by the rules of the system, paying too much attention to the improvement of levels and experience points, and ignoring the importance of magic power and physical fitness. Now she understands that improving her own strength is the most important thing. As long as the strength is strong enough, no matter what kind of enemy you face, you have the possibility of winning. So, Ran temporarily decided to stop pursuing the improvement of levels and experience points, and instead began to practice magic power and physical fitness wholeheartedly. Magic power and physical fitness still need to be improved. If not, they will stay where they are. If they want to concentrate on transforming divine power, they can't stay in the dragon realm. Therefore, Ran plans to leave temporarily. However, danger is approaching quietly. On this day, Ran was flying out of the dragon realm, and suddenly felt a palpitation. She turned around and saw a huge red dragon flying towards her. The red dragon was huge, exuding a fiery breath. It stared with huge eyes, and its eyes were full of murderous intent. And Rand knew that this red dragon was probably sent by the dragon clan to destroy her. She had been causing trouble in the dragon domain recently, and the high-ranking dragon clan probably disliked her. It was too late to run, so she immediately prepared for battle, tightly holding the spear in her hand, ready to meet the attack of the red dragon. The red dragon roared, and then spewed a blazing flame at Enran. The flame rushed towards Enran like a flood, and Enran quickly teleported, raised her spear at the same time, and shot a sharp wind blade at the red dragon. Enran took the opportunity to collect Yundao, spread her wings and ran out. But she didn't want to fight. She would wait until she completed the transformation of divine power before fighting. This red dragon was level 97, and she couldn't win now. The wind blade hit the red dragon, but it didn't cause much damage. Just scratched the scales of the red dragon. The red dragon roared again, and then rushed towards and ran. She concentrated her mind, gathered her magic power on the spear, and threw it at the red dragon. The spear left a golden light in the air, and then accurately hit the chest of the red dragon. The spear that gathered all the magic power only left a shallow cut on the chest, and knocked off less than 100 points of blood. And Rand flew out directly, and the red dragon, angered by the pain, howled to the sky, and accelerated to catch up. And Rand directly opened the invincible golden body, and Chong Jun controlled the wind behind her, helping her to increase her speed to the limit. The two of them flew out at a high speed. The speed of the two of them added together, and finally left the red dragon behind, and rushed straight out of the dragon domain. The red dragon chased them to the outermost part of the dragon domain, and watched Enran and the others disappear in front of his eyes as a shadow. The red dragon howled in anger, but refused to chase them out of the dragon domain, and turned back to the depths of the dragon domain. Enran flew for more than an hour, and arrived at a small island far away from the dragon domain. The island was large, with lush vegetation, green trees, and a stream, which was clear to the bottom. There were no powerful monsters on it, with the highest level being level 10, so there was nothing to be afraid of. The environment was very good, so Enran decided to retreat here. Chapter 492, Transformation of Divine Power. Demigod. She said she wanted to practice here, but she didn't live there, but she just stopped by the side, and entered the fantasy sea from here, and lived in her own cloud island. It was impossible to leave the big house and live in a small house, but she just saw the good environment here. If you get bored in seclusion, you can come out here to walk around and have fun. Although the fantasy sea is beautiful, you will get tired of it. Right? She opened the door and returned to the fantasy sea, and asked Cha Jun and the others to come out to guard, and she began to retreat. Although the fantasy sea is her territory, she is also afraid that one day the system will break through the barrier and come in, which would be terrible. She found the divine nature in her body, which was slowly spinning in her body, extracting a little bit of magic power and converting it into divine power. The speed was as slow as an old lady shopping, and there was a sense of calmness in it. And Rand poked it with her mental power, and then actively urged it to start converting magic power. Once Rand joined in, the conversion speed was much faster. The divine nature was spinning rapidly in her body, absorbing magic power and converting it continuously, like a small spinning top. And Rand was converting magic power while absorbing external magic power. After all, when magic power is converted into divine power, it will be infinitely compressed. Divine power is more condensed and mellower than magic power. As Rand continued to absorb magic power and convert divine power, she found that the divine nature was gradually changing. The originally slightly gray surface of the divine nature gradually became brighter, like a gem that was wiped clean, emitting a charming luster. And Rand could feel that the connection between the divine nature and her became closer, as if it was an innate part of her body. She knew that this was because when the god had absorbed her magic power and converted it into divine power, it also absorbed her spiritual power, making the three merge into one, under the continuous conversion of the godhead. And Rand's body was constantly washed, reshaped, and transformed by the divine power. Her physical fitness gradually improved, her meridians expanded, and the magic power pool in her body continued to expand. Originally, her magic power pool was close to saturation, but with the help of the godhead, her magic power pool began to slowly expand again, as if it would never end. And Rand did not stop practicing. She continued to absorb magic power, converted it into divine power, and constantly improved her strength. She knew that, in this dangerous world, only with enough strength could she protect herself and everything she cherished. As time went by, and Ran was completely immersed in cultivation, forgetting everything in the outside world, her magic pool became larger and larger. Her divine power became more and more pure, and her divine nature became brighter. Suddenly one day, and Ran felt a suction force generated by her divine nature, as if it was longing for something. She felt it carefully and found that her divine nature wanted to absorb more magic power. And Ran did not hesitate. She began to absorb more magic power and convert more divine power. However, what surprised her was that no matter how hard she tried, the divine nature seemed like a bottomless pit and could never be filled. The terrifying suction force was about to drain her magic power. She had been manipulating a small amount of magic power to feed the divine nature, allowing it to compress and transform. The magic power first entered the magic pool before being transferred to the divine nature, lest she could not control it and directly lost control. But now, the divine nature seemed to feel that the magic power was too little and not enough. So the suction force increased greatly. But the magic power she fed to the Godhead was much more than it had converted before. What happened suddenly? Ran urgently called Chongjun. Although Chongjun did not have a Godhead, he still knew something about the situation. This is the upper limit of the conversion. And Ran, don't panic. After all, you have not reached level 100 yet. You are not a true god, but just a demigod. The magic power conversion is not enough. Put it directly into the magic power pool and absorb more magic power. Whether you can become a demigod depends on this time. Chongjun said this, and Ran decided to take a risk and try. She began to connect her magic pool with the Godhead, allowing the Godhead to directly absorb the magic in the magic pool. This move was very dangerous, because once the Godhead lost control, it might drain her magic pool, causing her to lose all her magic, and even endanger her life. However, Ran could no longer care about so much. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing your child. So let's fight. She believed that her feeling was not wrong, and there must be a reason for the change in the Godhead. As the Godhead began to absorb the magic in the magic pool, Ran felt that her magic pool was shrinking rapidly, while the Godhead was gradually becoming brighter. She suppressed her panic and continued to let the divine body absorb magic. She fully released the absorption of magic. After fully releasing it, she felt that all the magic between heaven and earth was rushing into her body, as if it was free. The huge and surging magic was like a flood, pouring in continuously, entering the magic pool, and then rushing into the divine body. And Ran herself was a magic transfer station, responsible for transporting magic. However, this method of absorbing magic also made Ran's physical fitness grow rapidly, and her physical values kept rising. I don't know how long it took. There was no sun or moon during cultivation, and no time. Finally, when the magic power pool was about to run dry, the Godhead stopped absorbing, and Ran breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, nothing happened. She checked her body, and the magic power pool had been transformed by half, and became a God power pool. What flowed in her body was not magic power, but God power, and her physical fitness was further improved. Because she was in the illusion sea, she could not see the specific numerical changes. She was indeed a demigod now, and her magic power was converted into God power, but her body had not yet been completely converted into a God body. It is true that one can become a god only after reaching level 100. And this level 100 godhood is not what the system stipulates. As for why the predecessors did not reach the final godhood, it is very likely because they followed the settings given by the system. Then it is estimated that they will not become gods in this life. And the 100 million experience points cannot be earned even if the system is destroyed. Moreover, the system will not allow you to earn enough experience points. Although the divine power has been converted, it still needs to be consolidated. And Ran did not give up and continued to practice. As time went by, and Ran found that she was becoming more and more proficient in controlling the divine power, and was able to fully control this power. Finally, one morning, Ran woke up from her practice. She felt that her godhood had been completely stabilized, and the divine power pool was also full of divine power. As long as she had a thought, she could easily mobilize the magic power between heaven and earth and use it for her, as if she were using her arms and fingers. She knew that now her divine power was completely stabilized at the level of a demigod, and the rest still needed to be practiced to the point. And Ran's mind moved, and a majestic divine power surged out of her body. instantly covering the entire fantasy sea. At this moment, she felt as if she had become the master of the fantasy sea world, omnipotent and omniscient. She could even clearly feel the little bugs digging in the soil. Chapter 493, The First Battle of Divine Power. And Rand didn't know how long he had been here. Anyway, after he went out, it had turned from winter to summer. And Rand stretched, wandered around the island for a while, and then began to check his panel. Sure enough, all the values were calculated. Player and Rand. Level 93190000/500000 HP 16900. Come on, the indestructible cockroach, you are the most tenacious. Strength 7200 plus 450, you are now the Tyrannosaurus Rex, although you may not be able to beat the real dragons. Speed 7080 plus 1000, hurry up, you are about to break the speed of sound. Just kidding. Defense 7196 plus 1000, although you don't have the thick skin of a dragon, you can fight with a bear. Magic value 18,840 can be used for subsequent skill releases. The level has not changed, but her physical value is comparable to that of a level 90 dragon. This is the correct value for level 90, the previous value was just nonsense. The biggest change is not only the physical value, but also the health value and magic value, which have reached the average level of monsters of this level. She no longer needs to rely on weapons and armor to fight monsters of the same level, she can beat them by herself. And Rand was very satisfied with her current state. She felt full of strength and wanted to find some monsters to try her hand. However, the most urgent thing now was to see how long she had been in seclusion and what happened to others. She went back to Huanhai and asked Chong Jun. Chong Jun estimated. You spent about half a year. Looking at the weather outside, it was about the same. I don't know how others have been doing in the past 6 months. Before she left, she told the higher-ups that if they released it with one click, the system would control them and let them cultivate their magic power on their own. She also told them the method. But I don't know how it is now. She opened the chat area, and it was as lively as ever, with many people chatting and selling things. After searching for a long time, she finally found someone who was discussing cultivation. Anyway, and Rand just wanted to know that someone was cultivating. And she didn't care much about how they cultivated. After reading what she wanted to know, and Rand began to experiment with her own divine power. The most intuitive ability is the domain, or it should be called the semi-god domain now. When the divine power in her body is compressed, her energy in her body increases greatly, and the external forces she can control become stronger. The domain that was originally only a few dozen meters in diameter, under Rand's unstoppable release, directly expanded to several hundred meters. Divine power has no attributes, and usually it is the god that gets the position. Gods are still gods without positions, but they are not in that position and do not hold the position. Therefore, the release domain is also attributeless. And Rand tried to compress the domain as much as possible. If the domain is too large, it would not only waste divine power, but also be difficult to control. The domain was compressed to within 100 meters, which not only consumed less divine power, but also required less effort to maintain. Divine power is a magical thing, which can be transformed into various elemental powers. And Rand tested the efficiency of divine power in transforming elemental power. And Rand tried to transform divine power into various elemental powers, and then release them. She found that the fire elemental power transformed from divine power was extremely powerful, much more powerful than ordinary fireballs, and consumed less divine power. The water elemental power was relatively gentle, able to heal injuries and restore physical strength. Although it was not powerful, it was very practical. The ice elemental power was a control skill that could freeze the enemy and restrict the enemy's actions, but it consumed more divine power. However, among them, the space element consumed the most divine power, but it was also powerful. In short, the transformation of divine power into various elemental forces has its own unique effects. The specific choice depends on the specific situation. And Rand tried some other methods, and finally found that divine power can be used in almost all aspects of combat, which has comprehensively improved her combat effectiveness. And Rand finally understood why the gods are so powerful. It turns out that divine power is so magical. However, she also knows that she has just mastered divine power, and is still far from truly exerting the power of divine power. Therefore, she must continue to work hard, and strive to master the power to the extreme as soon as possible. After several experiments, and Ran decided to find trouble with the dragons after she was sure that she had completely mastered the domain. She should upgrade if she can, because the system will give her magic power and other values when she upgrades. This is what the system has given her, and it will be hers after digesting and absorbing it. It is much better than absorbing and practicing it bit by bit. Don't miss it. And Ren drove the Cloud Island to the Dragon Domain. The dragon in the Dragon Realm was originally one of the worlds it conquered before, not a monster it created. Now that it is dead, the system cannot refresh it. Moreover, to copy and refresh such a powerful monster, it will consume a huge amount of power, which is not worth the loss. Moreover, its biggest trump card is that the dark monsters in the abyss are not dragons. So it does not care about Enran's mischief, because Enran hid the chip in the illusion sea. It thought Enran only had more than 80 chips in her hand, and did not realize that she was almost complete. The red dragon that drove Enran out of the dragon domain saw Enran coming back, and his heart skipped a beat, and he immediately flew up. The evil star that had annihilated the dragon domain was back again, and his aura was different. If Enran was a sharp sword before, she was now as heavy and steady as a mountain. The dragon could even feel a faint pressure from her, and Ran saw it standing on the top of the mountain, looking at him in confusion, and greeted him with a smile. Hello. Who knew that the other party would spit a dragon's breath at her without saying anything? The dragon did not respond, but stared at Enran with angry eyes. Enran's divine power changed, and in an instant, a domain directly enveloped the red dragon. A thick thunder fell from the sky, and struck the dragon fiercely. The dragon roared in pain, and its huge body struggled violently. However, in Enran's domain, the dragon could not escape at all, and could only bear the bombardment of thunder. After a moment, the thunder disappeared, and most of the scales on the dragon's body had been split off, and it was bleeding, looking extremely miserable. However, the dragon's eyes were still extremely stubborn, and it had no intention of surrendering. She released the thunder and lightning, and the domain also changed, becoming the thunder and lightning domain. The thunder and lightning struck it to death, and Enran asked condescendingly, "If you don't want to die, you can surrender to me." She responded with a hot dragon breath. It was obvious that the dragon would rather die than surrender, and resolutely executed the orders issued by the system. Seeing this, Enran directly increased the power of the thunder and lightning. Chapter 494 Black Dragon King. The red dragon was electrocuted to death. It didn't need its consent at all. It was forced to be subdued by Enran, and became a pet. Although the red dragon was full of frustration, but after being subdued, it had to obey obediently. This was also one of the rules set by the system. After dealing with this red dragon, Enran went to the depths of the dragon domain. The Dragon King, the Dragon Emperor, she is here. Before she got halfway, she was spotted by the Dragon King. This Dragon King was a black dragon, good at dark magic. Dark Dragon King, level 97, attack 9500, defense 9500, speed 9500, HP 30,000. Good at dark magic, immune to thunder, wind, earth magic. Note: the values of high-level monsters are only the general combat power, cannot represent the actual combat power. Please fight with caution. The black dragon came with a huge pressure, under the heavy black fog, a huge area spread out, enveloping Enran and his group. In the darkness, it seemed that there were attacks from all directions, shadows, and attacks were coming from everywhere. Enran and Qian Yu joined forces, transforming into two huge balls of light, illuminating the darkness. However, they were powerful after all, and their light only illuminated a few of their bodies, and could not reach too far. The darkness squirmed and tried to get closer, but was forced back by the light. Then, the 9 snakes also lit up around them, and the 3 light sources were connected, and the light sources were quickly expanded, illuminating half of the dark area. The places where there was light were as bright as day, and the places without light were as dark as the dark night. The darkness tried to entangle itself, but was forced back by Enran, and kept wandering around the periphery to test. Countless dark whipped shadows filled the entire domain, and whipped them madly. Cha Jun transformed his weapon, and swept his spear, and frost spread, and quickly froze the attacking darkness. The other pets attacked one after another, fireballs, freeze, storms, countless magic exploded in the air, and repelled the attacking darkness. The black dragon controlling the domain saw that the attack missed, and the darkness turned into a sky curtain and a ground cage, and pressed down like a blanket. The edge of the sky curtain was sharp barbs, and the ground cage was countless long barbs, which Together were countless sharp blades, like two giant meat grinders closed together. Facing the attack of the black dragon, Ran quickly summoned more pets, including the red dragon that he had subdued before. All pets worked together, various magics poured out, and launched a fierce confrontation with the black dragon's dark domain. Without opening the domain, relying on the crazy pouring of magic, the closed cover was smashed open. The darkness turned into powder and floated in the air. The black dragon roared, the dark domain fluctuated violently, a powerful energy storm swept out, and everyone was blown away. Ran rolled on the ground for dozens of times before she stopped. However, she was not injured at all. At most, she was a little hurt. The black dragon controlled the terrifying energy storm and swept over. The black dragon's attack became more and more fierce. But Ran and her pets were not vegetarians. They worked together and stubbornly resisted the black dragon's attack. If Ran was not afraid of meeting the Dragon King in advance, and opening the field consumed too much magic power, she would not have to waste time with it. The black dragon's energy storm was very terrifying. But Ran's pets also had their own skills and characteristics. They cooperated with each other and gradually found the rhythm in the black dragon's attack. The red dragon spewed out blazing flames. The ice dragon released biting ice. And the 9 snakes spewed out venom and magic, trying to eliminate the storm. Other pets also used their own special skills. For a moment, all kinds of lights flashed on the battlefield, and energy surged. Ran stood in the center of the battlefield, calmly commanding the pets. Their cooperation became more and more tacit, and their attacks became more and more sharp. The black dragon gradually felt the pressure. It didn't expect that this group of players could resist its attacks, and it seemed that they still had strength to spare. In the moment when the black dragon was stunned, Ran seized the opportunity and commanded her pets to launch a counterattack. First, the ice dragon, Chongjun, and the ice snake released a huge ice wall to block the black dragon's energy storm. Then, the red dragon and the hydra took the opportunity to attack. Their attacks were unstoppable and broke through the black dragon's defense in an instant. The black dragon was caught off guard and let out a painful roar after being hit. Its body staggered a few times and looked a little embarrassed. Ran teleported, and the spear transformed by Chongjun hit the black dragon's head with a shot. The huge force directly blew the black dragon's head to the side. It was dizzy, and even the energy storm could not be controlled. And it dispersed directly. There was no need to resist the energy storm. The other pets directly launched a group attack. Countless magics pressed down on the black dragon like a mountain. Huge and terrifying. When the black dragon came back to his senses, he was horrified to find that countless powerful and terrifying magics were pressed down on him. For the first time, the black dragon thought of escaping. One against a group, or a group of giants with similar stats to itself, it was also scared. Okay, the black dragon spread its wings and retreated, but Ran had been waiting behind it. Seeing it running back, he kicked it hard on its beak but, under the acceleration of gravity, kicked it back directly. Then the black dragon was buried by the violent magic. Faced with various powerful magic attacks, it couldn't run away, and had to bite the bullet and take it head on. Its body stood still in the torrent of magic. Its scales shone with a mysterious and deep luster. It seemed that all attacks could not cause any damage to it. However, although the black dragon showed amazing defense, it did not mean that it could withstand all magics unscathed. As time went on, tiny cracks began to appear on its scales, which made it feel pain. At this moment, a beam of light as thick as a water tank fell from the sky and hit it directly. This was a mixed magic of Ran, Qianyu and Geo Snake. The black dragon roared in pain, and its body trembled violently under the attack of magic. However, even so, it still did not give up, and continued to resist the magic attack with its powerful strength. But the power of this magic beam was extremely terrifying. It left a deep wound on the black dragon's body, and its internal organs could even be seen. The black dragon roared in pain again, and its body began to sway, as if it could fall down at any time. However, at this moment, the black dragon suddenly burst out with a powerful force. Its wings flapped violently, and a strong whirlwind swept in, blowing away all the surrounding magic attacks. Then, the black dragon suddenly opened its huge mouth, and a terrifying dragon breath gushed out, sweeping across the entire dark domain. Ran was no longer stingy with his invincible golden body, and directly opened his golden body. However, the black dragon's dragon breath directly broke through his domain, and he could not maintain it. Ran was like a golden giant cocoon. and was blown out of the domain by the dragon's breath, and was pushed far away, after the dragon's breath. And Ran went back to see the Black Dragon King, and it was already dying. Chapter 495, The Dragon King of War. In fact, the Dragon King has strong combat power, but if Ran wants to find the chip, it must die. And Ran swung his spear, and the spear blade swept across the Black Dragon's head, directly cutting off the huge head. The things given by the Dragon King are already top-notch. Not to mention those top-notch red potions and magic soul pills, food, vegetables, seafood and the like. None of them count. Nothing is missing from the dragon. Dragon meat * 100 tons, dragon blood * 20 gene, dragon bone * 1 piece, dragon claws * 4, dragon wings * 2, dragon scales * 10,000, dragon tendons * 1, dragon pill * 1, weapon upgrade card * 1, rare ore * 10,000, chip * 1. There is nothing else, but these are also very good. Magic soul pill gave 100. Top grade red potion. One bottle will fill up half of the health bar, and then restore 500 health points per second, for 5 seconds. He also gave 100 bottles of red potion. How generous. The blood and flesh of the Dragon King can increase the value of the human body. She can't finish it by herself. And the dragon pill is the real good stuff. It is the magic pool of the Dragon King, which integrates all its magic. Chong Jun said that he would come again to help her improve her physical fitness. She would keep some dragon meat for herself, and the rest could be put in the trading area. Seeing that it was almost the end, any improvement was a good thing. And Ran kept the dragon blood for herself, and kept 3 tons of dragon meat, and sold all the rest. And Ran's selling of the Dragon King's meat caused a sensation. She had always kept her itinerary secret, and no one knew where she went. As a result, she made a big deal when she arrived, selling dragon meat, and the Dragon King's meat. She ignored the ups and downs on the internet, and the private messages that kept ringing. And Ran was now absorbing the dragon pill given by the Dragon King. It contained all its magic power, and after the compression and conversion of the divine nature, she didn't know how much would be left in the end. Her current magic power value actually represents divine power, not magic power. The secondary system detection does not understand, so it still writes magic power. And Ran closed her eyes, put the dragon pill in her palm, mobilized divine power into the dragon pill, and drew a trace of magic power into her body. The entire magic power pool of the Dragon King was compressed into such a small thing. You can imagine how huge the magic power inside is. The magic power followed the divine power into the body, like a surging wave, madly injected into the body, and Ran gritted her teeth and endured the pain. Divine power and magic power gradually merged into one, washing every meridian and bone in her body. She continued to absorb the magic power in the dragon pill. Her body gradually expanded, and tiny cracks appeared on the surface of her skin, under the baptism of this magic power. And Ran's body became stronger and stronger, and her divine power was also growing rapidly. She felt that her strength and divine power were rising again. Finally, after the magic power in the dragon pill was completely absorbed, and Ran opened her eyes, and a faint golden light flashed in her eyes. She stood up and felt that her body was lighter than before, as if she could fly at any time. Demigods can indeed fly without wings, but it consumes divine power and physical strength, which is not as convenient as using wings. Player and Ran. Level 93190000/50000000 HP 17900. Come on. You are the most tenacious cockroach. Strength 8500 plus 450. You are now the Tyrannosaurus Rex, although you may not be able to beat the real dragons. Speed 8480 plus 1000. Hurry up. You are about to break the speed of sound. Just kidding. Defense 8496 plus 1000. Although you don't have the thick skin of a dragon, you can fight with a bear. Magic value 19,840 can be used for subsequent skill releases. I checked the panel, and sure enough, the level remained the same, but the other values were changed. And Ran shook hands, and felt her body full of strength. She was in seclusion for 3 days, and then headed towards the depths of the dragon domain again. The second Dragon King was a fire dragon, living in a territory full of magma. When Ran arrived, it was bathing in the magma. As soon as it saw Ran coming, it activated the domain directly, and turned the entire territory into a magma dragon domain. And Ran also opened his domain directly. The Fire Dragon King's domain is huge, larger than Enrant's domain. But its mass is not as good as Enrant's. Enrant's is a semi-god domain, which can change the attributes of the domain at will. The two domains collided, the tyrannical power dissipated everywhere, and the huge shock wave shook half of the dragon domain. The two high-speed domains turned into two huge vortices, wrapped around the owner, and kept colliding. It tried to burn Enrant's domain, and Enrant tried to devour the Fire Dragon King's domain. Neither of them gave up, and neither of them was willing to surrender first. The domains of both sides collided, and fierce sparks flew. The Fire Dragon King was not willing to be outdone, and summoned a volcanic eruption, and the magma gushed out, and rushed towards Enrant. Enrant waved his hands, and a strong wind blew up in the domain instantly, and blew the magma back. Seeing this, the Fire Dragon King dodged, and immediately opened his huge dragon mouth, and ejected a ball of flames, and attacked Enrant. Enrant raised his spear, and a silver light flashed, and dispersed the flames, and then rushed towards the Fire Dragon King with his domain, and the spear was like a dragon, and pierced the Fire Dragon King's throat. The Fire Dragon King avoided Enrant's spear, and reached out with his claws. Enrant dodged sideways, and pierced the Fire Dragon King's chest with his spear. However, the Fire Dragon King was not injured. His body was as hard as iron, and the spear could not penetrate it at all. The Fire Dragon King grabbed Enrant with his claws. Enrant dodged and shook the spear in his hand, repelling the Fire Dragon King. Then he swung the spear again, and stabbed the Fire Dragon King's throat. The Fire Dragon King grabbed the spear with his claws, and pulled it hard, taking it away from Enrant's hand. Seeing this, Enrant's figure flashed, disappeared from the spot, appeared behind the Fire Dragon King, punched the Fire Dragon King on the back, and knocked him out. The domains collided with each other, and the extremely low temperature ice directly covered the magma, extinguishing most of the magma. The Fire Dragon King fell heavily to the ground, but quickly got up, glaring at Enrant, and let out a dragon roar. Flames came out of his body, and his body expanded rapidly, turning into a huge fire dragon, rushing towards Enrant. Enrant's figure flashed, avoiding the collision of the Fire Dragon King, and then put his hands together, and a huge golden light column fell from the sky, covering the Fire Dragon King. The Fire Dragon King let out a painful roar, and his body kept struggling, but he could not get rid of the golden light column. Enrant injected all her energy into the domain, directly covering and swallowing the Fire Dragon King's domain, assimilating it into her own attributeless domain. With the support of huge divine power, she directly seized control of the Fire Dragon King's domain. The domain was taken away by force, which was equivalent to cutting bones and flesh, and directly hit the Fire Dragon King hard. Enrant pointed her gun at the Fire Dragon King's head. She actually wanted to keep it to help her fight monsters, but she was not sure whether it could explode a chip, so she was very hesitant. She didn't want to kill the Dragon King, but it was obvious that she couldn't, as these dragons were seriously brainwashed by the system. Chapter 496. Destroy the Dragon King. They were controlled before they reached this level, and were forcibly promoted to this level after being controlled. Therefore, they are loyal to the system. Especially the Dragon King and the Dragon King, who were brainwashed to a great extent, would rather die in battle than surrender, which makes people admire their spirit. After all, before the Abyss was repaired, they were the trump cards in the hands of the system, and I don't know how many players they killed. Now that the Abyss is almost repaired, these dragons have become abandoned. The system basically doesn't look at this side anymore. After all, those in the Abyss are the most powerful monsters that Chan Jun and his team fought against. Cha Jun and his team were the first batch of players, and the Fantasy Beast world was the first world to be invaded. The second world was the Abyss, and after the system got it back, the Abyss participated in the war with Cha Jun and his team. Cha Jun and his team failed, with countless casualties, but the Abyss world also recovered for thousands of years. The players and worlds that came in later finally fought against the Dragon Clan. The Dragon race is the third world to be conquered and integrated. For example, the group of black devouring insects were sealed by the Bright Peacock clan with all their efforts. Enrant thought of this, and with a knife, she directly cut off the big head of the Fire Dragon King. Dragon meat * 1,000 tons, dragon blood * 20 gene, dragon wings * 2, dragon claws * 4, dragon bones * 1, dragon tendons * 1, dragon pill * 1, dragon blueprint * 1, weapon upgrade card * 1, secondary forging scroll * 1, rare ore * 1,000, dragon scales * 1,000. Food * 200 Gene, Demon Soul Pill * 200, Top Red Potion * 200. It is no different from before, but there is no chip, so the only possible one is the Dragon King. And Rand planned to kill the Dragon King and then absorb the Dragon Pill. Obviously, the Dragon King was more difficult to fight than the two, but she didn't want to do it herself. So she handed it over to Chongjun and the others. And Ren flapped her wings and flew at high speed, heading straight for the towering palace she saw on the mountain. At the entrance of the palace, the Dragon King, who had transformed into a human form, was wearing a golden robe and looked at them unkindly. Before Ran and the others got close, they transformed into their original forms and rushed forward. Chongjun, Disaster, and the 9 snakes also transformed into their original forms and rushed forward. A pure white dragon, with violent storms. A 2-headed dragon, with dark soul fire all around. There is also a giant snake with 9 heads, spewing out various magics from its mouth. The Dragon King is level 98, of the lightning type, and each attribute has reached an exaggerated 10,000 points. It is really not something Ran can deal with at the moment, although their recovery time is limited. And Ran has reached level 93 after all. The time for each of the 3 of them to unlock has reached 15 minutes. It is still 3 against 1 to beat this Dragon King, who is not as high as them, which is enough to beat him. The 2 huge oriental dragons were several hundred meters long, and the prototype of the 9 snakes was also quite large, only a few dozen meters shorter than the 2. The 3 of them chased the Dragon King all over the sky, and Ran looked up and watched the excitement from below. The white dragon brought with it the thunder and rain, and rushed straight to the Dragon King with a huge attack. The dark soul fire and the dark body of the disaster intertwined and collided with each other. The 9-headed giant snake kept spewing out various magics, and for a while, magic kept falling from the sky, as if it was raining magic. Chongjun and Disaster, 2 powerful dragons, together with the 9 snakes, beat the Dragon King into a mess, forcing him to flee. Although the Dragon King had the strength of level 98, he had no chance of winning when facing 3 powerful enemies. The attacks of Chongjun and Disaster were as fast as lightning, and the magic of the 9 snakes was even more violent, constantly bombarding the Dragon King's defense, making it miserable. The Dragon King dodged in a panic, and kept counterattacking, but his attacks could not cause any damage to Chongjun and Disaster. Chongjun and Disaster's attacks were very sharp. Each attack could leave a deep scar on the Dragon King's body, and the 9 snakes' magic made its body full of holes. The Dragon King's health was constantly decreasing. It no longer had any ability to fight back, and could only passively take the beating. At this time, Ran had already flown above the palace. She looked at the battle above, and a smile appeared on her face. Victory was coming soon. The Dragon King no longer had any ability to fight back. It could only keep dodging the attacks of the 3 people, while desperately releasing its own attacks, trying to defeat them. However, no matter how hard it tried, it could not withstand the attacks of the 3. Every attack by Disaster and Chongjun could knock down most of its health bar, causing its health bar to drop again and again. And the attacks of the 9 snakes continued to leave wounds on its body that were visible to the bone. The Dragon King's health continued to drop, and it no longer had any ability to fight back, and could only passively take the beating. Finally, the Dragon King's health was almost at the bottom, and it could no longer hold on. Seeing that he was about to be defeated, the Dragon Emperor suddenly begged for mercy. It could not speak, but it could transmit its thoughts to their consciousness. The Dragon Emperor knelt down and begged for mercy. Even when he turned into a human form, he was covered in blood and was half dead. He landed safely, stood in front of it, and looked down at it. You want to live? You can, but you have to come up with conditions for us to let you go. The Dragon Emperor lowered his head. His eyes kept rolling. I know what you want. As long as you let me go, I am willing to offer it with both hands. Oh, do you have a chip here? She didn't lack anything else, but she lacked a chip. The Dragon King nodded again and again. It had fought with the players countless times, so it naturally knew what they wanted. However, it was unwilling to accept this. It had been free for so long, but was defeated by a girl and 3 pets. It was unwilling to accept this. And now, in order to survive, it had to kneel down to this girl. Its brain was controlled by the system, and it was unwilling to accept this. It lured and ran to its front, and suddenly opened its mouth. A thunder dragon breath covering a radius of 5 meters was sprayed towards and ran. And Rand didn't believe it at first. And the moment it raised its head, she opened her invincible golden body. The lightning was so strong that it kept flashing around her, hitting her golden body. But it didn't cause any damage to the invincible golden body. The Dragon King was dumbfounded, looking at Rand's mocking expression in the protective shield, and turned into a dragon to escape. As a result, the next moment, he was pressed to the ground by Chong Jun's claws, and a gust of ice storm was sprayed at his head. The Dragon King's big head was instantly frozen, and was crushed by Chong Jun's claws, and it was completely broken into pieces. The Dragon King turned into supplies, and entered in Rand's backpack. This dragon domain, which had previously become the nightmare of countless players, was also completely destroyed. And Rand stretched her body, and her journey to the dragon domain was finally coming to an end. The only things left were the abyss and the system. And Rand went straight into the Dragon King's palace. Such a large palace, she didn't believe there was nothing inside. Isn't it said that the Dragon Clan loves to collect gems? Let's go and see what's inside. Chapter 497 Treasure Hunt. The palace is huge, and Rand is like a little elf searching for treasure in the treasure room. She is looking for all kinds of treasures in the palace. The walls of the palace are inlaid with all kinds of gems and pearls, which are dazzling, making Rand dazzled. The Dragon Clan loves glittering things. That's right. Didn't you see Xiao Jin and the others who followed in? They couldn't take their eyes off them. And Rand didn't need these. She waved her hand and let them take whatever they wanted. She continued to move forward. Xiao Jin and the others cheered, transformed into human form, and ran towards the gem excitedly. She walked into a huge room. There was a huge crystal ball in the center of the room. A mysterious light flickered in the crystal ball, and Rand approached the crystal ball curiously and stretched out her hand to touch it. Suddenly, the light in the crystal ball became stronger, and a beam of light shot out from the crystal ball and hit Rand. And Rand was startled, thinking that she would be hurt by the light. However, she did not feel any pain, but felt full of strength. And Rand looked at her hands in surprise. She felt that her strength seemed to have increased a lot. She tried to swing her fist, and a strong airflow gushed out from her fist, blowing away the tables and chairs in the room. And Rand raised her eyebrows. The survival guide told her that this thing was the original power of the Dragon Clan, which could help the Dragon Clan rise to a higher position and increase their strength. Because Rand already had dragon blood in her body, she would benefit from it. But because her blood was impure, she could not increase her strength. And Rand took the crystal ball away and gave it to Xiao Jin and the others, telling them to use it as they saw fit. And Rand continued to search in the palace, and she found a treasure room, which was filled with all kinds of gold, silver, and precious minerals. She picked up a diamond-studded crown and put it on her head. But it was just a crown, and it was useless. And Rand threw it into the treasure pile with disdain, and gave it to Xiao Jin and the others. This thing was not as good as a braised pork meal. There was no place to spend these things. In the deepest part of the palace, and Rand found a mysterious room. There was a huge stone door in the room, and some ancient words and patterns were engraved on the stone door. After studying for a while, Chong Jun and Disaster finally found a way to open the stone door. The stone door slowly opened, and a strong breath poured out of the room. And Rand walked into the room carefully, and found a huge stone table in the room. And an ancient scroll was placed on the table. The scroll exuded a faint golden light, giving people a mysterious and noble feeling. And Rand picked up the scroll and slowly opened it. There were some ancient words written on the scroll. And Rand read them carefully. How to make diamond-grade armor. After just reading these few words, she knew it was a treasure. Diamond-grade? Which could actually be called God-grade. She really needed such an armor. After all, a Cha Jun device could not be transformed into armor. And if it was transformed into armor, it could not be transformed into a weapon. She still needed armor to protect herself. And relying on a shield alone would not be able to protect herself. After all, holding a huge shield in battle was not very flexible. Her armor defense is only 3,200 now. Although it is platinum level, it is definitely not enough to fight against the giant octopus. This thing is really a relief. Put the things away carefully first, and then go to other places. And Rand continued to search in the palace. She found a room with various books. These books are the inheritance of the Dragon Clan, recording the history, culture, magic and various skills of the Dragon Clan. And Rand picked up a book with interest and began to read it. This book records the fighting skills of the Dragon Clan, including how to use the magic and power of the Dragon Clan, how to quickly recover physical strength, and how to deal with various dangerous situations. But unfortunately, it only applies to the Dragon Clan, and it is useless for Ran to learn it. She picked up another book, which recorded the history and culture of the Dragon Clan, including the origin, development, and various legends of the Dragon Clan. And Ram was very interested in the history and culture of the Dragon Clan. She marveled at the magic of the Dragon Clan while learning. In this room, and Ran found many precious books, and she put them all in her backpack. It would be nice to use it to kill time when I get back. And Ran continued to explore the palace, and she found a huge basement. There was a huge pool in the basement, and many pearls and gems were floating in the pool. The Dragon King had to waste gems just to take a bath, which was really extravagant, and even the bottom of the pool was covered with a thick layer of gems. And Ran reached out and grabbed a handful, and found that there were some special gems in it, which could be used to make weapons or protective gear, but now they have become the Dragon King's bath toys. TSK. TSK. TSK, how extravagant. And Ran complained, while putting the things into her backpack. It's just here, wouldn't it be a waste if I didn't take it? And Ran continued to look around. She always felt that a Dragon King shouldn't be so poor. As a powerful dragon, could it be that all the treasures he had were useless things like pearls and gems? Shouldn't there be a weapon, scroll, or something like that? It's too bad to only find a scroll. And Ran continued to search without giving up, and finally found a secret door at the bottom of the pool. The divine power was converted, and the water in the pool was directly frozen. Then the ice and the floating gems in it were put into the backpack. After emptying the pool, and Ran went down to the bottom of the pool, opened the secret door, and found that there was a space below, which was quite large. Turning on the flashlight, and Ran knew that there was no danger, so he jumped down directly. This jump landed directly on a pile of bones. The densely packed bones below were all from different races. Because they were all bones, it was impossible to tell which race they were from. Anyway, the huge space was filled with white bones, piled up to half a person's height. Chong Jun and the others also fell down, frowning at the bones on the ground. These are probably the players before you Earthlings came. When you resisted, you all died in the dragon domain, and then became the spoils of the Dragon King. And Ran nodded silently. In addition to the bones on the ground, there were also various weapons piled up into a small mountain. The lowest of these weapons were silver level, and this category was the most numerous. There were even gold grade ones, about a dozen in total. There was even a platinum grade rapier, which was the Western Flower sword, with a very thin blade. But it had strong attack power, and faster speed, and it was a space type one, and Ran liked it very much. She took it away decisively, but when you had been with her for a long time, she didn't want to change it, and she wouldn't give it away. Although it was no longer used, she still put it in her backpack for storage. Chapter 498 Preparations Before the War. And Ran took all the things away, planning to take them back to the human settlement, and distribute them to Huaxia. As for whether they will give them to others, it depends on them. Moreover, if a full-scale war is to be launched, it also requires the cooperation of other players. If the final battle is launched suddenly, the players will be killed by themselves. Platinum level Qianyan Rapier, attack 7500, speed 8000, durability 25,000. There is an 85% chance of triggering skills, Space Chaos Blade. The Space Blade turns into a storm, covering an area of about 5 meters. It has a strong attack power, and is a group skill. It has a 50% trigger skill, Vitality Return, and absorbs local attacks and converts them into its own vitality. It can increase space skills by 30%. This rapier has really good attributes and skills. And Ran rushed back while looking through the god-level blueprint. Diamond-level armor Dragon God's Wrath requires 100 meters of top-level animal skin, 10,000 top-level scales, 3 pairs of wings, 10,000 various rare ores, 100 kilograms of fantasy sea water, 509 series crystals, 1,000 gems, 1 top-level animal tendon, 100 kilograms of 5-color sand, and 1 top-level animal bone. The animal skins used were from Changyi, the scales were from the Dragon Emperor, and the wings were from 2 Dragon Kings and 1 Dragon Emperor. Although she hadn't looked up what the Dragon Emperor had given her, she had given her all these basic items. And the animal bones used were also from Changyi. By the way, an unexpected surprise is that the Dragon Emperor gave her 3 chips, which directly brought her to 97 chips. She only needs 3 chips to complete the system. 95 chips will give her most control over the system, not to mention 97 chips. But only when 100 chips are collected can the consciousness of the system be wiped out, ending the game. The rest of the things are in Huanhai, and she just collected the spoils of the Dragon Emperor. There are quite a few gems, not to mention the crystals. Collect the good things, click to synthesize, the system prompts, it will take a month to complete the production. And Rand didn't care, and continued to rush back to the human world. Only then did she look at the supplies given by the Dragon King. The dragon scales, dragon tendons, and dragon wings had all been used, and they were no longer in the backpack. Rare or *10,000, dragon meat *220 tons, dragon pills *2, dragon blood *2,000 gene, dragon tendons *1, cards *2, secondary forging scrolls *5, weapon upgrade card *1, food *1,000, demon soul pills *300, top red potion *200, rare herbs *1,000. Looking at the demon soul pill, and Rand suddenly remembered a question. The demon soul pill restored magic power, and she was converted into divine power. Could this demon soul pill still be used, since there were plenty of pills anyway? And Rand simply cast a spell, directly consuming half of her magic power. Then she took a magic soul pill, which proved to be able to recover, but only a quarter of what was consumed. In other words, other people could recover with 2 pills, but she needed to take 8. It seems that having too much divine power is not a good thing, and medicines recover slowly. Then she should try not to waste her magic soul pill. She didn't know how long it would take to fight the giant octopus. Yuandao drove to the human gathering place at the fastest speed, but Anren left too far away, and rested at night, so it would take at least half a month to return. Anren traveled during the day and rested at night, and did not enter the dungeon on the way. After all, for the terrifying experience points she needed, it would not be of much use for her to enter dozens of dungeons, so it would be better to rush back directly. Of course, she did not stop practicing during the journey, and became stronger as much as possible. Half a month later, Yuandao returned to the human gathering place. Anren looked at the human practice craze and felt relieved. After being tricked by the system many times, I have a sense of urgency. I want to intensify my practice and not be controlled by the system. The system cannot control tangible things, such as magic and weapons. And Rand asked Chong Jun and others about this. They said that this was the setting for the system at the beginning. After the chips were broken up, the system with only consciousness left could not be changed. No wonder it likes to brainwash people. After returning from Yuandao, she was actually a little hesitant. She didn't know whether she should tell others that she had collected more than 90 chips. When she told them everything, she didn't tell them that she had most of the chips. She had been cheated so many times. She had to keep a backup plan. But now, it seems that she has to tell them. Once the chips are integrated, she will control most of the system's power. Unless she keeps them in the Sea of Illusion forever. She will start a war once she takes them out. And it will be a full-scale war. But she can't not integrate them. She needs that part of the power to change the rules set by the system. First, improve everyone's level to a certain level. After all, the experience value is a ripoff. The next thing to be abolished is the secondary system, which is the panel that follows them. Then, there is the one-button activation command, and the consciousness left in the players by the system. These must be done quickly. Once the system reacts, the abyss will be opened, and it will also be blocked. She is not sure at which step. No one has ever reached this step before, and Rand is the first. She doesn't know what will happen, but it's better to be careful. And Rand thought for a moment, and decided to tell Huaxia about her plan. As for how they tell other countries, that's their business. Attacking the system is not her business. It is for all mankind. And she is not very good at communication. If she is allowed to speak on her own, she will not know how to fight with those people. It is better to leave it to the country. Because she is from China, she may be able to help China gain more resources. She told the upper management directly. And as for how to arrange it, it is up to them to decide. Although the upper management was very surprised, they did not doubt in Rand. And Rand told everyone that she would integrate the chip, control most of the system rights, and then modify the rules as soon as possible. Let everyone be prepared. Once the rules change, they will face a big challenge. The upper level thought about it, and found that there seemed to be no other way except this method. They all expressed their support and said they would go all out to cooperate with Enran's actions. And they did not take the chip away. At this time, they knew clearly that Enran was the best candidate to control the chip. But it takes time to prepare for all this. All countries are working overtime to arrange everything and get familiar with their own magic. Enran took out all the materials that she didn't need, including the weapons she had harvested. They were piled up in a mess in 4 warehouses. And they were all high-quality items. As for how to distribute them, it was up to Huaxia to decide. Of course, Enran would not leave any for herself. She left all kinds of medicines, half of the ores, most of the herbs, Changyi, and everything given by the Dragon Clan. Chapter 499. But all the poisonous snakes' venom sacs were given away. There were 9 snakes, and she didn't need them. Enran was from Huaxia, so of course Huaxia took the lion's share of what was given. In addition, those foreigners didn't know how much Enran had given, so they naturally used as much as they were given. Enran gave away most of the dragon meat, leaving only the dragon blood and dragon pill. Anyway, she had already returned to the human settlement, so no one would come to attack her now. Enran began to improve herself steadily. According to Cha Jun and the others' request, she purchased a large number of medicines. These medicines were not used to make blue and red potions, nor were they important medicines. There were still many in the trading area. She wanted to bathe in dragon blood to improve her physical strength. Just in case, she went into the illusion sea to improve. Cha Jun and the others mixed their own blood with the dragon blood. After all, in their opinion, these dragons were not of pure blood, and they were not good-looking. In fact, they were not real dragons. Changjun and Disaster did not give much blood, and Anran's current physical condition was enough to bear it. Enran knew there were risks, and they were very big. If she didn't do it right, she would die. However, if she could get through it, her physical strength would be greatly improved again. As long as her willpower was strong enough, she could get a very strong physical quality. Enran decided to give it a try. She believed that she had enough perseverance to get through it. After all, she had overcome many problems. What was there to worry about? She was afraid of absorbing dragon blood. Compared with dragon meat, dragon blood was more useful because it contained the powerful blood power of dragons. Dragon blood contained extremely powerful power. Once absorbed, it could greatly enhance a person's physical fitness. However, dragon blood also carries a great risk. If you are not careful, you may turn into a monster or even die. However, Enran has decided to give it a try. Her current strength has reached a bottleneck. If she does not break through, she will be stuck in this realm and will never be able to make any progress. Therefore, she decided to take a risk and try it, hoping to use this opportunity to break through this bottleneck. After she was ready, Chongjun and the others began to prepare a place for her to bathe with dragon blood. Although there are many places in the fantasy sea for bathing, Cha Jun and his friends still chose a relatively safe place. It was at the bottom of the Mirror Lake, which was the territory of the mermaids. In addition to Cha Jun and his friends, Luoluo also brought people to guard the outermost area. As soon as Cha Jun and the blood of the Disaster entered, the domineering blood power immediately suppressed the dragon blood and made it dare not act rashly. It also diluted the violent factors in the dragon blood, allowing Anran to absorb the power in it more smoothly. When everything was ready, Anran began to bathe. Enran took a deep breath and slowly stepped into the blood pool. As her body sank into the blood pool, a strong pressure surged from all directions, as if to crush her into pulp. Enran knew that this was the powerful power contained in the dragon blood, which could improve her physical fitness. She took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and began to feel the powerful blood power, trying to suppress them and absorb them. After her body entered the blood pool, the dragon blood in the blood pool immediately boiled. Countless tiny blood threads swam quickly around her body, as if they were looking for something. Enran felt the presence of those blood threads, but she ignored them and continued to immerse her mental power in the blood pool. Gradually, her mental power entered the depths of the blood pool and came into contact with the dragon blood. Enran felt the powerful blood power, and she tried to wrap them with her mental power, trying to guide them into her body. However, the dragon blood seemed unwilling to be controlled by her, and became more violent instead. Countless blood threads began to flow around her body, trying to drill into her body and take her life. Enran knew that this was the beginning of the violent factor in the dragon blood. But before she started to do anything, Chongjun and the blood of the Disaster took effect. They began to suppress the power in the dragon blood. However, the dragon blood did not seem to be willing to surrender, but became more violent. Countless blood threads began to flow around her body, trying to drill into her body and control her. And Ran knew that this was the beginning of the violent factor in the dragon blood. And Ran knew that if she could not suppress these violent factors as soon as possible, she would be controlled by the dragon blood and become a monster that only knew how to kill. The blood of Chongjun and Disaster was too powerful, and they were loyal to Ran. So they quickly suppressed the violence in the dragon blood. And Ran closed her eyes and began to guide the dragon blood into her body to transform her body. She let her consciousness penetrate into her bones, feeling the dragon blood flowing in her body. She guided the blood to flow through the meridians of her body. Wherever the blood went, a strong force emerged, causing her body to undergo earth-shaking changes. The originally pale skin became more delicate and shiny. She felt that her body was stronger and stronger. Every inch of muscle was full of explosive power, as if she could smash rocks with one punch and crush the earth with one foot. Her strength was constantly increasing. Her speed was constantly improving, and her reaction was constantly accelerating. She felt that her body seemed to have endless power surging, and she also had the confidence to control this power and make herself stronger. Chongjun and Disaster were silently guarding Ran. They knew that this was the critical moment of Ran's transformation. They had to guard her carefully and not let any accidents happen. Ran only used 1/10 of the dragon blood for this transformation, and there are still 8/10 left. The power in dragon blood is strong but also violent. The medicine is to alleviate the violent power in it, and Chongjun and his blood is to purify the energy, making the blood more pure. However, dragon blood strengthening can only play the greatest effect in the first time, and the effect gradually decreases in the second and third times. By the fourth time, it will completely lose its effect. And Ran also plans to strengthen it only 3 times. As for the remaining dragon blood, she will give 100 kilograms to Huaxia, and she will keep the rest for use. Dragon blood continued to transform her body. Strands of blood entered her body, strengthening her body's defenses, strengthening her muscles and bones. The strengthening effect of dragon blood was very strong. Her muscles and bones were gradually becoming stronger. Soon, Ran felt this change all over her body. From her fingers to her arms, to her legs, and finally to her whole body. She could clearly feel that every inch of her muscles and bones were undergoing subtle changes. The strengthening effect of dragon blood was very obvious, and Ran could clearly feel that her body's strength and defense were gradually increasing. Chapter 500. Ran shook her hand subconsciously and threw a punch, with a strong sound of wind on her fist, and the wind pressure almost destroyed her bathroom. Ran was startled. She was still in the bathtub, and didn't want to be buried in the ruins. With the continuous effect of the dragon's blood, Ran's body was constantly evolving and changing. Her muscles became tighter, her bones became stronger, and her skin became smoother and more elastic. This evolution and change was very obvious, and Ran could clearly feel the changes in her body. Ran also began to study other uses of dragon blood. This dragon blood rushed into the magic pool, slowly and firmly expanding the magic pool, further expanding the magic pool that was almost fixed. The magic pool can hold more magic power when it is expanded, and then continue to transform it into divine power. The first transformation took Ran a week, the second took 3 days, and the last took only 1 day. This dragon blood was less and less useful to her, and in the end, the strength of the transformation was negligible. Ran came out of the bathtub, feeling the explosive power in her body. There was a faint glow on the surface of the body, and it felt like the skin was covered with a layer of hard dragon scales. Ran took out the spear storm and stabbed it at his arm. With such a strong attack power, it only left a shallow white mark on his body. After Ran went out, he opened his own panel. His level remained the same, but his own values had been raised to a terrifying level. Player Ran, level 93190000/500000 health, 28,000. Come on. You are the most tenacious. You are the indestructible little cockroach. Strength, 13,500 plus 450. You are actually a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Speed, 13,480 plus 1,000, faster. Faster, you are about to break the speed of sound. Just kidding. Defense, 13,496 plus 1,000. Congratulations, finally became a Tyrannosaurus. Magic value, 35,000 can be used for subsequent skill release. Talent skill, S+ level foresight ability 4th level evolution, can actively predict 40 seconds magic resistance, can be immune to all 75% of magic damage. Luck value, 10 territory bonus plus 3, personal luck value upper limit 10. Profession, weapon soul master. Demigod. Secondary profession, animal trainer. Professional skills, transform pets into tools, use all magic tame pets. Current pets, Chongjun, Xianyu, Xiaba, Shuchi, Laolu, Disaster, Jiosha, Willow Ghost, Queen of the Flame Ants, Ghost King, Xiaomei, Xiaoshui, Xiaoyan, Xiaojin, etc. Heh. Demigod. And Rand's information was instantly accepted by the system. But before the system was ready to do anything, and Rand went back to the Illusion Sea, the system was somewhat dumbfounded, and thought about checking the chip in her hand. But it still got old information, and there were still only a little over 85 chips. The system was relieved. It couldn't force the game to close without collecting all the chips. At most, it would let Rand leave the game. The rest of the Earthlings were still under its control, and Rand was not in a hurry to break up with the system. The artifact on her side was not yet completed, and the human side was not ready. It would take a few days for the artifact to take shape, and Rand took most of the dragon blood back to the gathering place. She handed the dragon blood to the Chinese upper class. As for how they distributed it, it was not within her jurisdiction. She gave the blood she had obtained when she killed the Earth Dragon and the Middle Dragon clan before. She didn't give out the blood given by the three-headed Dragon King. Furthermore, without the initial transformation, players with low physical fitness cannot use the dragon blood of the Dragon Kings. If they really use it, their bodies will be blown up by the energy and die. The Chinese high-level officials knew that she had more powerful dragon blood, but it was not theirs in the first place, and they had no right to ask them to take it all out. And Rand didn't care about how the Chinese high-level officials arranged it. She just enjoyed the rare relaxation before the war. Although the decisive battle was coming, life still had to go on, and the shops on the street were still open, while waiting for the artifact to be completed, and Rand spent time in these places. A few days later, the artifact was completed, and Rand took it out directly. It was a low-key and luxurious dark blue armor, with a long skirt underneath, covering the feet. The armor was covered with fine dragon scales, and there were 3 pairs of huge dragon wings on the back. It was equipped with knee pads, combat boots, helmets, masks, and a complete set of armor. It protected the person without exposing any skin, but he could move freely, and would not feel uncomfortable. Dragon God's Wrath, Diamond level. God level armor defense, 23,000. Speed 21,000. Attack 20,000. Durability 80,000. Immune to all magic except dark magic. Original skill, Dragon God's Wrath. After injecting magic, gather all the magic in the body, send out powerful magic 3 times higher than its own attack. But after extracting magic, it will cause a 10-minute weakness period. Please use it with caution. Original active skill, Double Return. Return the enemy's attack to the opponent twice. There is a 95% chance of triggering double blood recovery, turning the opponent's attack into double blood bar, or magic, and returning it to itself. 5% chance of triggering Dragon Soul Awakening, awakening the Dragon Soul sleeping in the artifact. Launch a fatal blow to the enemy. The skills of Armor and Medusa are highly overlapped, but they are all good skills. The additional attack is high enough, that's it. Adding the spear that Chongjun transformed into, the attack power should be enough. She gave 3 of the weapon upgrade cards to the pendant, and the pendant was upgraded again. The invincible golden body reached 160 seconds, but the cooling time was only 5 minutes. If the abyss is opened in the later stage, and Rand will not directly face the giant octopus, and it is estimated that the first opponent will be the abyss creatures. The giant octopus is the trump card of the system. Until it fails completely, the system should not let it take action. If the monsters in the abyss can deal with this group of people, why would it still show its trump card, right? Besides, when 2 armies fight, have you ever seen anyone send out a general as soon as they arrive? As for Rand's participation in the war, it was because she wanted the things that the abyss creatures exploded. You know, the things they give are pretty good. Seeing people coming and going. The major territories were busy. The leaders organized people to build underground air raid shelters. Send low-level, pregnant women, sick elderly people, and all kinds of people who are not conducive to fighting. When the time comes, find someone to take care of the air raid shelters. They stay here, which can not only ignore the hearts of people outside, but also provide logistics for everyone. The treatment base and the energy replenishment base are here. There are also a lot of food and chefs here, as well as medical points. All healing magicians are on standby here, while the major territories are rushing to prepare. And Rand collected all the pets scattered outside, and put them all in the Fantasy Sea. Chapter 501 The decisive battle begins, and the abyss descends. And Rand's pet army has reached an exaggerated number of hundreds of thousands at this time. She herself does not know how many there are. And they do not even have names. And Rand deployed the ants outside the air raid shelter to protect the elderly, the weak, the women, and the children inside. During the preparation, the human race has also been attacking the dungeon. The materials they need are too large. If they do not continue to attack the dungeon, they will not be able to prepare. After all humans are actively preparing for war now. They also need some important materials. They cannot trade with each other, so they can only attack the dungeon. Fortunately, on Rand's map, we can go directly there. It was a pleasant surprise that the human players brought back the last 2 chips. At this time, the number of chips reached 99, and only the last one was left, then the game could be terminated. And Rand first assembled some chips in the Fantasy Sea, and did not take them out for the time being. She had her considerations. As for why she did not open the Fantasy Sea to the human race, one was because there were too many people, and the other was because she would participate in the battle. When participating in the battle, she could not help open the entrance to the Fantasy Sea all the time. If the entrance to the Fantasy Sea was kept open, the system would be invaded. If the creatures in the Fantasy Sea were also controlled, especially Luo, then the gain would outweigh the loss. After all, Huanhai is one of Rand's backers. If she fails this time, she still has a way out. At worst, she will never leave Huanhai again. If even this village is lost, and Rand has never thought about letting others control Huanhai order, the trump card is still in her own hands. When it came to the fusion chip, and Rand went to the leadership group of the human race, I don't know what they conspired. Anyway, when they finally decided, they slightly changed the plan. The changed plan has no effect on ordinary people. So I didn't tell others. One day later, and Rand took the chip out of the Fantasy Sea. There were not 99 chips, but 95 chips. And Rand input the command to change the rules of the game. Abolish the subsystem panel. Upgrade all players to level 90. Improve physical data. All things that the system has given can be used. And cancel the consciousness implanted in the human body by the system. At first, the system obviously did not react. It could not figure out why there were so many chips suddenly. After reacting, it began to compete with Rand for control of the game rules. But it was obviously too late. And Rand's order had been executed. It took effect immediately. And Rand used it up, and put it back into the Sea of Illusion. The system was furious, and opened the abyss directly. It was as if the world was overturned, the sun and the moon were upside down, and the end of the world was coming. The sky was dark as if it was stained with ink, covering the entire city. Hurricanes blew from the abyss, swaying the buildings on the ground. Even the high-rise buildings began to crack and collapsed. At the edge of the abyss, countless terrifying black shadows were dancing, like demons descending, giving people a great sense of pressure and oppression, making people feel difficult to breathe. In this doomsday scene, the human race reacted quickly. Since all the old, weak, women and children have returned to the safe zone, there is no need to worry about them being affected. Although they did not participate in the battle, they were also paying attention to the situation on the battlefield. Now that there is no panel to monitor everything, they can only watch the outside world through the gaps and telescopes. Looking at the horrible scene in the sky, everyone felt a palpitation, and also felt a sense of powerlessness. Faced with such a horrible scene, humans only felt despair, and could not see hope. The whole world was dark, and the only light was the lights coming from various fields. In this doomsday situation, they were like a small boat that could capsize at any time in a storm. Like a group of ants in front of an elephant, powerless, despair spread in everyone's heart. Suddenly, a ray of light pierced through the darkness, and lit up in the endless darkness. Everyone looked subconsciously, and saw a petite figure standing in front of the abyss. Although the figure was not tall, but the fearless momentum of facing everything made people feel inexplicably at ease. As if as long as she was there, everything would be fine. A ball of light floated above her head, dispelling the darkness. She held a spear in her hand, and stood there facing the darkness, her body standing straight, like a sharp sword pointing directly at the sky. Facing such a terrifying dark scene, the petite figure showed no fear, but rather a firmness and determination, as if nothing could stop her as long as she was there. Looking at this figure, people suddenly felt that this darkness and this abyss were not such terrible things. Everyone's eyes gradually became firm, and all the human players gathered together at this time, preparing for the last fight. They all held weapons in their hands. Their eyes were firm, and although they faced such a terrifying doomsday, they did not retreat at all, because they knew that this battle was the final decisive battle, and it was also the battle that would determine the fate of mankind. If they failed, mankind would disappear from this world forever, and there would be no chance of a comeback. What they could do now was to try their best and use all their strength in this battle. Even if they died, they would drag those demons with them to be buried with them. A huge hole opened in the dark sky, and the upside-down abyss opened. The abyss creatures hidden inside, under the command of the system, rushed out and rushed towards humans. They fell from the sky and rushed directly to the players on the ground, and the battle was about to start. And Ran looked at the abyss in front of her, and a trace of indifference flashed in her eyes, and she clenched the spear in her hand. She knew that, in this battle, she could only win, and not lose. Countless demons rushed out of the abyss, their hideous faces, and their terrifying aura made people shudder. And Ran took the lead, and the spear in her hand pierced out like lightning, and instantly pierced a demon. The thunder power on the spear exploded, and the demon's body was blown into ashes. Afterwards, and Ran's figure flashed, and he kept shuttling among the demons. Every time he attacked, an abyss creature would die. Seeing Ran so brave, the human players were also very motivated, and they attacked one after another, fighting with the biological creatures. The entire human domain fell into a melee, with fighting and screaming everywhere, and blood spilled all over the ground. And Ran became more and more courageous, and the spear in his hand kept stabbing out, taking the life of an abyss creature every time. However, there were too many creatures in the abyss, and it seemed that they could not be killed. After killing one, another one came, and they kept coming. Chong Jun and the others all joined the battle, surrounding and ran and attacking crazily. The abyss creatures were all hideous monsters, all black, ugly to death. Although they were humanoid monsters, it was easy to tell whether they were human or monster. Chapter 502, Demons of the Abyss. The human race battle zone was in chaos. Countless abyss creatures broke through the domain's protective shield and entered the territory, and attacked the human race. Because Ran abandoned some of the rules, even if the protective shield was broken, it would not cause the domain to dissolve. The human race fought against the abyss creatures in the Sky Island, and it was in chaos. The sound of magic attacks, the sound of swords and weapons clashing, the roars of humans and monsters. And Ran launched his spear and magic together, without a fixed target, and attacked everything around him that was not human. The spear was like a dragon entering the sea, raising a large area of light, like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, sweeping a large area in one go. The human race was thrown into chaos by the monsters for a moment, and was unable to organize an effective and large-scale counterattack. The originally organized team was also disrupted, and the formation was disrupted, and each team fought on their own. Seeing this, and Ran shot the monsters in front of him with one shot, teleported to the human side, and swung the spear, helping to clear the monsters. Give the human territory some buffer time, reorganize the team, and start the counterattack. Although the creatures of the abyss are numerous, they also have weaknesses. They have no wisdom, can only act on instinct, and have no systematic combat strategy. After the human race reorganized the team, relying on superb cooperation, they gradually began to form a defensive counterattack strategy. And Ran was in the human team, wielding his spear like a dragon, killing the surrounding monsters one by one. Suddenly, a huge black shadow flew from a distance. It was a huge black bat. Its wings spread out, covering the sky and the sun, and its claws were as sharp as knives. The archers in the human team began to shoot, but they could not hit the bat, which angered it, and made it attack the human race more frantically. Seeing this, and Ran jumped into the air, and stabbed out with his spear like lightning, piercing through the bat's chest. The bat felt pain, and fell to the ground with a hiss. The human soldier stepped forward and killed it, and Ran fell from the air, and immediately began to support other parts of the territory, helping the human team to gradually gain an advantage. In the end, with the help of Ran, the human team successfully began to counterattack in self-defense, and gradually formed its own attack frequency. The battle area covered the entire area. Except for the underground air raid shelter, the rest of the area was in battle. The entire area was in chaos. On the human side, those who were good at defense formed a shield wall at the outermost edge to resist the advancing monsters. The second row was the spear team, operating the spears to attack the monsters through the gaps in the shield wall. The third row was the archers, behind the spear team to carry out long-range attacks on the monsters. The fourth row was the magicians, operating various fireballs, ice arrows, thunderstorms and other magic, causing a lot of damage to the monsters. The fifth row was the summoner, controlling the pet to rush out of the shield wall, fighting the monsters in close combat, blocking the monsters' attack on the human team. And Rand shuttled through the team, using the spear and magic together, and each attack could take away a large number of abyss creatures. Under the counterattack of the human race, the abyss creatures began to suffer heavy casualties, and humans finally had a chance to breathe. The protective shield of the domain had been completely broken, and the abyss creatures were still falling from the sky, pouring into the major territories, and the battle in the entire domain was still going on. The human team gradually stabilized and began to show normal combat effectiveness. And Rand always stood at the front of the team, with a spear like a dragon, leading the human team to fight back. However, the number of abyss creatures continued to increase, and the human team began to suffer casualties. Casualties were inevitable, and this was also inevitable for abyss creatures. Those who were not too seriously injured directly swallowed the medicine to recover from their wounds, while those who were too seriously injured were carried into the hidden entrance of the air raid shelter by the extremely fast logistics team. They were placed in the medical center for treatment and replenishment of energy. And Rand stood at the front of the team, waving her spear like a dragon, seemingly never tired. The abyss creatures in the sky continuously invaded the battlefield, seemingly endless, as if there was no end. And Rand wore a battle robe, held a spear, stepped on combat boots, moved in the sky, and fought with the abyss creatures. Every time she swung her spear, a large number of abyss creatures were killed, blood rain flew all over the sky, spilt on the ground, staining the entire battlefield red. Every time she attacked, she was just right. Every time she dodged, she just avoided the monster's attack. She was like a flying butterfly, dancing in the air, responding calmly. These low-level monsters could not cause her any harm. She had not even taken potions to restore her physical strength and magic power. Suddenly, a huge monster fell from the sky. Its wings spread, covering the sky and the sun, its claws as sharp as knives. And Ram was not in a hurry, and swung the spear in her hand. A dazzling light burst out from the tip of the spear, like a flash of lightning, piercing the chest of the monster. The monster felt pain, screamed and fell to the ground. And Rand fell from midair, shook the spear, and stabbed again. This time, her spear pierced the monster's head, and the monster's body twitched violently for a few times. And then it completely lost its life signs. And Rand walked down from the monster's body. Her clothes were already stained with blood, but she didn't care, and continued to shuttle among the team, waving her spear like a dragon, and continued to fight the abyss creatures. In the human team, some people with low physical values were exhausted, and casualties began to occur. And Rand stood at the front of the team. Her body was covered with blood, but her eyes were still firm. She knew that she had to continue fighting and lead the human race to victory. She could not retreat, and had no way to retreat. The battle continued. The number of abyssal creatures continued to increase, and the human race began to suffer heavy casualties. But they did not give up. Once they gave up, it would mean failure, and it would mean that they would be treated as nutrients by the system and fed to the giant octopus. They still wanted to go home, and did not want to stay in the game as puppets. They were fed up with this crappy game. Even if they died here, it would be better than being manipulated by the system as puppets. The battle became more and more intense. People kept dying. People kept falling. But people kept coming up, and the bodies of the abyss monsters turned into countless fragments. Because Rand did not change the explosive supplies, they would still turn into supplies and enter the backpack after death. It can give humans more confidence. Before Rand did not collect all the chips. The system could change the rules at will. But now it can't do it. The angry system was furious. But it had no entity, so it could only manipulate the abyss creatures to attack Rand and the others. As for the big octopus, as Rand guessed, it would not let it take action easily, in the eyes of the system. And Rand is still a small fry at level 93. Even if there is a large human army to help, it can't challenge the authority of the system. It won't let the big octopus take action. It is still waiting for humans to die out so that it can feed the octopus. Chapter 503, A Big Melee. Because the secondary system suddenly lost its help, the system now does not know everyone's values, nor Enran's. Naturally, it does not know, Enran is now very powerful. Enran killed too many people in the front, causing a vacuum zone to appear around her like a fault. The system directly manipulated a large number of powerful monsters above level 90 to attack Enran. There were more than a dozen monsters in this group. Each of them was huge, had a hideous face, and exuded a strong dark aura. They pounced on Enran very fast, and rushed to Enran in an instant, waving their sharp claws, and grabbed Enran fiercely. Enran teleported, avoided the monster's attack, and waved the spear in his hand like a dragon, and stabbed at the monster. The spear pierced the chest of a monster, blood splattered everywhere, the monster wailed, and fell to the ground. But the other monsters did not retreat, they continued to attack Enran, baring their teeth and claws, and their sharp claws cut through the air, making a sharp sound of breaking through the air. Enran kept dodging, and the spear in her hand kept stabbing out, taking away the life of a monster each time. But there were too many monsters. In addition to those besieging her, there were other monsters, and they kept attacking Enran like a surge. Chongjun and the others were around Enran, protecting her tightly, so that she was not hurt at all. Enran frowned, and swung her spear again, facing a monster. The monster's claws did not leave any marks on the armor, and it was stabbed half to death by Enran's spear. She held the spear tightly, and stabbed the monster again. This time, her spear pierced the monster's head, and the monster's body fell to the ground, never to stand up again. Enran wiped the blood off her face, and continued to fight the monster. The system released another bunch of monsters. Each of them was as tall as a hill, more than 10 meters tall, and each of them looked very ferocious, with a disgusting stench on their bodies, which made people afraid to approach. Enran looked at these dozen huge monsters, but she didn't panic at all. Instead, she smiled. After the system controlled these powerful monsters, it immediately manipulated them to pounce on Enran, wanting to kill Enran. Enran looked at the dozen huge monsters that pounced on her, and the smile on her lips became even brighter. She gently raised the spear in her hand, and then chopped it down fiercely. The spear moved in all directions, and instantly chopped at the first monster that pounced on her. With a puff, the spear directly penetrated the body of the monster, cutting it in half, and blood immediately spurted out. Behind the monster that was cut in half, there were more monsters rushing towards Enran. They were like a group of frenzied beasts, rushing towards Enran regardless of everything. Enran looked at the monsters rushing towards her. The system was not annoyed, but she was annoyed. With a puff, another monster was cut in half by her, and blood spurted out again. Enran's movements were very fast. The spear in her hand kept swinging, and a monster was cut in half with every sword. Her movements were very agile, and she was able to dodge the monsters rushing towards her every time. And at the same time, the spear in her hand slashed at them mercilessly. Within half an hour, the 2 waves of monsters sent by the system all died in Enran's hands. After clearing the monsters here, she looked at the players in this area, who were well prepared for attack and defense, and whose logistics were in place. She felt that she could go to the next area. She spread her wings and flew away directly to help the second area and stabilize the team. The attacks of the Abyss monsters were too violent, causing some areas to be dispersed and unable to integrate the team. When Enran went there, the second area was in chaos. Some were in groups of 3 or 5. Some were fighting alone, and some were fighting in a group. The fight was in chaos, with magic and skills flying everywhere, but they didn't seem to have much killing power. Enran rushed directly into the second area. She was extremely fast, waving her spear like a dragon, taking the life of a monster every time. The players in the second area were excited when they saw Enran coming. They all moved closer to Enran, formed small teams, and began to launch an organized counterattack. Enran led everyone to move forward continuously, killing those powerful monsters. But there were too many of them. After killing one batch, another batch came, and there was no end. And the number of these monsters is still increasing. No matter how strong Enran is, she has been fighting for several hours and is a little tired. Enran took out a bun from the encirclement of Chongjun and the others, and ate it in a few bites to replenish her strength. After eating, she raised her spear again and killed the monsters. When the players saw that Enran could still hold on, they all cheered up and followed and ran forward. and Ran and several pets took turns eating to replenish their strength. They consumed a lot of magic power. So Ran gave them blue potions. I didn't give him the demon soul pill for now. I plan to save it for the last battle. In this way, everyone moved forward and kept killing those terrifying monsters. Suddenly, under the dim light, the sky was covered again, and Ran and others looked up, and a huge monster swooped down from the sky and rushed straight to Ran. It was a level 92 boss. The players didn't have the panel, but the survival atlas was still there, and it could still display the monster's level and value. This boss was huge, more than 10 meters tall, and covered with spikes, and looked very scary. And Ran looked at the boss in front of him, took a deep breath, tightly grasped the spear in his hand, and then rushed towards the boss. The boss roared, waving his huge claws towards Ran. And Ran dodged the boss's attack by turning sideways, and then stabbed the boss's arm with his spear, cutting a hole. The boss felt the pain, became even more angry, and rushed towards Ran again. And Ran was not to be outdone, and waving his spear again to meet him. The two of them fought back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who was better for a while. Other players also joined the battle and began to besiege the boss. For a while, the scene was very chaotic. In the end, with everyone's concerted efforts, the boss was finally killed, and the second realm finally stabilized. Everyone cleared the monsters, gradually organized an effective counterattack, formed a huge army, and resisted the attacking monsters bit by bit. After helping here, Ran flapped her wings directly to the third realm. She had to check all the human realms to make sure they had the ability to fight back. In one day, Ran went to 5 realms, helped them organize an effective attack, and temporarily stayed in the 6th realm. Chapter 504. She had almost no rest from beginning to end today. After helping everyone in the 6th area repair the protective shield, she finally stopped. With the protective shield, players can rely on the protective shield to attack outwards, without having to face the huge monsters that surge like a tide. They can finally take a breath, replace the frontline personnel to rest temporarily, and then replace the second wave of personnel to attack. Ran entered the underground air raid shelter, where there is a separate lounge for the combatants. Ran had been fighting all day and was tired. She forced herself to eat, and laid down to rest after eating. Lao Lu dutifully watched over her. In the middle of the night, a figure sneaked in, but before it got close, Lao Lu whipped it away. The figure was hit hard against the wall, and was about to run. But Lao Lu pierced through his body, and he was deader than dead. After the figure died, Chong Jun immediately notified the other fighters in the air raid shelter, asking them to be vigilant to prevent other people with the same impure intentions from coming in. The fighters in the air raid shelter, after receiving the notice, immediately strengthened patrols, and installed more monitoring equipment to ensure that no one slipped through the net. After Ran woke up, she knew that someone had sneaked in while she was sleeping, and frowned, knowing that the system would not let her go so easily. It was probably the person manipulated by the system, although she had removed the mental influence that the system had planted in everyone's brain. It could not control so many people in the short term, but it could control a few people. A few people can control them accurately, making them their puppets completely. After this incident, the people in the territory also realized that, in battle, even with a protective shield, they cannot be careless. They decided to strengthen the defense measures of the air raid shelter, let the combatants take turns on duty, stay alert at all times, and ensure the safety of the air raid shelter. As a result, in the second half of the night, the powerful monsters mobilized by the system broke through the protective shield, and Ran had no choice but to get up again to help. This time the system learned to be smart, and the monsters sent out were at level 95, but the values were not too exaggerated, because it didn't know Ran's current stats. Besides, there weren't that many high-level monsters in the abyss. If they were all sent out, wouldn't it have no backup? This time, the system sent powerful monsters to a place where Ran wasn't, to kill people crazily. Before the war, Ran promised to help deal with powerful monsters, so the attack area set off fireworks to notify Ran. Ran flapped his wings, flew over, and killed the stronger monster first. Although the human's level is not low now, and their physical stats are also, but they are still no match for the level 95 monsters, so I'll help if I can. On this small cloud island, the system released 7 or 8 monsters, and Ran took 2 of them. Chong Jun and the others dealt with 1 each. I don't know what the system didn't like about this, but it sent so many out at once, and Ran's current stats can beat them. The system felt something was wrong after a while. How come Ran is so strong now? Wasn't he level 93 before? Even if his stats increased, they didn't increase too much. Why can he suddenly beat 2 level 95 monsters? But it was not originally for Ran to fight monsters, but for other purposes. When Ran was fighting to the climax, 2 powerful monsters entangled her, making it impossible for her to split. In the crowd, several people's eyes were red, and they flew towards Ran. Chong Jun and the others were still dealing with other monsters, and there was no time to stop them. Several people broke through the defense and rushed to Ran. As a result, the next moment, they were killed by Lao Lu, who had been protecting Ran. Seeing that one plan failed, the system came up with another one. For the time being, it stopped manipulating humans, but changed its method. Ran continued to fight with 2 level 95 monsters. These 2 monsters were very powerful, but they were still not good enough in front of Ran. Ran launched another attack, directly killing one of the monsters. The other monster saw this and hurriedly fled, but was still caught up by Ran and killed. After the battle, Ran returned to the air raid shelter and continued to rest. She knew that the system would definitely have subsequent attacks, but she was ready. The air raid shelter's defense measures have been strengthened, and the combatants have also made preparations. Once there is a situation, they will immediately launch a counterattack. Sure enough, not long after, the system sent another group of monsters to attack. This group of monsters is larger in number, higher in level, and stronger in strength. But under the joint attack of Ran and others, these monsters were destroyed again. After the battle, Ran breathed a sigh of relief. She knew that this battle was not over yet, and the system would definitely have subsequent attacks. But she had been fighting for a whole day and night, and it was still a high-intensity battle. To be honest, she really needed to rest. Ran dragged her tired body to the lounge. The group of people behind her looked at her strangely. Not just one person, but all of them. After Ran left, they whispered. The system said, killing Ran will allow our great Japanese empire to occupy China. It also said that when we are released, there will only be the United States and our great Japanese empire on Earth. Kill her. Kill her, for our country, after all. China is our land, and we are not wrong. Obviously, Ran has entered the territory of the island country. Ran fell into a deep sleep. She thought that the human race was united now, and there would be no more villains. But she forgot that some people in some countries were born bad, and they would harm others for their own benefit. They would not care about the lives of others. As long as they could survive, they would not mind sending others to death. For example, the disgusting country that launched an invasion against China. And now, they were just bewitched by the system and planned to kill Ran. When Ran fell asleep, the islanders in the air raid shelter surrounded Ran silently. Their eyes flashed with sinister and cruel light, as if they were looking at prey. Ran had always been very vigilant, but now she was sleeping very soundly. Before she went to sleep, she had eaten the food and drank the water here. Lao Lu noticed their abnormality and turned into a huge shadow, covering Ran. The islanders had bloodshot eyes, looking at Ran as if she was the enemy who killed his father, and rushed over. There were too many of them, and Lao Lu could not defend them all, and some of them rushed over. They were about to reach Ran, but they were all knocked out in the next second. They looked at the several pets that came out of the pet space on their own in astonishment, their eyes full of astonishment. Will pets automatically appear to protect their masters? Don't they only appear when forced? Chapter 505. With the fighting outside going on like this, Ran would be a fool if she didn't wake up. When Ran woke up, these sneak-attacking Dongnao people were almost killed. After listening to Chong Jun and the others retelling, Ran's face turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. She knew that these little people were not human. In this battle involving all mankind, they still wanted to kill her. Ran's eyes were cold. She looked at the Dongnao people who were killed around her, and a hint of murderous intent flashed in her eyes. She slowly walked towards a dead Dongnao person, reached out to pick up his body, and then threw it at another Dongnao person, directly knocking the Dongnao person out. Seeing Ran being so brutal, the surrounding Dongnao people retreated, but Ran did not let them go. She walked forward, waving the long sword in her hand, and cut the Dongnao people in half. Kill! Ran roared, and the long sword stabbed at the Dongnao people like a storm. Every time the sword passed, it would take the life of a Dongnao person. Chong Jun and the others also started killing. The Dongnao people tried to defend themselves, but they had no chance. seeing Ran's brutal killing. The remaining Dong Nao people were terrified. They all turned and fled. But how could they possibly outrun Ran? And Ran chased them like the god of death, harvesting their lives with one sword after another. For a moment, the area was filled with a strong smell of blood, and the ground was full of corpses of Dong Nao people, and blood flowed like a river. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared behind and Ran. The black shadow held a long sword in his hand, and stabbed and Ran fiercely. And Ran felt the murderous aura coming from behind him, and quickly turned around, raised the long sword in his hand, and directly picked up the long sword of the black shadow. Seeing this, the shadow quickly retreated, and then Ran chased after it. She took a step forward, swung the long sword in her hand forward, and directly cut the shadow in half. And Ran put away her sword, looked around, and found that there were no Dong Nao people around. She sighed and teleported away. She no longer helped them fight the enemy, even if there were powerful monsters attacking later. And Ran would just pretend not to see it. She didn't want to help in front, and then be stabbed by these beasts in the back. It turns out that humans and beasts can't coexist peacefully. And Ran left without any hesitation. After leaving the territory of the East Island nation, she went straight back to the Fantasy Sea, and did not rest outside. She rested outside before so that she could get up and provide support at any time. But now it seems that this group of people is not worthy of pity at all. To survive, it is all mankind who needs to leave the game. Not just in Ran. She does not need to take all the burdens on herself. After fighting for so long, she is also tired and needs to rest well. Let them handle the rest. As for whether this was a vent of anger, and Ran would not consider it for the time being. The group of idiots from the East Island country, seeing that Ran had escaped, were so angry that they cursed. They did not have the idea that humans should live and die together, as long as they lived well. They did not mind letting the whole world die with them, if it were not for the fear that without the people of the East Island country to fight against the monsters, humans would suffer greater losses, and Ran would probably have directly killed these bastards. The next morning, and Ran went directly back to the station in Huaxia country, and she did not care about other countries. I reported the attack last night to the top leaders of Huaxia. Although I know Huaxia will not do anything about it, I have to let them know the true face of Dong Nao Nation, so that they will not be fooled again. The battle lasted for a day and a night, and the human race began to show signs of fatigue. Even if food, medical care, logistics and other things are in place, but facing the overwhelming monsters, the mental pressure of people, and the energy consumed by continuous fighting, will make people feel tired again and again. Especially this kind of battle, where you can't see the end at a glance. Rather than calling it a battle, it's better to call it a war between humans and monsters, a war between humans and the system. And it's a war with no way out, where retreat means death. This kind of pressure alone can make people collapse, not to mention that they have to go to the battlefield to fight again without getting enough rest. On the second day, and Ran did not rush into the monster group rashly, but stayed at the back. Seeing that the people in front were about to give up, she went up to help. Also keep an eye out for fireworks exploding around, as long as it is confirmed that it is their Huaxia country's island, and Ran will go up to help. As for other countries, and Ran will not see them at all. Now there is no panel, other countries cannot make any strong protests to Huaxia. Besides, even if you send it out, will the people of Huaxia have a way? They are so strong, Huaxia can't do anything about it. And Ran helped Huaxia establish a counterattack front, cleared the relatively powerful monsters, and began to wander around, helping. In fact, every country has experts, and arrangements have been made before. As long as the monsters are not too powerful, every country can deal with them. It is the endless monsters that make people feel chilled. And Ran stood there. She closed her eyes, carefully felt everything around her. She could clearly feel that there were many powerful monsters rushing in this direction. These monsters are very powerful. Each of them has extremely strong destructive power. If they rush into the crowd, it will definitely be a disaster. And Ran opened her eyes, took a deep breath, picked up the long sword in her hand, and rushed directly towards the monsters. She was very fast, and rushed into the group of monsters in the blink of an eye. She swung the long sword in her hand, and sword lights flashed, and several monsters were killed in an instant. And Ran was very strong, and her swordsmanship was also very exquisite. Each sword could accurately hit the monster's weakness, killing them instantly. However, although Ran was strong, her physical strength was limited. She couldn't keep fighting like this, and she also needed to rest. while fighting, and Ran retreated to the inner perimeter of the battlefield. She was going to find a place to rest, and then continue fighting. The rest of the people could still switch and take turns, but Ran didn't. And Ran's large army of pets, now all dispersed, went to various cloud islands in Huaxia. They cooperated with the human race to clean up monsters, protect the elderly, weak, women and children, and most of them were not with her. Xiao Jin led the dragons under Ran, distributed on islands with relatively weak strength and relatively small numbers. Even Luo Luo and the others were on other islands, not within Ran. Only Chongjun, Disaster, Nine Snakes and Qianyu were within Ran. After all, she was dealing with powerful monsters in the abyss, and before helping others, she still prioritized protecting herself. Chapter 506. The Phantom Sea was attacked. At noon the next day, the abyss's offensive suddenly slowed down and withdrew. Everyone was stunned for a moment, not understanding what the system was doing. But it rarely gave some time to rest, and the human race just took the time to rest. And Ran collapsed on the ground, so tired that her whole body ached, and drank half a bottle of water. She thought the system would get tired sometimes, but the next moment, she knew she was wrong. The system actually controlled the monsters to attack the Phantom Sea. I don't know where I found the crack in the Fantasy Sea, and I manipulated the monsters to attack the Fantasy Sea. And Ran couldn't care about the human side. The Fantasy Sea was her biggest retreat, and she couldn't lose the Fantasy Sea. So she said hello to the top management, and took Chongjun and Luo Luo and others to fight back to the Fantasy Sea. The rest of the pets did not evacuate, although the attack of the abyss was temporarily slowed down, and Ran always remained vigilant against them. She knew that the system's target was not only humans, but also the Fantasy Sea. The system has never given up on conquering the Fantasy Sea. After all, it is the only existence it cannot control. The Fantasy Sea is her last retreat. If she loses the Fantasy Sea, once she loses this battle, she will have nowhere to retreat. And Ran can open the Fantasy Sea anytime and anywhere, which is equivalent to having a portable space door. In addition to the warriors like Luo Luo, there are also many low-level cubs and small fantasy beasts in the Fantasy Sea. There are quite a lot of them. These are Ran's people. She can't watch them get into trouble, compared with the humans who often stab her in the back. And Ran cares more about the creatures in the Fantasy Sea. However, after returning to the Fantasy Sea, they found that the situation was worse than they had imagined. The space cracks in the Fantasy Sea had been eroded by the power of the abyss, and a large number of monsters were pouring out of the cracks, attacking the border of the Fantasy Sea. And Ran, Chongjun, and Luo Luo immediately led their men to engage in a fierce battle. They used their own power to resist the invasion of monsters, hoping to close the cracks again and seal them. They returned in time, and the abyss monsters were driven out before they had time to invade deeply, and the cracks were resealed. Although Ran successfully prevented the invasion of monsters, she knew that the power of the abyss would reappear sooner or later. In order to ensure the safety of the Fantasy Sea, she decided to set up a stronger barrier outside the Fantasy Sea to prevent the power of the abyss from invading again. After setting up the barrier, Ran and the strong men of the Fantasy Sea began their defense journey. In order to ensure the safety of the Fantasy Sea, they patrolled the border of the Fantasy Sea every day, and once they found any cracks or signs of cracks, they would immediately seal them. The defense task of the Fantasy Sea was arduous. This also caused Ran to have no time to care about other things, and even less time to care about the situation on the human side. The system was waiting for the moment when Ran left. Not long after Ran left, the abyss attack that had finally stopped came again. This time, the system made most of the abyss monsters come down, and countless powerful monsters came to the gathering place of the human race. These powerful monsters cannot be killed by teamwork. The masters of various countries came to fight against these monsters. The gathering place of the human race fell into a fierce battle again. These powerful monsters have terrifying power and defense. Their attacks caused the masters of various countries to retreat step by step, and suffered heavy casualties. Although the human race fought hard, the number of monsters was too large, and they could not resist it all. Under the attack of the monsters, the gathering place of the human race began to collapse. Buildings collapsed. People fled everywhere, crying and wailing. Faced with such a horrible scene, everyone felt desperate. At this time, Ran was leading the strong men of the Fantasy Sea to patrol the border of the Fantasy Sea, trying to find new cracks and reseal them. because Ran was not at the battle site. And she started the war. The human race, who suffered heavy casualties, began to vent their anger and resent Ran. If it weren't for Ran, they would still be living a stable life and wouldn't have to face these terrifying creatures. Their children, family and friends would not have to go to the battlefield and would not have died. All this was Ran's fault. If she hadn't started the war, they wouldn't have to go through this. And Ran couldn't hear these things. And even if she did, she wouldn't have reacted much. Just like going home is her own business, and the rest of the people don't want to go back. When the plan was made, you said directly that you didn't want to go back, and you thought it was good here. When Ran launched the battle against the system, you wouldn't be counted as combat power. Now you are all on the same boat, but you still blame the person who contributed the most. I don't know who had been resisting those powerful monsters in the abyss, giving you a chance to breathe. The people at the bottom complained and took their anger out, because too many people died. But the top leaders were much calmer than these people. Knowing that this would make Ran feel disappointed, she would really quit her job, so they urgently ordered them to shut up. Besides, this was a war concerning all mankind. Everyone agreed to it at the beginning, but now they blamed Ran. Doesn't it make them seem extremely heartless? Ran didn't pay any attention to the situation on the human side. She was only concerned with leading people to find new cracks and reseal them, to prevent the power of the abyss from eroding the Phantom Sea. In order to prevent Ran from causing trouble, the system brought most of the monsters from the abyss here, which inadvertently reduced the pressure on the human race. After several days of hard searching, they finally found new cracks. These cracks were more difficult to detect than the cracks they had encountered before. But Luo, with her rich experience and keen intuition, still found them. She immediately took Chongjun and others to the place where the cracks were. After the seal was completed, Ran and others breathed a sigh of relief. Although the process was very tiring, they finally succeeded in preventing the erosion of the power of the abyss. However, before they rested for long, the system launched another attack on the Fantasy Sea. This time, the attack was more fierce than before. Countless abyss monsters poured out from the cracks and frantically attacked the border of the Fantasy Sea. Ran and others could only fight again to resist the attack of the abyss monsters. In the fierce battle, Chongjun, Luo and others were injured. Ran also felt tired. However, they did not give up, because they knew that once they gave up, the Fantasy Sea would be occupied by the abyss, and everyone would face a catastrophe. After a tough battle, Ran, Chongjun, Lolo and others finally repelled the attack of the abyss monster. They sat on the ground exhausted, panting, and their bodies were covered with blood and dust. Something was wrong, very wrong. Why they sealed one crack, and soon there was another crack. It seemed like there was no end to these cracks. Chapter 507 Traders in the Fantasy Sea. The system can find the cracks very accurately, unless there is a trader in the Fantasy Sea. The Fantasy Sea cannot be easily cracked from the outside, only from the inside. They will not take the initiative to open the cracks, only traders, from the inside, and the system to cooperate with each other. But who will be the traitor? Ran cleaned up the mental power implanted by the system, but she could not resist the system's secondary use of power manipulation. Because most of the creatures in the Fantasy Sea have not signed a contract with themselves, they can be manipulated by the system. The situation outside was bad, and the situation inside the Fantasy Sea was not much better. Ran sent Luo out to check the situation outside. After all, she was the only one who had the Fantasy Sea order. She stayed behind to check the situation. She did not suspect that Luo had betrayed her. It was very likely that Luo led the team in and out, and brought in the people who manipulated the system. After all, Luo had nearly 100,000 people under his command, and she could not know them all. If the manipulated people sneaked in, Luo would not know. It was easy to investigate, and Xiao Ba just needed to take action. Since the system is implanted with mental power, then it can just check everyone's sea of consciousness directly. Although Ran has cultivated mental power, she is still not as strong as Xiao Ba, so this matter still needs to be handed over to it. Xiao Ba saluted with his thin wrist, with a serious expression, and began to check one by one. This was Ran's order, and the creatures in the illusion sea had no objection at all. During the investigation, Luo came back from outside, and his face was not good. The system deliberately made this happen, just to divert Ran after all. Ran herself and her pet army were terrifying. With her around, the system couldn't do anything too much, so it had to transfer her away. As soon as she left, the system released most of the abyss monsters and began to kill people wantonly. And Ran actually sensed that the consciousness left by the earth in her body was not as weak as it seemed. But the system was killing people crazily outside. And it didn't react at all. Which was also something that puzzled and Ran. Forget it. Anyway, she couldn't understand the behavior of the earth's consciousness. And she only had to take care of her own affairs. The situation outside was not optimistic. And Ran had to get out as soon as possible. Although Luo said that the group of people outside were angry with her. And Ran didn't care. Now it all depends on Xiao Ba's outcome. As long as it finds the traitor and stabilizes the situation in the Phantom Sea, she can go outside without any worries. Taking this opportunity, and Ran also took a good rest and recovered all her physical strength and magic power. She has decided to start a decisive battle directly after going out and fight the giant octopus. If it delays any further, humans will almost die. She didn't fight directly before because she was afraid that when she was fighting the giant octopus, the monsters in the abyss would come to mess with her. Now when I fight monsters, at least the humans can hold back the monsters in the abyss. If they can hold them back, they may have a chance of winning. If they can't hold them back, they can only die together. The creatures in the Phantom Sea lined up and passed in front of Xiao Ba, and Xiao Ba tested them one by one. The mental power gently scanned everyone's mind, and did not find anything abnormal. However, after Xiao Ba checked everyone, and Ran found that 2 people were still missing. She frowned, and had a bad feeling in her heart. These 2 people, one is Luo, and the other is the leader of the centaurs, Empty. In theory, they should have participated in this inspection, but they never showed up. And Ran's doubts grew more and more serious. She decided to find Luo first, and ask her about the situation. And Ran found Luo, and found that her face was very ugly. Luo told Ran that Kong had been controlled by the system. You know, before it was subdued, it had been influenced by the system. Now that it has signed a contract, it can still be controlled by the system. It can be seen that the system has been planning all the time. It is not that its influence is not deep, but it has not been revealed. It has been lurking in Kong's mind until it broke out today. You know, before the decisive battle. And Ren never thought of exploring the brains of the creatures in the Fantasy Sea. Kong brought the monsters from the abyss into the Fantasy Sea, and started a killing spree there. And Luo was trying hard to protect the creatures in the Fantasy Sea, fighting against the monsters and Kong. And Ran led people to quickly control the scene, and also control Kong, looking at Kong's scattered red eyes. And Ran sighed helplessly. Xiao Ba used his powerful mental power to rescue the general from the control of the system, and then locked it up. It was not a betrayal of her own will, and since it was one of her own, and Ran would not kill it easily, but because it caused many deaths in the Fantasy Sea, she still had to give everyone an explanation. She would deal with it after the decisive battle, in order to prevent it from making trouble. And Ran locked it in a different space and let it float inside. After dealing with this traitor, and Ran began to deal with the monster in the abyss, together with Chong Jun and others. She completely eliminated the monster, repaired the cracks, and made sure that there were no more cracks in the Fantasy Sea before stopping. It was already night, and Ran simply didn't go out. She had been fighting here all the time, and her body was exhausted. She needed to rest. Moreover, the Monsters in the Abyss series would give her things that increased her physical values. She had eaten some of them before, and she ate the rest today. These things increased her physical values, magic power, and life value, and they were rare good things. After a good night's rest, and Ran returned to the human world. Both the human race and the Huanhai were seriously injured, and their combat power was at least half gone. But similarly, most of the monsters in the abyss were also consumed. The abyss monsters were not created by the system, and they could not be refreshed after death. The more monsters died, the more monsters remained. In this battle, both the abyss and the human race suffered losses. And Ran discussed the details with the top management, and took out the 99 chips that had been completely integrated. Remove the seals of ancient fantasy beasts such as Chong Jun, Disaster, and Jiosha, and return to their original bodies. Clear the influence in the brains of all controlled NPCs. Only 99 chips can remove all control over NPCs, and the seals on Chong Jun and others. As soon as the chip came out, the system was shocked. It thought that 95 chips were the limit. But Ran had all the chips except the one in the big octopus's hand. It was furious and launched a general attack. The gap in the abyss was open to the extreme. All the creatures in the abyss came out in full force. turning into the darkness of doomsday and pressing down. The human race prepared to fight again. At the critical moment, a large dark cloud suddenly came over the horizon. Everyone was shocked and thought that the other helpers of the system had come. But they found that they were the NPCs from various worlds that had been released from control. As soon as they came, they rushed directly into the group of abyss monsters and started to kill. The human race had a large number of helpers, and their combat power increased greatly. And Rand didn't need to worry about it anymore. The only thing left was the big octopus. Chapter 508: The Final Battle Against the Giant Octopus. The system saw something was wrong, and released the giant octopus directly. The hundreds of long legs of the giant octopus, which had countless suckers, and were full of barbs, stretched out densely from the bottom of the abyss, and stretched towards the human race. Countless sturdy giant octopus legs stretched out, up to 100 meters thick, and 1,000 meters long. The giant octopus stretched its legs to reach the Cloud Island, trying to pull the Cloud Island down, and devour the humans on it. And Rand's long sword flashed, and a sword energy flew out from the long sword, cutting off the giant octopus's legs. The giant octopus waved its tentacles in pain, and countless space blades were thrown at it. And Rand casually opened the space crack, and put the attack in. But it was too late to dodge the tentacles attacking from behind. Chong Jun, who turned into his original form, broke its tentacles with one claw and sprayed a blast of ice. The tentacles were frozen, and smashed into pieces by Chong Jun. Only now did Rand have time to look at the giant octopus's stats. Abyss multi-legged monster, level 99. Attack 28,000. Defense 28,000. Speed 25,000. HP 100,000. Good at space magic, dark magic, poison magic and other magic. Note: can regenerate at super speed, please pay attention. Fuck, this thing is so amazing, the value is so exaggerated, even more terrifying than the value of Chong Jun and others recovering their bodies. Cha Jun and others are similar to Amren. Both are around 17,000 or 18,000. She and Chong Jun together can break the defense. I don't know how the system raises this big octopus. Or the system cheated to increase the value of the big octopus. Anyway, it will definitely be a difficult battle. The giant octopus was glowing with a faint blue light, and exuded a strong stench. And Rand felt that she was locked in. The pressure that seemed to penetrate everything made her feel uncomfortable. Space cracks appeared around her, as if countless eyes were spying on her. Millions of chains stretched out from the countless cracks, fixing Rand in place. The dark magic turned into an extremely sharp spear, locking Rand. And Rand was imprisoned, unable to move. The octopus threw out a spear, heading straight for Rand. If he was hit by this spear, Rand would probably be annihilated. At the critical moment, Jiosha and Qianyu attacked together, and two light spears directly offset the dark spear. But the space lock had not disappeared yet, and Rand directly used space against space. The space on the chain gradually twisted, and the space chain was directly broken, and he escaped. Seeing Rand break free, the octopus contracted its huge body, and a large mouthful of ink sprayed out. The ink was pitch black, with strong corrosion and toxins pressing down on him. And Rand felt that the space around him was blocked by an unimaginable pressure, with nowhere to escape. And Rand took a deep breath, and the long sword in his hand emitted a dazzling light, and a powerful sword energy gushed out from the long sword, tearing all the ink around him, and the space was also torn apart by this sword energy. And Rand used the power of teleportation, and instantly disappeared from the spot, and when he appeared again, he had come behind the giant octopus. Cha Jun and the others saw Amren's move, and quickly followed, waving their claws and grabbing the giant octopus body fiercely. The space was torn apart, and a huge wound was torn on the giant octopus body by Chong Jun's claws. Blood spurted out, dyeing the surrounding sea water red. The giant octopus let out a shrill scream, waving its tentacles, and frantically attacked Amren and Chong Jun. Amren and Chong Jun kept dodging under the giant octopus's attack, but the giant octopus's attacks were too dense, and Amren and Chong Jun were still hit by several attacks. At this moment, Jiosha and Qianyu attacked again. Two huge beams of light shot out from their hands and directly hit the big octopus. A huge hole was pierced through the big octopus body again, and blood spurted out. The big octopus let out a painful roar, and a huge spherical space directly contained Rand and the others. Sure enough, this thing also has a domain, and it is a huge domain. But this is just a small hit, and this octopus has opened a domain. It is too fragile. Little did they know that this octopus was going to battle for the first time. It had been protected too well by the system before, and had never participated in a battle or been injured. It could not stand any pain. The system did not control it, but only commanded it to fight. It could not stand any pain. Trapped in the domain, and Ran and the others were attacked from all directions. Huge thunder and lightning, violent storms and rainstorms, raging and dancing floods. Countless crazy attacks smashed down on a group of people, and they seemed to be destroyed along with the domain. And Ran, Disaster, Jiushi and Chong Jun opened their domains instantly. Xiao Yin and the others' domains were too low, and they were unable to fight. Silently burning dark flames, 9-color magic rolling domains, and huge domains with lightning and thunder. However, because of numerical reasons, their 3 domains were smaller than the giant octopus. And Ran injected magic power into the domain frantically, making his own demigod domain instantly reach 1,000 meters. Merged the other 3 domains into it. The pale golden demigod domain expanded further, and began to devour and assimilate the giant octopus domain. The 2 domains began to form a tug-of-war. And Ran madly injected magic power into the domain, making the domain reach 1,000 meters in an instant. The pale golden demigod domain began to expand, assimilating the surrounding space bit by bit, swallowing the giant octopus's domain bit by bit. The giant octopus felt the changes in the domain, and began to attack Ran and the others more frantically. Lightning, storms, floods and other elements continued to fall from all directions, trying to destroy Ran and the others' domain. And Ran and Chong Jun pushed their domain with all their strength, gathering all their power together, forming a powerful energy beam, and fiercely blasted towards the giant octopus's domain. With a loud bang, the 2 forces collided fiercely, and the entire domain began to shake violently. And Ran and the others gritted their teeth, constantly pushing their domain, trying to completely devour the giant octopus's domain. The giant octopus felt the changes in the domain, and began to let out a shrill roar. Under the full force of Ran and the others, the pale golden demigod domain gradually assimilated the surrounding space, swallowing up the giant octopus's domain bit by bit. The giant octopus's domain began to shrink continuously, from thousands of meters to hundreds of meters. Finally, the giant octopus's domain completely disappeared, almost completely swallowed up by Ran and the others' domain. Ran and the others' domain suddenly expanded tenfold, and the range even reached an exaggerated 10,000 meters. Chapter 509 System and the Giant Octopus Merge. After the giant octopus's domain was devoured, its body was also seriously injured. Under the attack of Ran and the others, the giant octopus's body continued to break apart, blood continued to pour out, dyeing the surrounding land red. Just as it was about to be completely devoured, Ran and the others were suddenly thrown out. The system, which had been watching the battle in the sky, could no longer sit still. Its consciousness turned into a sharp arrow, and drilled into the giant octopus's body. All the data increased again, attack reached an exaggerated 32,000, defense reached 30,000. This time, Ran and Chong Jun joined forces, but they were unable to break the defense. Ran subconsciously asked Chong Jun to transform, but the next moment, she was faced with a huge octopus leg. A whip whipped and ran away. Countless leg whips whipped towards Ran directly opened the invincible golden body. His whole body shrank behind the shield. Hundreds of octopus legs whipped Ran like a spinning top, transmitting between countless legs. Disasters wanted to go over to save them, but were whipped away by the giant octopus. And countless magic balls followed. The violent explosion directly blew Disasters away several kilometers. After changing the object that controls the body, the combat power doubled. Ran was whipped and rolled around in the invincible golden body. She would not be directly hurt, but the huge impact force also made her internal organs hurt. Moreover, this attack was endless. Her invincible golden body had a time limit. Once the time was up, she would be hit directly by that kind of attack. If he doesn't die, he will be seriously injured. He needs to find a way to get out of this predicament. Ran suddenly remembered his belt, which he had obtained a long time ago and had forgotten. He extracted half of his magic power and activated his skill. A golden halo emanated from Ran's body, forcing the giant octopus legs to bounce away. Ran took this opportunity to teleport directly to a place where the giant octopus could not reach. Seeing the prey escape, the system manipulated the dark magic, turned into a large net, enveloped Ran, and took the opportunity to drag him back. The moment it was dragged over, a leg whipped over, and Ran fired a shot, directly cutting off its leg. But the system didn't care. With a shake, its leg grew back, rapidly regenerating, and Ran was still trapped in the net. The system manipulated the magic of the giant octopus, transforming it into countless metal weapons, with the tips of the weapons pointed at Ran struggling in the net. The next moment, it fired madly, seeing that Ran was about to be stabbed like a hedgehog. Ran suddenly opened a door in the air and left the net directly. The metal spike missed, and before it even hit the ground, it was manipulated by the system to become an infinitely long rope, which directly locked onto Ran. Disaster and the others flew back from outside, and countless magic poured down, blowing off countless octopus legs, and also blowing off the metal rope. The system shook its body, and the octopus legs regenerated again. Ran and the others were also drinking potions to restore their physical strength and magic power. Up to now, no one could do anything to the other, and they hurt each other, but no one was fatally injured. Ran and his group confronted the giant octopus in midair. The giant octopus suddenly spread out all its tentacles and surrounded Ran and the others. Ran used magic and weapons to cut off the tentacles that kept attacking. The body was also moving outward, but there was no way to get out of the encirclement, and no one knew what kind of magic this was. Ran struggled hard, but the tentacles around her became more and more numerous, and more dense, and there was almost no gap at all. Ran and the others were buried in the darkness. Qianyu and Ranjio's snake jointly released light balls, but they could not illuminate the surroundings. The dark magic of the giant octopus was much stronger than that of the Dragon King before, and it directly deprived them of their vision. In the darkness, countless attacks came from all directions, and Ran directly activated her foresight ability, threw everyone back into space, and relied on foresight to avoid the attacks. She was the only one outside, which made her more flexible. The system was now gnashing its teeth in hatred. If it had known, it would not have given her this ability at the beginning. In the end, she had to use this ability to deal with herself. The Chi system accelerated the attack. Its magic power was huge, but Ran was limited. The attacks were so intense that Ran couldn't teleport continuously, which consumed too much magic power. The next moment, Ran staggered, and the system was overjoyed. Hundreds of attacks surrounded Ran, and Ran's invincible golden body was exhausted last time, and the cooling time had not yet passed. She had to take out the Medusa shield to protect the front. The back could only be blocked by magic shields and armor. Part of the magic in front was blocked, and the remaining part continued to fall on Ran, knocking her back. The attacks behind her merged into a beam in the system's thought, and flashed through Ran's body, leaving a big hole on her left shoulder. Ran drank several bottles of red potion directly. The system's second attack came again, but this time the return ability of the shield and armor was triggered. The Medusa shield and armor triggered the rebound attack at the same time, which means that the system's attack will eventually return to itself. The shield can even rebound double damage to the giant octopus. Just when the system was about to succeed, a green light flashed from the shield, instantly dispelling the surrounding darkness. Those attacks that were originally rushing towards Ran turned around at this moment, and bombarded the giant octopus's body at a faster speed. The same happened on the armor. A faint golden light flashed, and the attack that hit the armor from behind bounced back to the big octopus. The system was shocked and wanted to dodge, but it was too late. All those attacks hit the big octopus, blowing its body into pieces. It directly blew a big hole in this confined space, and Ran moved out instantly. But this wave of operations only caused the big octopus to lose more than 10,000 points of health, which was far from the level of breaking bones. The system controlled the giant octopus, and quickly regenerated the octopus legs that were blown to pieces. Ran was upset, and drank potions with disaster. This giant octopus was too difficult to deal with. The system was also angry. Ran and Disaster were like cockroaches that could not be killed. No matter how hard they were tortured, they could not be killed. It was so angry that it quickly concentrated its magic power. Countless light points gathered in the air, and the magic power surged towards it. This was a direct big one, using the fusion magic of various magic systems to blow up Ran. Ran certainly would not show weakness. She herself did not have that much magic power, but she had more people on her side. Disaster, Changjun, Qianyu, Jiosha, Xiaoyan, Xiaojin, and the two shadow dragons, which one has less magic power. Countless magic gathered, two huge magic balls, rolling in the sky, colorful, looking very beautiful. But around them, the space was distorted, even tore out black space cracks. The power looked terrifying. Chapter 510 The Invincible Giant Octopus. Two huge magic balls collided violently in the air, like two meteors colliding, emitting an extremely bright light. The first magic ball was emitted by Anran and her friends. Its diameter reached an astonishing kilometer, emitting a blazing light, as if it could burn everything. This magic ball condensed all the magic power of everyone, full of destructive power. Anran and her friends were frantically replenishing their magic power. The other magic ball was controlled by the system. Its diameter was slightly smaller, but equally terrifying. It emits a colorful dark light, as if it can devour everything. This magic ball contains the huge magic power of the octopus, and has immeasurable power. In the air, the two magic balls approached each other, and their edges began to rub violently, producing countless sparks. The sparks flew everywhere, as brilliant as fireworks, but they contained terrifying energy, enough to turn everything into ashes. As the distance between the two balls got closer and closer, the space around them began to distort, as if torn apart by a huge force. The air was filled with a burning atmosphere, suffocating. Finally, under the tense gaze of countless people, the two magic balls collided violently. At that moment, the whole world seemed to be still. A dazzling light burst out from the collision point, illuminating the entire sky. In the light, everything seemed to be melted and disappeared without a trace. This energy wave spread rapidly, sweeping all directions like a tsunami. Everything along the way was swept into it and turned into dust. The earth began to tremble, and cracks spread across the ground, as terrifying as the end of the world. Even the mountains in the distance collapsed under the impact of this energy, as if they were wiped out by an invisible giant hand. At the same time, countless sparks scattered from the sky, like a meteor shower, covering the entire world in a sea of fire. Even the gathering place of the human race was affected, and even the battle stopped temporarily. This terrifying collision lasted for a long time, until the energy gradually dissipated, and the world returned to peace. Anran directly activated the invincible golden body, but was still blown away by the huge shock wave, all the way to hundreds of kilometers away. The cloud island where the human race gathered was torn apart by the huge shock wave, and everything on it fell into the abyss. Fortunately, humans can fly, and when the shock wave arrived here, the power had been reduced by half. Otherwise, this shock wave alone would have killed most of the humans, and they would not have needed to continue fighting. The shock wave lasted for a long time before it stopped, and half of the giant octopus's body was blown to pieces, and only half of the remaining health bar was left. The system started to panic. While Anran was still rushing back, it quickly regenerated. The regeneration used up most of its magic power. Then its tentacles shot up into the sky, snapping the humans and monsters on Cloud Island into its mouth. Although the human race fought back desperately, no one was its opponent at all, and they could only scream as they were swallowed. The octopus's health bar quickly recovered to more than 40,000 points, and it was only a few thousand points away from full recovery. At the critical moment, Anran arrived, without time to use other skills, combined the magic of all pets, and smashed the tentacles of the octopus. Let's blow off its evil tentacles first. With a huge explosion, the tentacles of the giant octopus were blown off, and part of its health bar disappeared instantly, but it was obvious that it would not be seriously injured. The human race could not spare a hand to help Anran, so Anran led Chongjun and the others to fight against the system. Looking at the display on the illustration, the system's health bar returned to just over 40,000, and Anran felt desperate. This octopus has a system in its body. It's really too difficult to deal with. Its health bar is simply abnormal. It won't drop at all. It also has recovery. She really didn't have the energy to grind down the 40,000 HP bar. Seeing the huge tentacles coming at her again, Anran directly threw out two summons. One was a three-headed hellhound, and the other was a huge stone statue of the city lord. Anran was now exhausted physically and mentally. Even if there was a way to replenish her physical strength and magic power, under such a high-intensity battle, the physical fatigue could not be relieved. The system controlled the giant octopus to bar its teeth and claws, as if it was mocking Anran's powerlessness. It smashed the summons in a few blows, and danced its tentacles leisurely. Anran, Disaster and others, all rushed forward together. Despair had to continue fighting. The spear was crisscrossing, and Anran turned into lightning, shuttled back and forth between the tentacles, and the spear could take away a tentacle every time. Disaster was wrapped in soul fire. The black flame was like the flame of the devil, the kind of inextinguishable, the characteristics of encountering objects, so that the system had to temporarily avoid it. Even if it was burned, In order to prevent the soul fire from spreading all over the body, it was so neat and tidy that it directly cut off the tentacles. The 9 kinds of magic of the 9 snakes merged, turned into a mobile magic output device, and kept blowing up the tentacles of the giant octopus. Xiaoqi parasitized the giant octopus, constantly extracting life force to make nectar. But the giant octopus's life force was too great. Xiaoqi felt pain for the first time. Xiaojin, Xiaoyan, the twin shadow dragons teamed up to deal with several tentacles. Now all methods have been used up. They can only rely on consuming its life force to slowly grind it to death. But as for who will grind who to death, it's really hard to say. And Ran and the giant octopus fought until the sky and the earth changed color, and the sun and the moon lost their light. And Ran used all her strength. Her figure turned into a flash of lightning, and shuttled between the tentacles of the giant octopus. Every time the spear in her hand stabbed out, she would take away a tentacle. On the entire battlefield, everyone was fighting desperately. Everyone was doing their best. However, the giant octopus's vitality was too strong. No matter how hard they tried, they could not completely destroy it. And Ran in disaster, 9 snakes, Xiaoqi, Xiaojin, Xiaoyan, Shuangyinglong, they were all exhausted. And the giant octopus's tentacles continued to regenerate, and its vitality showed no signs of weakening. At this time, the system laughed triumphantly, and the laughter echoed in the sky. Ha 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 ha, you stupid humans, you are not my opponents at all, you will never be able to defeat me. And Ram was panting, her hands had begun to tremble, her eyes were bloodshot, but she still did not give up. All kinds of magic have been used, including freezing. But it can't stop it from regenerating. And Ran suddenly remembered that she still had a reincarnation lock, which fixed it. Everyone attacked together. She didn't believe that she couldn't wear down its magic power when she could only take the beating without fighting back. The reincarnation lock enlarged in the air, and directly imprisoned all the tentacles of the giant octopus. Entangled it tightly, and couldn't move. And Ran originally planned to continue attacking. But this thing only imprisoned its actions, and couldn't stop it from continuing to use magic. And Ran and others were hit by the dense magic, and couldn't get close. Chapter 511, God's Silence. And Ran opened the space crack, transferred their magic from the crack, with a clear goal, heading straight for the big head. But it was blocked by the octopus's magic, and exploded in midair. At this time, and Ran and the others realized that it would be useless if they didn't imprison its magic. But how to imprison it? At the critical moment, a voice sounded in her ears. And Ran, I am the consciousness of the earth. To defeat it, I can only kill it with one blow, and completely wipe it out. Otherwise, as long as there is a fragment, this big octopus will not die. It can be regenerated repeatedly, the system consciousness will not disappear, the game will not end, everything you do is in vain. And its essence is the abyss itself, not the giant octopus, and its magic is not what you see on the surface. It has been acting before, just to lower your vigilance. To completely destroy it, the only way is to become a god. And Ram was horrified. There is no such information in the Survival Atlas. That's right, the Atlas is created by the system after all. How can it give her complete information? But she is still far from becoming a god. How can she break through and become a god in battle? And Ran communicated with the system while cutting off a tentacle of the giant octopus. Its health bar was decreasing. But it was not dead. This also indirectly proved that what the Earth consciousness said was very likely true. I will teach you a method to absorb its magic power. But this is very risky. If your godhood cannot convert its huge magic power in time, you will explode and die. But there is no other way now. In addition to taking a risk, is there any other way? As long as there is a fragment of the giant octopus, it will regenerate repeatedly. And the system that is merged with it will not disappear. Under the guidance of the Earth consciousness, and Ram began to learn how to absorb the magic of the octopus. Because the magic of the octopus was too huge. And Ran simply absorbed it together with all the pets around her. No longer actively attacking, but actively keeping a distance. In order to ensure her safety, the Earth consciousness also provided some protection measures to prevent the magic from causing harm to her during the absorption process. This was the only thing the weak Earth consciousness could do now. Under the guidance of the Earth consciousness, and Ran began to absorb the magic of the big octopus. And Ran carefully controlled the inflow of magic power to avoid it from causing harm to her body. As time went on, she gradually adapted to the flow of this energy and began to actively guide the magic power into her body. In the process of absorbing magic power, and Ran's body continued to change. Her godhood became stronger, and her power also increased. However, This process was not smooth sailing. And Ran also suffered great pain in the process of absorbing magic power. A huge amount of magic power continued to flow into Ran's body. Fortunately, Chongjun and the others were beside her to absorb it together, so that her body would not burst. As her magic power was being absorbed crazily, even the system, which had always been calm, began to panic. It knew that Ran probably knew that it was lying. So it came up with such a plan. No, it couldn't absorb it anymore. Although it had a strong consciousness, it had no body. It had to rely on the body of the giant octopus to become a god. The system panicked and gave up magic and physical attacks, and directly launched a mental attack on Ran and the others. But before they could be sent out, they were blocked by the suddenly appearing Phantom Girl. She glanced at the dark blue armor on Ran's body, and tried her best to block the mental attack of the system. In the past, she could make the system suffer a great loss. Not to mention that she was now half a step away from becoming a god. And Ran also liberated them. The Phantom Girl was not here to help Ran, but she also wanted freedom. If she didn't help Ran, everything would fail. The god had transformed the huge magic power into divine power, transforming Ran's body. The aura of Chongjun and others around her was also increasing at a terrifying speed, and they were rapidly advancing towards becoming a half-step god. However, in this process, she also suffered great pain, because her body was constantly expanding, as if it could burst at any time. The god had converted magic power into divine power, and washed Ran's body over and over again, repeating the process of destruction and reshaping. The process of destruction and reshaping transformed her body into a divine body bit by bit. The system was blocked by several parties, and she could only be helpless and furious, because the reincarnation lock wrapped around her body could not be broken free at all. As soon as the magic is released, it will be sucked away by Ran and the others. Not to mention that the mental power is also restrained by the Phantom Girl. The system can't do anything now. It can only order the monsters in the abyss to come back for help. But unfortunately, it is also entangled. Everyone knows that it is a critical moment. How can they let the abyss monsters rush to help the system? The magic power in the giant octopus is getting less and less. But Ran's momentum has reached its peak. Suddenly, the invisible barrier in the body is broken, and Ran's divine body is initially formed. His divine power increases greatly, and he completely becomes a god. Cha-Jun and the others also stopped. And Ran suddenly had an idea, raised her hand gently, and opened her thin lips. Except Chongjun, all pets, transform into weapons. Under the control of Ran's huge divine power, the body of disaster stretched out, transformed into a 1,000-meter-long bow. There was only the general outline of the outside, no filling. Countless pets flew up from various gathering places, gathered in the air, turned into star-like fragments, and merged into the longbow, gathered into a large bow with dark flames burning all over. Cha-Jun transforms into a weapon. Because Cha-Jun absorbed some magic power, he was already at the edge of becoming a god, and now he has directly become a demigod. A golden demigod spear was placed on a 1,000-meter-long giant bow. The moment it was placed on the bow, the spear that Cha-Jun transformed into was also covered with black soul fire. God's silence. In an instant, the sky and the earth lost their color, and the entire abyss was shaking. The spear turned into a meteor, and directly pierced the big octopus's head. At the same time, an invisible force continued to spread from the spear. Wherever it passed, space collapsed, time stagnated, and everything seemed to be frozen. The system let out a last unwilling roar, and its huge body began to gradually dissipate. That invisible force directly destroyed all traces of the giant octopus. All the monsters stopped moving, and did not move. The next moment, the entire abyss, like a broken mirror, exploded. A violent energy storm swept across the entire abyss. All creatures in the abyss were completely destroyed. The surrounding environment began to gradually recover. When the energy storm subsided, the abyss had completely disappeared. Only a huge sinkhole was left. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over. And Ran's face showed a trace of fatigue. This battle was extremely difficult. But fortunately, she succeeded. Chapter 512 Game Over. Return to Earth. The system was completely wiped successfully. Everyone gathered around, shouting and jumping on the Cloud Island, celebrating the victory. And Ran also breathed a sigh of relief. Her body was still changing, but everything was over. She finally succeeded. The last chip also fell into Ran's hands, and Ran put the chips together. The chip deformed and turned into a black cube. The system's weak consciousness attached to the last chip and met Enran's cold eyes. The system kept begging for mercy, but Enran wiped it out. At this point, the system completely disappeared from the world. The cube itself was integrated with the small world, and it could be said that it controlled the game world. Enran integrated her consciousness into the cube, replacing the system. Now she is the god of the entire game world, and controls the life and death of everyone. The game world is now her subsidiary world. She can close the game at any time and teleport these people away. It was just that the war had just ended, and she was exhausted both physically and mentally. She really didn't want to do anything extra. Besides, the human race suffered heavy casualties and needed to rest. Enran reopened the panel rights, and could trade, etc. Then she left a message to the human high-level officials, saying that she was going to rest and asked not to disturb her for the time being, and then returned to the fantasy sea. Now the world is big, and sleeping is the most important thing. Enran lay on the bed, looking at the sunlight coming in from the window, and sighed that she could finally rest. Since entering the game world, she hasn't had a good rest for a long time. For so long, she had spent almost all her time fighting and running around. Especially in recent times, she had spent a lot of energy to destroy the system. Now she could finally relax and have a good rest. Enran closed her eyes and soon fell asleep. She slept for 3 days and 3 nights. After waking up, she felt refreshed and energetic. Enran stretched and got up from the bed. Chong Jun and the others also woke up and were feasting. Xiao Shui, Xiao Mei, and other puppets made nearly 100 kilograms of food for them. She first ate something to fill her stomach, then walked out of the room. It was sunny outside, the air was fresh, and it was refreshing. Enran took a deep breath, and then slowly exhaled. She walked to the edge of Mirror Lake, sat on a reef, and looked at the scenery in the distance. In the distance, a group of birds were flying in the sky. The blue sky, the white clouds, and the mirror-like water in the distance composed a beautiful picture. Enran closed her eyes, enjoying the tranquility of this moment. It's all over, so good, I can leave the game at any time, and no longer be checked by others, so good. I don't need to be on edge all the time, worrying that I will die, so good. The important people are still there, so good. After resting, Enran took Chong Jun and the others back to the gathering place of the human race. As soon as they landed, they were greeted with a grand welcome and cheers. But Enran just looked at the group of people with an indifferent expression, and walked straight through the crowd, and went to the human race leaders. No one knew what they talked about, anyway. A few hours later, everyone was told that they could go home. Enran's face appeared in the sky, and her face was also playing on countless panels. Her tone was flat, and there was no sign of sadness or joy. Hello, players. I am Enran. The survival game has ended. Please get ready and embark on the journey home. Those who died in the game will be resurrected as long as their personal information still exists in the system. Everyone will retain their memories in the game, but all the power in their bodies will be cleared, and they will return to ordinary people. As soon as Enran finished speaking, she triggered a lot of angry curses, which were very ugly. Enran manipulated the weather casually, and brought a large-scale thunder spell. A group of people chose to shut up. How could they forget that this person is now a god? And it is the game system. All their lives are in her hands. Seeing that everyone shut up, Enran directly extracted the power in their bodies. This power was transformed into the body of the resurrected person. It was not enough. So Enran extracted part of the power of the game world. When resurrecting, Ming Ke was also resurrected. Ming Ke was in love with Yosha in the Sea of Illusion at this time, and didn't care about the outside world. Enran resurrected everyone, except for the group of people from the East Island. The population of the group was small to begin with, and most of them died. So the population is now less than a few 100,000. Enran's consciousness connected with the Earth's consciousness, and both sides opened a channel. And the resurrected people returned to Earth one step ahead of time. Since the power will not stay, the backpack on the body will no longer exist, and everything inside will return to the game world. After the resurrected people were teleported back, Enran began to teleport the second and third batches of players back to Earth. Because she was a new god, the Earth's consciousness was very weak, and she could not be teleported back all at once, but could only be teleported in batches. Until the evening, all the players were teleported back to the Earth, and Enran stopped. Enran could leave the game at will, and she could also return to the Earth. But now the Earth's consciousness was too weak, And she had just become a god, so she could not control the power in her body. If she went back to the earth rashly, the earth would burst. So although Enran also wanted to go back there to take a look, she still did not go back after all. The earth was there, and she could go back at any time. When she can stabilize her energy and return to earth to control the energy from leaking, she will go back. Cha Jun and the others have not become gods, so they cannot leave this world freely. When they become gods, they can leave at any time. At that time, Enran will leave here and go somewhere else. The world is so big. The universe is so big. Where can she go? The affiliated worlds will be collected in the cube and move with Enran. This is her biggest trump card. How can she give it up? The merged worlds can no longer be separated. But the creatures in them are no longer ruled and controlled by the system, and can live freely. They don't need to be forced to fight with others. They won't be killed as monsters. And they won't be forced to do things they don't want to do. Chong Jun walked to her side, saw her staring at the blue earth, and asked her, "Why did you clear the power of the earthlings?" And Ran looked at him and answered, "First, there is no magic on earth. Second, after humans control powerful power, they will completely lose order and law. And the earth will become a second survival game and a battlefield. Humans who are used to power suddenly lost their power, but still retain their memories, may be confused for a while, or may be confused and uncomfortable. But as time goes by, they can only accept this fact and slowly start to return to normal life. Let the stagnant earth start to turn again, and life will return to normal. The memory left behind, although it will affect them for a long time, will also make them cherish their current life more. After all, no one wants to experience that nightmare life again." Chapter 513 Extra. About 5 years later, Enran helped Chong Jun, Disaster, 9 Snakes, Ming Kei Qianyu, and others to condense their godhoods, and became gods one after another. She brought them back to Earth. At this time, the Earth's consciousness was already asleep, and it would not wake up in the short term. Enran's own energy could burst the Earth, not to mention several gods coming together. So before they entered the Earth, they sealed all their own energy. Although they were still stronger than ordinary people, at least they could not burst the Earth. Cha Jun and the others changed into human form and followed Enran. Disaster's body was too strange. In order to prevent others from noticing the abnormality, he manipulated himself, so that others would subconsciously ignore him. After 5 years of operation, the Earth has basically returned to its original state. People live in an orderly manner. Everything is in order, work, life are proceeding step by step. The streets are crowded with cars. The exhaust gas and the sound of whistles are intertwined, forming a scene of fireworks. Enran hasn't seen this kind of fireworks for a long time. Sometimes it's good, but it's too deserted. Enran came back to Earth this time, just to walk around, stroll around, and have some fun. After all, this departure was a farewell forever, and she didn't know how long it would take for her to come back. She exchanged the gold bars for money and distributed them to everyone, letting them have their own fun and not follow her. After Enran separated from them, she began to wander around the city. She saw many familiar scenes, and those past memories came to her mind. She walked aimlessly on the street, feeling the long-lost tranquility. Unconsciously, she walked back to the city where she used to live. Looking up, isn't this his father's house? Enran's heart moved, and she planned to go over and take a look. But she didn't plan to recognize him. But when she got there, she saw his father holding a household registration book and talking to people everywhere. Enran went over and listened to his father. "Enran is really my daughter. You see, she is still in the household registration book." Enran was full of complicated feelings, and she didn't know how to react. As a result, her father spoke again the next second. "She is a hero who saved the Earth. She is gone. You should give me the money. Shouldn't you reward her? She is a hero. Shouldn't you give us a house? You are not satisfied with a house. Is this how you treat a hero? You are really disappointing." Enran's feeling of being touched was extinguished in an instant. After all, she was still the redundant one. She shouldn't have expected this non-existent family affection. Her father talked to passers-by everywhere. This crazy state made a lot of people look at him as a lunatic. Among them, there was a vegetable seller who spat at him. "What did you do? Don't you remember? You threw people and luggage out on New Year's Day. And now you want to get money from your daughter. You are so beautiful." Enran didn't want to continue watching after hearing this, so she turned around and left, just as if she had never come back. There is no one or thing on this earth that she misses. After playing around, she will leave. After this separation, it is very likely that she will never come back. And Rand took the money and went shopping like crazy, buying all kinds of things, both necessary and unnecessary. After satisfying her shopping desire, and Rand played around everywhere, and spent 2 years traveling all over the world. After playing enough, she reunited with Chong Jun and the others, and returned to the game world. After taking a nostalgic look at the blue planet, she flapped her wings and rushed into the depths of the universe. At this point, the full text ends.